Hi everyone, welcome to PrepFusion. So in this video, we need to start our next chapter, that is systems. But before studying systems, we need to study about convolution. So what is convolution? Convolution is a operator only. It is like an operator, like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Like that only there is a operator called convolution. So convolution is nothing but an operator. So as of now, we are not starting the chapter systems. First we will study about convolution and then we will use this convolution somewhere. So as of now, you just feel like that you are studying signals only. So you have seen the summation of signals, you have seen the addition, you have seen the subtraction, you have seen the multiplication as well. Now you are going to see the convolution. So what is the question? Question given is that there is xt, there is ht. Apply any operation you want, you need to generate a new signal yt from xt and ht. Okay, you need to generate a new signal. So someone will say that, sir, I will do the addition, someone will say, sir, I will do the subtraction, someone will say, sir, I will do the multiplication. So what is your xt? Xt is u of t minus 2, right? Xt is u of t minus 2. And what is your yt? Sorry, what is your ht? Ht is 2u of t, right? 2u of t. So someone will say, sir, I need to generate a new signal. So someone will say, sir, I will do the addition. So my yt would be equals to xt plus ht. So sir, that would be u of t minus 2 plus 2u of t. So can you draw the graph? You can draw the graph. I am not drawing the graph here. Someone will say, sir, I will do the subtraction. Sir, I will do the subtraction. So my new signal would be xt minus ht. That would be u of t minus 2 minus 2ut. Again, you can draw the graph. I am not drawing. You can draw it on your own. And someone will say that, sir, I will do the multiplication. Sir, my new graph would be xt into ht. So what that would be? U of t minus 2 into 2u of t. So here also you can draw the graph. I am not drawing it. Okay. So all these things you already know. These things we have studied. Now someone came up with the new operation, that is convolution operation. So what he did in the convolution operation? So have your full patience and have your full concentration here. Then only you will be able to understand the convolution. Otherwise it will be just mathematics and you will not enjoy the lecture at all. So have your full concentration here. So what he did? First I will give the definition. So what is the definition? You are having two signals, xt and ht. From xt and ht you need to generate yt. So what he did? He calculated the area. Integration from minus infinity to infinity. What does that mean? He is calculating the area. But it should be a function of t. So how will I make it a function of t? What I am going to do? X of tau multiplied with h of minus tau plus t d tau. So what he is doing? You are given with the function of xt and ht. You are given xt as well, you are given ht as well. But what he did? He changed the variable. Now he drew the graph of x of tau versus tau. And he drew the graph of h of tau versus tau. Okay. Next what he did? He kept x of tau as it is. He kept x of tau as it is. With h of tau what he did? With h of tau what he did? Can you let me know what was this? H of minus t plus 2. So what did I tell you? We can do two mistakes. Inversion, shift, right? I can start from here as well. If this was my u of t, so what was my u of minus t plus 2? So first you do the inversion and then shift. Inversion and shift. So this was your u of minus t plus 2. So now what he is doing? Mirror image and shift. So with respect to h of tau, first he is taking the mirror image and then he is shifting it by t. The value of t could be negative, positive, anything. So this is my h of tau. So first he will take the mirror image and then he will shift it by t. Now t could be positive or negative, anything. So what he is drawing? He is drawing h of minus tau plus t. Okay. Inversion and shift. So what kind of graph you will get? First it is inversion. Now you need to shift by t. So this is how I am shifting it by t. So this is what he drew. Okay. This point will be t because now the graph is looking towards minus infinity with the breakpoint at t. Now t could be anything. It could be positive, negative. It could be anything. So this is the graph he has drawn with respect to tau only. So I have drawn the graph of x of tau. I have drawn the graph of h of minus tau plus t. Now what he is doing? He is multiplying both of the graph. This graph and this graph. He is multiplying both of the graph and then he is calculating the area of the multiplication. After the multiplication, whatever the graph he is getting, he is calculating the area of that particular graph. So this is what he is doing. Let's check out what he is actually doing. So let's take an example. Let's take t is equals to minus infinity. So value of t can be varying. T can vary. T can actually vary from minus infinity to infinity. Because if you are drawing y of t, that means here t will vary from minus infinity to infinity. Say yes or no? T can vary from minus infinity to plus infinity. So I am assuming that my t is minus infinity. So what I am finding? Y of minus infinity. Let's write down this definition again. So what will be my y of minus infinity? So I need to calculate the area. X of tau remains as it is. With respect to h, what I am doing? Inversion and then shift. Shift by t, but the value of t is minus infinity. d2. So this is the graph of x of tau. Can I draw the graph of h of minus tau minus infinity? Yes. Draw the graph of h of minus tau minus infinity. Slowly you will understand everything. You need to have some patience. So this was your h of tau. This was your h of tau. Minus tau minus infinity. If I was drawing h of minus t minus 2. So first the inversion and then left shift by 2. First the inversion and then left shift by 2. That means this is how the graph would have been made. But now I am drawing h of minus tau minus infinity. So first the inversion and then left shift by infinity. Left shift by infinity. So what kind of graph I will get? What graph I am making? I am making the graph of h of minus tau minus infinity. So in place of t, I am putting minus infinity. That means this graph will reach somewhere here and this point is minus infinity. This point I am assuming to be minus infinity. Although I cannot show it on real axis, minus infinity cannot be shown, but I am assuming this point to be minus infinity and here the magnitude would be 2. This magnitude would be 2. And now I am multiplying both of the graphs. So what do you think what will be the result? After minus infinity everything is 0. After minus infinity everything is 0. So anything multiply with 0, everything will be 0 only, no? Can you multiply both of these graphs? What you need to do, you need to multiply both of these graphs. Okay? And one more thing I wanted to show here, how the convolution operation is shown. Convolution operation, you are convolving x of t, convolution. This is how it is shown. Convolution of xt with h of t. So this is the sign of convolution. Okay? This is the sign of convolution. So where were we? Now you need to multiply x of tau with h of minus tau minus infinity. So what you will get? What will be the result of multiplication? It would be 0 only, no? Result of multiplication would be 0 because for t less than minus infinity, it is equals to 2. For t greater than minus infinity, it is always 0 and 0 multiplied with anything would be 0 only. So result will be 0 and if you calculate the area, what that would be? If everything is 0, if you calculate the area, what that would be? 0 only. Say yes or no? So area is 0 only. Are you getting this point? Let's take more examples. Slowly you are going to understand everything. Have the patience. Now let's take t equals to minus 8. What we are taking? T equals to minus 8 we are taking. Well and good. Okay. So now your t equals to minus 8. So what we will get? Y of minus 8. What will be y of minus 8? Area. X of tau remains as it is. H is folded or you can say h is inverted and then shifted by 8. Inverted and shifted by 8. This was your h of tau. This was your h of tau. It will be inverted and shifted by 8 in the left hand side. So what will be the graph? What do you think what will be the graphs? So I can copy these graphs only. So you see x of tau remains as it is. H of minus tau minus 8. Minus tau minus 8. So this point will be minus 8 now. Say yes or no? This was your h of tau. So minus h of minus tau minus 8. That means left shift by 8. So this is the graph. Now you need to multiply both of them. What will be the result again? Again the result will be 0. Because this is non-zero from minus infinity to 8. This is non-zero from minus infinity to minus 8. That means the value is 2 from minus infinity to minus 8. But here the value is 0. So 2 multiplied with 0 will be 0 only. From minus 8 to 2, from minus 8 to 2, from minus 8 to 2, this is also 0, this is also 0. So everything would be 0. From 2 to infinity, this is 1, but from 2 to infinity, this is 0. So anything multiplied with 0 will be 0. Here, this 2 is multiplied with 0, answer is 0. 0 is multiplied with 0, answer is 0. Now after that, 0 is multiplied with 1, again answer is 0. So the complete multiplication itself is 0. The value of this particular thing is 0. And if this is 0, that means what will be the complete area? Complete area will also be 0. So value here also the value is 0. So what do you think? Till what point the answer would be 0 only? Till t equals to 2. If I take for t equals to 1.99, 1.99. If I take t equals to 1.99, what will be the value? Y of 1.99. You need to integrate from minus infinity to infinity. X of tau, h of minus tau plus 1.99 this time, right? Because here the value is positive. Here the value was negative, so here I was putting minus 8. Now the value is plus 1.99 d tau. So x of tau is this one. What is the graph of h of tau? This is your h of tau. So inversion, what I need to do? H of minus tau plus 1.99. So inversion and then shifted by 1.99. So what will be the graph of h of? Here I am only drawing the graph of h of minus tau plus 1.99. I am drawing the graph of h of minus tau plus 1.99. So what do you think? What will be the graph? Minus tau plus 1.99. So value is 2 till 1.99. Okay, so this is the graph. Now these two should be multiplied. These two should be multiplied, right? There should be multiplication between these two. X of tau multiply with h of minus tau plus 1.99. So from minus infinity to 1.99, this is 2. But from minus infinity to 1.99, this is equals to 0. So 2 multiply with 0, it will be 0 only. From 1.99 to 2, this is also 0. From 1.99 to 2, this is also 0. This is also 0. So 0 into 0 will be 0. From 2 to infinity, this is 1. But from 2 to infinity, this is 0. So 1 multiplied with 0, again it will be 0 only. So everything is again 0. So this multiplication is 0. So what will be the area? Again it is 0 only. Are you able to understand this point? So we will certainly see the summary. Okay, just have the patience. Just see what I am doing. Why we are doing so? What is the reason behind that? What is the usefulness of all these things? Everything you will understand. But have the patience. Now I will put a t equals to 3. Okay, what I am gonna put? T equals to 3. So what I will get? Y of 3 I will get now. Minus infinity to infinity. X of tau, h of minus tau plus 3 d tau. Right? Do you have the graphs? Yes, I have the graphs. I have the graph of x of tau. I don't need to do anything with x of tau, but h of minus tau plus 3. H of minus tau plus 3 shifted by right shifted by 3. So first you take the inversion and then right shifted by 3. So what will be the graph of h of minus tau plus 3? This was actually minus 8 here. So I need to draw the graph of h of minus tau plus 3. Minus tau plus 3. This point is 3. Right? And this is 2. So now I need to multiply both of them. X of tau is multiplied with h of minus tau plus 3. So first I will write down this multiplication. So what will be this multiplication? I am drawing the graph of this particular multiplication. What will be the graph of this particular multiplication? So I am multiplying x of tau multiply with h of minus tau plus 3 with respect to tau. So from minus infinity to 2, from minus infinity to 2, from minus infinity to 2. This is 0, but this is 2. Anything multiplied with 0 will be 0 only. So till the point 2, everything is 0. Till the point 2, everything is 0. point, everything is 0, right? From 2 to 3, from 2 to 3, from 2 to 3, this guy is 1 and this guy is 2. From 2 to 3, this is 1 and this is 2, right? So 1 into 2 will be 2 only. From 2 to 3, 1 into 2 will be 2 only. Now from 3 to infinity, from 3 to infinity, this is 0, but this is 1. 1 into 0 will be 0 only. So it is there between 2 to 3 only. It is there between 2 to 3 only. And with the amplitude of 2. Are you able to understand? Just the multiplication, nothing else. 2 is multiplied with 0, then 2 is multiplied with 1, and then 1 is multiplied with 0. So this is the waveform we will get. This is the multiplication we are getting. But this is not your y of 3. This is not y of 3. Y of 3 is the area. Now you need to calculate the area from minus infinity to infinity. Actually, your y of t is the area. Y of t is not the multiplication graph. It is the area. So what area you are getting? This area is 2. What is this area? This area is 2. So what is the answer? Answer is 2. So the value of y of 3 is equals to 2. Y of 3 is coming out to be 2. Are you able to understand this point? Y of 3 came out to be 2. Slowly we are moving towards the conclusion. Have the patience. Okay. Now I will calculate y of 6. What I am going to calculate? I am going to calculate y of 6. For t equals to 6. What I need to do? Y of 6. What that would be? Again I need to calculate the area only. I am not going to do anything with x of tau, but inversion and shift by 6 d of tau. This is what I need to calculate. Do I have the graphs? Certainly I have the graphs. But these graphs I am not going to copy. I am going to copy these two graphs now. Minus tau plus 6. So h of minus tau plus 6. So this time this would be 6. So what do you think? What will be the result of multiplication? From minus infinity to 2, from minus infinity to 2. 2 is multiplied with 0, then 2 will be multiplied with 1, and then 1 will be multiplied with 0. So between 2 to 6 you will get some area. Between 2 to 6 you will have something. Between 2 to 6 I will have the magnitude of 2. Between 2 to 6 I will have the magnitude of 2. So what we are getting? 4 into 2, that would be 8. So this is your x of tau, h of minus tau plus 6. So 2 into 4, what is this area? This area is 8. This area is 8. So what is the answer? 8. So y of 6 is coming out to be 8. In that manner, y of 7 would be something, y of 8 would be something. So what do you think what is actually happening here? We started with t equals to minus infinity. Look, we started with x of tau and h of tau. We did nothing with x of tau. X of tau remains there as it is. But with h of tau, what we are doing? Inversion and then shift. The value of t will start from minus infinity. So minus infinity, then it came to minus 8, then it came to minus 8. Yeah, we started with minus infinity, then it came to minus infinity to it came to minus 8, then it came to 1.99. So slowly what is happening? This graph is being shifted. This h of tau minus t, this graph h of tau minus t, this graph will start from minus infinity, but as the time increases, the graph will keep on shifting. Say yes or no? The graph will keep on shifting. 1.99, then it came to 3, then it came to 6. So it will keep on shifting from minus infinity to infinity. What is the meaning? This is the graph of this is the graph of x of tau. If I draw the graph of x of minus tau plus t, value of t could be anything. Value of t could be anything. I am starting from t equals to minus infinity. I am starting from t equals to minus infinity. So this is your graph of h of minus tau shifted by t. And I am assuming that this is your minus infinity. Now if I click on the time button, what will happen? If I click on the time button, this waveform will start moving. At t equals to minus 2, this waveform will come here, right? At t equals to minus 1, this waveform will come here. At t equals to plus 1, this waveform will come here. So just as you click on the time button, you are at minus infinity. Just as you click on the time button, this waveform will start moving. This waveform will start moving. This waveform will start moving. Then at t equals to 2, it will come here. Then at t equals to 5, it will come here. Right? Are you getting this point? It will keep on moving and then it will be multiplied with x of tau. Because what is our definition? What is our definition? X of tau is being multiplied with h of minus tau plus t. It will be multiplied, x of tau will be multiplied with this particular function. And then whatever the multiplication gives us, we need to find the area of that. Here the area was 8. Here the area was 2. Previously all the areas was 0. Right? So then what we need to do? We need to find the area. So what we are plotting? We are plotting the area. What we are plotting? We are plotting the area. So how will I plot? I will start from minus infinity. At minus infinity, the total area was 0. At minus 2, the total area was 0. At minus 1, the total area is 0. 0. 0. At 1, total area is again 0. At 2, the total area is 0. But when I reached at the point 3, the total area became 2. So the value at 3, I am pretty sure the value at 3, this I am calling as t equals to 3. So at value at 3, I will be getting 2. That's for sure. What do you think? What will be the value at t equals to 2.1? So t equals to 2.1 will be somewhere here. So your graph would be somewhat like this. What you are going to do? This particular graph will be multiplied with this graph. So the graph will be non-zero between 2 to 2.1. Between 2 to 2.1, the graph will be non-zero with the amplitude of, this is having amplitude of 2. So 2 into, this is having amplitude of 1. So 2 into 1, that would be 2. So 2, what is this gap? This gap is 0.1. This gap is 0.1. So 0.1 multiplied with 2. What is the area? 0.1 multiplied with 2, the area is 0.2. So at 2.1, what value you are having? 0.2. At 3, what value you are having? At 3, y of 3 is 2. So just try visualizing it. If the graphs keeps on moving after 2 as well, what will happen? The area will keep on increasing. The area will keep on increasing. Are you getting this point? If I talk about y equals to 6, t equals to 6. So what was the area? Area was 8. So at t equals to 6, the area was 8. Basically, this particular graph is moving here. This graph is moving here. So now if the graph keeps on moving from, this is the first point. The next point would be somewhat like this. The next point would be somewhat like this. After some time, it will reach here. So when it was at this point, what was the area? This was the area. When it was at this point, what was the area? This was the complete area. After some time, it would be somewhere here. Then what would be the area? This would be the area. This complete would be the area. So the area will keep on increasing like this. And at infinity, what would be the area? Area would be infinity. So the area keeps on increasing like this. So convolution of x of t with respect to h of t is coming out to the function as y of t only. Why it is a function of t? Because you are varying the value of t. You are varying the value of t. You put minus infinity, then you kept on moving. You went to minus 8, then you went to 1.99, then you went to 3, then you went to 6. In that manner, your value will keep on increasing like this. So one waveform as it is, other one is inverted and then shifted with respect to time. As soon as you start getting a common point, as soon as here, from here onwards, we start getting a common point. As soon as you start getting the common point, whatever the area that you are getting, you are plotting that particular area. So here we are plotting the area, nothing else. So convolution is simply an area. So what we are plotting the area. So as soon as I am getting the common area, I am plotting it. Here also I am getting some common area, I am plotting it. After that I will get more area. I will plot that area as well. At 6, I will get this area as well. So are you able to visualize the convolution now? It is showing the common part between x of t and h of t. So x of tau I kept as it is, h of tau I inverted and then shifted with respect to time. Just as I click on the time button, my waveform starts moving. My waveform starts moving, both will be multiplied. Both of the functions will be multiplied, and whatever the answer I am getting, whatever the waveform I am getting, I need to calculate the area of that waveform. As soon as I keep on increasing the value, y of 3 giving me 2 area, y of 6 give me 8 area. If I calculate y of 8, it will give me more area. So as soon as I am increasing the value, the area will keep on increasing like this. So this is how the values will keep on going. And what will be the slope? I can find out the slope as well. So at y of 3, what value I am getting? 2. So at y of 3, I am getting the value to be 2. At y of 6, what value I was getting? 8. So what do you think, what is the slope? Slope is 6 by 3. Slope is 2, right? 8 minus 2, that is 6. 6 minus 3 divided by 3. So slope is 2. So what do you think, what is your y of t? Y of t having the slope of 2 with the breakpoint at 2. So this is your y of t. So convolution of u of t convolved with 2u of t minus 2 came out to be 2r t minus 2. This is by the graph we understood it, nothing else. We did not apply any mathematics here. We applied the graph. We understood it with respect to the graph. I hope it is clear. I hope the visualization is clear. I hope the meaning of convolution is clear. People find convolution very tough. The reason is they understand it with respect to mathematics. Certainly we are going to see the mathematics, but have the visualization as well. Now I am just asking you one thing. What should be the convolution of u of t convolved with u of t? What do you think, what should be the answer? You will keep u of 2 as it is. Then second one you will be inverting, and then you will shift. Inverted and shift. So until you reach the point t equals to 0, the area would be 0 only. Just try imagining. U of tau, u of minus tau plus t. So until you reach at the point t equals to 0, area would be 0. But after that, what will happen? At t equals to 1, some area would be there. At t equals to 2, some area would be there. So what do you think? If I am calling this as y of t, so what do you think, what will be the value of y of 1? U of minus tau plus 1. What would be the area? 1. What will be the value of y of 2? U of minus tau plus 2. What will be the area? 2 into 1. Y of 2 will be 2. Y of 3, 3. So what do you think, what should be the answer? R of t. Are you able to visualize? I am not showing any mathematics. Certainly in the examination hall, mathematics will be used, and we are going to learn mathematics as well. But now the visualization is clear or not? I will tell you the method as well, how to solve the problem in the examination hall, and certainly you will learn that. But visualization should be clear. These 30 minutes I spent just to let you know that convolution is nothing but an operator only. It could be addition, it could be multiplication. Here what we are doing, we are multiplying two signals and we are plotting the area. What we are plotting? We are plotting the area. We are not plotting the multiplication. No, we are plotting the area, right? So I hope now everything is crystal clear. Let's see the mathematics now. So x of t was given, h of t was given. You need to find x of t convolved with h of t. So what you need to find? Just a second. Yeah. So what I need to find? U of t minus 2 convolved with 2u of t. This is what I need to find. So what will be my y of t? Minus infinity to infinity. X of tau multiply with h of minus tau plus t d tau. X of t is given. X of t is given. Can I find out x of tau? Yes. T should be replaced with tau. H of t is given. Can I find h of minus tau plus t? Yes. The t should be replaced with minus tau plus t. So what I will be getting? 2u of minus tau plus t d tau. Right? So minus infinity to infinity, u of tau minus 2. This 2 can be taken common because it is a constant value, minus tau plus t d tau. Now what I need to do? I need to draw the graph. So I will draw the graph of these two functions, u of tau minus 2, and then I will draw the graph of u of minus tau plus t, u of tau minus 2. So how will the graph go? This is how the graph will go. U of tau minus 2. The breakpoint will be at 2. The breakpoint will be at 2. Next I need to draw u of minus tau plus t. U of minus tau plus t. That means the breakpoint will be at t. Now why did I make this t here? Why I did not make this t here? I could have drawn the graph in this manner as well, no? But I know that if my t is less than 2, that means there is no meaning of this multiplication. That means this multiplication, or you can say this integration, will come into action for t greater than 2 only. Are you getting this point? What I need to do, I need to calculate the area from minus infinity to infinity. This is a very, very important point. I know that this will also throw 1, this will also throw 1, and this will also throw 1, but this will throw 1 for tau greater than 2, and this will throw 1 for tau less than t. That 2 I have taken common, so I am not talking about this 2. So what this will say, that I will throw 1 for tau greater than or equals to 2, and this will say that I will throw 1 for tau less than or equals to t. So these two guys will be 1 in what range? These two guys will be 1 in what range? Between 2 to t. Say yes or no. Do you agree to this point? Both of the guys will be 1 between 2 to t. For tau greater than t, for tau greater than or equals to t, this guy will be 0. That means this guy will be 0. So 0 multiplied with anything would be 0 only. And for tau less than 2, this guy will be 0. That means this guy will be 0. So 0 multiplication with anything would be 0 only. So both will be non-zero between 2 to t. Both will be non-zero between 2 to t. And the value of t can vary. The value of t can vary. So can I break this integration something like this? Y of t, very, very important point. This was the last step, minus infinity to infinity, 2 was common, u of tau minus 2 was written, and u of minus tau plus t dot d tau, this was also written, right? So here you would say that this is non-zero for tau greater than or equals to 2, and this is non-zero for tau less than or equals to t, right? This graph and this graph. So both will be non-zero between this area. Both will be non-zero between this area, between 2 to t. So I can break the limit, this 2 is common, like this, 2 to t, and both will be non-zero and both are having the magnitude of 1. So 1, 1 d tau. But always remember, from 2 to t you have written, okay? So what you are getting? 2, what is the integration of d tau? That is tau only, from 2 to t. So what is the answer? 2t minus 2, y of t. But always remember, this is true only when your t is greater than 2. Only when your t, if your t was less than 2, if your t was less than 2, let's just say if this point was 1, then it would not be, you would not be getting any common area, right? If your t was equals to 1. So what would have been the scene? This would be the graph. So there would not be any common area. So that means you are assuming that this t is greater than 2. This t is greater than or equals to 2. This is what you are assuming. If you are saying that tau should be going between 2 to t, if I write down 2, my t is between 2 to 3, that means this value has to be greater now. I cannot write down my t is between 2 to 1. I am saying that my t is less than 1 and greater than 2. Is that possible? No. So this does not make any sense. So if I am writing my tau should be between 2 to t, that means t has to be greater than 2. This t has to be greater than 2. I cannot write in this manner. This does not make any sense. So all these came when your t was greater than or equals to 2. So what kind of graph you are getting? Y of t. What is your y of t? When your t is greater than or equals to 2, for that you are having a slope of 2 with the breakpoint at 2, and for t less than 2, everything is 0. So what kind of graph is that? This is your slope is 2. So this can be written as 2 y of t is equals to 2 r of t minus 2. There you go. This is the answer. This is the mathematics. Okay. This is the mathematics. I know it might seem like tough to you as of now, but we will solve at least 50 examples. Okay, at least 50 examples we are going to solve, and we are going to build up a very good problem solving skills on this particular topic. So no need to worry about that. Here in this 35 minutes, the target should be the visualization is clear and slightly mathematics is also clear, right? A slight amount of mathematics is also clear and visualization is also clear. So in the worst case, if nothing clicks in the examination, at least I have the visualization. I will have 2 graphs. I can draw 2 graphs and something good I can make out of the visualization. One graph as it is. For the second graph, mirror, shift. Mirror, take it to minus infinity and then shift from there. Whatever the common area you get, that you need to plot. Is that clear to you? Okay, and you can go on YouTube right now. You pause this video, you go on YouTube and type visualization of convolution. What you need to type? Visualization of convolution. One simple example you see, in less than 1 minute you come back to this video. Okay, pause the video, go to YouTube and type visualization of convolution. So there will be one video. In less than 1 minute you will watch the video and come back. Don't spend time there. Okay, visualization I am giving here. I cannot show the visualization because of the copyright. Otherwise I would have shown the visualization on my own. But if I open the YouTube and show you that particular visualization, I will get the copyright strike and my channel can be banned. So that's why I am not showing you. You just need to go to the YouTube and you need to type on your own visualization of convolution. That visualization you will see, and the same example he will pick. He will just this waveform will be moving there, and just as it crossed this particular point, they will make this graph. That because the area keeps on increasing, so this graph will keep on rising. In that manner, it will keep on going. So go to YouTube and type visualization of convolution, and within less than 1 minute, you will come back here, because you need to study, right? You are not going to do the research on convolution. You need to study it for the examination. So that examination purpose we need to study. So yeah, this was the mathematics. Mathematics also, I hope you are able to understand that this is how we need to draw two graphs. Then we need to see where would be the common area. It would be between 2 to t. But considering the fact that the t is greater than or equals to 2. So this kind of graph we will be getting with the slope of 2. So answer would be 2r of t minus 2. Is that clear to you? All good? Now, convolution of two signals, how it is given? We have seen that minus infinity to infinity, one remains as it is. Take the mirror image of the other one and shift it by t and then calculate the whole area. But the same thing you could have done with x of tau as well. What I mean to say is that I will keep h of tau as it is, and now I will take the mirror image of x of tau and then shift it by t and then calculate the whole area. Are you getting this point? Basically, you do the convolution of x of t with respect to h of t, or you do the convolution of h of t with respect to x of t. Both are the same thing. Basically, what I could have done is that I would have kept this graph as it is. I would have taken the mirror image of this graph and then I would have shifted it. So both of the things I can do. Are you getting this point? Basically 2 into 3 and 3 into 2. This is the thing. So x of t convolution with h of t, or h of t convolution with x of t. So with respect to anything you can do. You can interchange it. Let's prove it. Let's prove it by mathematics. So let's see the mathematics. So what is your x of convolution with h of t? So that is x of tau, h is inverted. This is how we are defining it, right? Now what I am going to do, minus tau plus t I am taking as alpha. So what I will get, minus d tau will be equals to d alpha. And what about the limit? This is the limit of tau, right? This is the limit of tau. Limit of tau is going from minus infinity to infinity. So if tau equals to minus infinity, that means your alpha will be equals to infinity. If you put tau equals to minus infinity here, minus infinity plus anything would be infinity only. Minus of minus infinity plus anything. So that would be infinity plus t, that would be infinity only. So when your tau was minus infinity, your alpha was plus infinity. And when your tau was plus infinity, your alpha was minus infinity, right? So what I am getting? Now d of tau will be replaced with minus d alpha. And what about x of tau? From here, what is the value of tau you are getting? Tau is equals to t minus alpha, right? From here I am getting tau is equals to t minus alpha. So t minus alpha, right? Tau is equals to t minus alpha from here, and h of minus tau plus t is equals to alpha. And in place of d tau, what I need to put? Minus of d alpha. So in place of d tau, what I am putting? Minus of d alpha. And the limit is going from plus infinity to minus infinity. Plus infinity to minus infinity. Is that clear to you? Is that process clear to you? Well and good. So what we are getting, x of t minus alpha dot h of alpha. In place of d tau, I am putting minus d alpha, and the limit is going from plus infinity to minus infinity. This minus I can take outside. This minus sign I can take outside. So if there is a minus sign, I can interchange the limit, right? Just a second, I need to drink some water. Okay. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna interchange the limit. So it would be from minus infinity to infinity. I will put this h of alpha first. H of alpha multiply with x of t minus alpha, or I can write down it as minus alpha plus t, and then d alpha. Is that clear to you? Is this fine? Here I just interchange the limit because of the negative sign. Can I replace alpha with tau now? What I'm gonna do, alpha with tau I am replacing. So d alpha will be equals to d tau, and the limit also remains the same. So minus infinity to infinity, h of tau. In x what I am doing, h of tau I am keeping as it is. X I am, first I am mirroring, and then I am shifting by t, and then I am calculating the area. So this is equals to what I am getting, x of t convolution with h of t, and this I can write down as h of t convolution with x of t. So the conclusion is clear to you, right? What is the conclusion? That your y of t can be defined as x of t convolution with h of t, or it can be defined as h of t convolution with x of t. But both can be broken into this, that you keep x of tau as it is, take the mirror image of h of tau and then shift it by t, and then you calculate the area, or you keep h of tau as it is, you take the mirror image of x of tau and then shift it by t, and then calculate the area. So this is the conclusion, nothing else. Is that clear to you guys? Okay. So this is the first property that we have proven. A very simple thing it was, very straightforward. Let's see the second one. Convolution of anything with impulse function. Convolution of x of t with d of delta of t. So that convolution I need to do. So how I will define y of t? That will be minus infinity to infinity x of tau delta of minus tau plus t d tau. Right? Can you draw the graph of x of tau, and then you draw the graph of delta of minus tau plus t? Can I write it down in this manner? Minus infinity to infinity x of tau. Delta has the ability of eating up the negative sign, so I can take negative sign common. So what I will be left with? This is what I will be left with. Do you remember one property? X of t delta of t minus t naught, that was equals to x of t naught delta t minus t naught. Say yes or no. So this t naught goes here. Here in place of t what is there? In place of t here tau is there. In place of t tau is there, and the constant is t this time. The constant is t this time, right? So what will happen? This t will be shifted here. So x of t delta of tau minus t. Basically this t will be shifted here. So minus infinity to infinity x of t delta of tau minus t d tau. Can I take x of t outside? Say yes or no. Can I take x of t outside? Certainly I can take x of t outside. Why is that so? Because the integration is done with respect to tau. So t is a constant here. T is a constant. So x of t is a constant value here. So x of t can be taken outside. X of t minus infinity to infinity delta of tau minus t d tau. What is the integration of delta function from minus infinity to infinity? What is the area of delta function? That is equals to 1, right? This value will be equals to 1. So what you are getting? Y of t is equals to x of t. So what is the conclusion? If anything is convolved with impulse function, then the function will come as it is. That's it. Is that clear to you? Okay, fine. So if anything is convolved with the impulse function, the function will come as it is. If anything is convolved with the u of t, what do you think what will happen? So let's try. Let's write down the definition. So what will be your y of tau? Y of tau will be minus infinity to infinity x of tau as it is minus tau plus t d tau. Well and good. Now u of minus tau plus t. Can you draw the graph of u of minus tau plus t? Yes. Minus tau plus t. So let's not make this axis, let's make like this only, because t could be negative, positive, anything. So minus tau plus t, minus tau plus t. Now x of t could be anything. X of t could be non-zero between minus infinity to infinity. I am drawing the graph of x of t. So x of t could be like this. But one thing is for sure, that for tau greater than this is the axis of tau. So for tau greater than equals to t, for tau greater than equals to t, everything would be 0, because 0 will be multiplied with x of t, that would be 0 only. So everything would be 0 only for tau greater than t. So can I interchange the limit from minus infinity to t? This x of tau, it could be x of tau. I am drawing the graph of x of tau. So x of tau is non-zero from minus infinity to infinity. This is what I am saying. X of tau is non-zero from minus infinity to infinity. But u of minus tau plus t, u of minus tau plus t is non-zero between minus infinity to t only. This is non-zero between only this particular function. So when this is multiplied with x of tau, then the multiplication will be non-zero between minus infinity to t only. Say yes or no? When this is multiplied with x of tau, then the multiplication will be non-zero between minus infinity to t only. Minus infinity to t only. Say yes or no? Is that clear to you? Right? I hope it is clear. I am saying that x of tau is non-zero between minus infinity to infinity. But u of minus tau plus t is non-zero between minus infinity to t only. So when I multiply both of them, the resultant will be non-zero between minus infinity to t only. Minus infinity to t only. Right? So can I, this will be, 1 will be multiplied with x of tau. So when I multiply both of them, what will be the result of this multiplication? The result of this multiplication will be x of tau only. The x of tau, whatever it is multiplied with 1. So what will be the result of multiplication? This particular function is multiplied to 1. After that it is 0. Okay, someone is knocking at the door. I will come. Just 1 second. Yeah, so is this clear? That your, this multiplication, this is your x of tau. This is your u of minus tau plus t. So this multiplication will be non-zero between minus infinity to t. And that multiplication will be equals to x of tau multiplied with 1. So that will be equals to x of tau only. So this multiplication will be equals to x of tau only. D tau. So what you are getting? Not why I am writing y of tau. It is y of t. Really sorry. It will be y of t. Y of t. So y of t is minus infinity to t x of tau. What is this? This is the running integration of x of t. Say yes or no? Are you getting this point? So let's make it more clear a bit. So this is your x of tau. This is your x of tau, which is non-zero. This is your x of tau, which is non-zero from minus infinity to infinity. When both are multiplied, then this will be the resultant. Let's make it more clear. When both are multiplied, then this will be the resultant. So this is the result of x of tau multiplied with u of minus tau plus t. When both are multiplied, this is the resultant. So from minus infinity to t, this is non-zero. Minus infinity to t, this is non-zero. So now I just need to calculate this area. And what this is coming out to be, this is the running integration of x of t. If you remember it, right? I hope you remember. We have seen the concept of running integration. So what is the meaning of convolving anything with ut? The meaning is you just need to take the running integration of x of t. So t will be replaced with tau, and then limit will go from minus infinity to t. Is that clear to you? So this is the meaning of convolving anything with u of t. Convolution of anything with respect to u of t is running integration of xt. Is that clear? Right? So find out these values. Convolution of anything with respect to delta t. What that would be? The same function. So delta t convolve with delta t. Delta t. Delta t will convolve with u of t. U of t. Delta t convolve with r of t. R of t. So anything convolved with delta t will give the same function. We can solve this one in the other way as well. Anything convolved with u of t will give the running integration of this particular function. Anything convolved with u of t will give the running integration of delta function. And what is the running integration of delta function? That is ut only. Now you see this one. Anything convolved with u of t. Anything convolved with u of t will give the running integration of that particular function. So the running integration of u of t, what that would be? Running integration of u of t, that would be equals to r of t. So ut convolved with u of t is equals to r of t. Anything convolved with u of t will give the running integration of that particular function. So running integration of r of t, what that would be? What do you think? What will be the running integration of r of t? So try find r of t here. R of t should be interchanged. So here I will write down r of tau. The limit will go from minus infinity to t, minus infinity to t. Running integration I need to take, no? So minus infinity to t, r of tau d2, minus infinity to t, u of tau d2. So this running integration we have already seen in the basics of signal, that is equals to r of t. Now you need to take the running integration of r of tau. So can you draw the graph of r of tau? Yes. R of tau. This is the graph of r of tau. Here it will be 0, after that it would be 1 with the slope of 1. So integration I am taking from minus infinity to t. From minus infinity to I am going to t. But I know that from minus infinity to 0 it is equals to 0 only. So now I need to take the limit from 0 to t. So this limit can be broken into from 0 to t. And between 0 to t, what is equals to r of tau? R of tau will be equals to tau only, right? How r of tau is defined? R of tau is equals to tau for tau greater than equals to 0, and r of tau is 0 for tau less than 0. This is how r of tau is defined. So for 0 to t, r of tau is equals to tau. So what will be the integration? Tau square by 2 from 0 to t. So what is the answer? T square by 2. But again, the condition is t has to be greater than 0, because if t is less than 0, the integration would be 0 only. So what is the condition here? What is the condition here? Here only the condition is t has to be greater than equals to 0. T has to be greater than equals to 0. And if t is greater than equals to 0, that means ut I have to add. So what is the answer? So from here what we are getting to know, that ut convolved with r of t will give you t square by 2 ut. Okay. So this has a particular name. This particular function has a name. It is known as, we had impulse, we had unit step, we had unit ramp. This is known as parabolic function. Okay. This is your unit parabolic function. Impulse function, step function, ramp function, and unit parabolic function. So you started with delta t, then we studied u of t. Although we started with u of t, then we studied delta t later on, but this was the order, right? RT and then PT. We represent it with respect to PT. And what is PT? PT is t square by 2 ut. Okay. So when you do the integration of delta t, you get ut. When you do the integration of ut, you get RT. When you do the integration of RT, you get PT. And otherwise, differentiation. The other side means differentiation. Okay. So this is known as parabolic function, unit parabolic function. Unit impulse, unit step, unit ramp, unit parabolic. Okay. So this result you need to keep in mind. U of t convolved with r of t, that would be t square by 2 ut. U of t convolved with u of t, you will be able to keep in mind, because you will know that anything convolution with u of t, that means I need to take the running integration. Running integration of u of t is equals to r of t, that I already know. Integration of ut is equals to rt. Anything convolved with delta t, anything convolved with delta t, the same function I will get, r of t. Anything convolved with delta t, I will get the same function, u of t. Anything convolved with delta t, I will get the same function, delta t. Now u of t convolved with r of t. So you know that anything convolved with u of t, I need to take the running integration. And what is the running integration of r of t? That is pt. And what is the value of pt? That is t square by 2 ut. So running integration of r of t, that is equals to p of t, that is t square by 2 ut. So if you have studied basics of signal in a good manner, then only you are able to understand these calculation. Otherwise you will not be able to understand, right? Running integration. What is the meaning of running integration? Why do we interchange this particular axis? We interchange the axis from t to tau, and then we take the running integration with respect to t only, from minus infinity to t. Then only we will get the function of t, because this t will be put here, right? So all these things we have already seen in basics of signals. Say yes or no, right? Now this is the question. Try it on your own. I will take a pause because I am a bit tired. So I will take a pause. You try this question on your own. You need to find the value of alpha, and from this particular question we will make a property as well. Okay. So find the value of alpha. What should be the value of alpha? If convolution of x of t with h of t is given as y of t, if I make a shift of 2 here, if I make a shift of 3 here, so what will be the shift in y of t? So what do you think? What should be the answer? Okay, so do it on your own and then see the solution. Yeah, so did you try this one? What we need to find? We need to find the convolution of these two signals. These two signal convolution I need to find, and x of t convolution with h of t is equal to y of t, that is already given. So what I need to find? X of t minus 2 convolve with h of t minus 3. So what I can do? Minus infinity to infinity. When I was finding x of t convolved with h of t, what I was doing? Minus infinity to infinity. In x I was replacing t with tau, and in h I was replacing t with minus tau plus t d tau. In x I was replacing t with tau, and in h I was replacing t with minus tau plus t. So in x I will replace t with tau, and in h I will replace t with minus tau plus t, and everything remains as it is. Is that clear to you? X with, in the x you replace t with tau, and in h you replace t with minus tau plus t d tau. Everything remains as it is, right? Now what I am going to do is that I will take tau minus 2 as alpha. So what will be my d tau? D tau will be d alpha. Limit remains as it is. If tau is minus infinity, alpha will also be minus infinity. If tau is infinity, alpha will also be infinity. And from here, your tau is coming out to be alpha plus 2. So what we are getting? Minus infinity to infinity, x of tau minus 2 is replaced with alpha, h of, in place of tau, what I need to put? 2 plus alpha. So what this would be? Minus alpha minus 2 plus t minus 3. In place of d tau, I can put d alpha. Is that clear to you? In place of tau, I need to put minus alpha minus 2. In place of tau, I will put alpha plus 2. So minus tau will be minus alpha minus 2. So minus infinity to infinity, x of alpha, h of minus alpha plus t minus 5 d alpha. So what I have got till now, x of t minus 2 is convolved with h of t minus 3, that is equals to minus infinity to infinity, x of alpha, h of minus alpha plus t minus 5 d alpha. Say yes or no. This is what I have got. Can I replace alpha with tau again? Yes. Everything remains as it is. What I am doing? Alpha with tau. So x of tau, h of minus tau plus t minus 5. What I am doing is that I will write it down in this manner: h of minus tau plus t minus 5 d alpha. Okay. What was your y of t? Y of t was minus infinity to infinity, x of tau, h of minus tau plus t d tau. What would be your y of t minus 5? In place of t, you need to put t minus 5. So minus infinity to infinity, x of tau, h of minus tau. In place of t, you need to put t minus 5 d tau. So can you see this kind of expression anywhere? Yes. What this is equivalent to? Y of t minus 5. So what did you get to know? That x of t minus 2 convolved with h of t minus 3 came out to be y of t. whatever the shift was there, minus 2, and whatever the shift was here, minus 3, y of t minus 5. So what is the conclusion you are making out of it? X of t convolved with h of t is yt. Now if this is shifted by alpha and h is shifted by beta, so your final y will be shifted by the same shift whatever that you are getting in x and the same shift whatever that you are getting in h. Y of t minus alpha minus beta. So this would be the final answer. Okay, so this is the property, very important property. Whatever the shift you get in x, whatever the shift you get in h, the same shift will be resultant in the final answer as well. So both shift will be added. Well and good. Okay, so this property we are going to use somewhere. Now there is a note. x1t plus x2t is convolved with h1t plus h2t. So it can be broken into in this manner. How it can be broken? Like the multiplication only. First you will do the convolution of x of t with h1t, plus then you will do the convolution of x1t with h2t, plus then you will do the convolution of x2t with h1t, plus then you will do the convolution of x2t with h2t. So this would be the final answer. This would be the final answer. Okay, basically it is like multiplication. x1t convolution with h1t, x1t convolution with h2t, x2t convolution with h1t, x2t convolution with h2t. In between there is all plus. Now another property, that is the area property. So we will see that property, but first we need to solve it. So x1t is given, sorry, xt is given and yt is given. Zt is defined as the convolution of xt and yt. So first you need to find zt and then you need to relate their areas. Okay, so first I will find zt. What is my target? My target is to finding zt, that is xt convolved with y of t. Can you write down xt in terms of ut? In terms of step function, can you write down x of t? Yes, that would be u of t minus 1, u of t minus 1 minus u of t minus 3. I don't think I need to teach all these things. There is a step of 1 at t minus 1, there is a decay of 1 at t minus 3. So u of t minus 1 minus t minus 3. And what would be your y of t? Your y of t would be, there is a step of 1 and then there is a decay of 1. So u of t minus u of t minus 3. Is that clear to you? This is your y of t. What I need to do? Zt is equivalent to x of t convolution with y of t. That means, what is x of t? U of t minus 1 minus u of t minus 3 convolution with ut minus u of t minus 3, right? So u of t minus 1, what I can do? Like a multiplication, u of t minus 1 convolved with u of t, then minus u of t minus 1 convolved with u of t minus 3, then minus u of t minus 3 convolved with u of t, then plus u of t minus 3, because minus minus would be plus, convolved with u of t minus 3. Is that clear to you? Although for these kind of function, this is a rectangular function, right? This is also a rectangular function. There will be a shortcut, and certainly we are going to study that shortcut. But as of now, I need to see the area property. So this is how I broke down xt by t, and then I am writing down the convolution. So this is how I am breaking it down. Okay. So u of t minus 1 convolved with ut, u of t minus 1 convolved with u of t minus 3, there is a negative sign. U of t minus 3 convolved with ut, there is a negative sign. U of t minus 3 again convolved with u of t minus 3. Now what do I know? Ut convolved with ut, that would be equals to running integration of ut. And what is the running integration of ut? that is equals to r of t. So ut convolved with ut is r of t. And one thing I already know, that if it is having a shift of alpha and this is having a shift of beta, then in the final answer the total shift will be alpha minus beta. Say yes or no. Using this property, let's write down the final answer. R of t minus 1 convolved, u of t minus 1 convolved with u of t. So u of t convolved with u of t is r of t. But this is having a shift of 1 and this is having a shift of 0. So in the final answer, there will be a shift of 1. Is that clear to you? Say yes or no. What about this one? U of t convolved with u of t will give you r of t. But this is having a shift of 1 and this is having a shift of 3. So total shift will be 4. What about this one? U of t convolved with u of t will give you r of t. But this is having a shift of 3, this is having a shift of 0. Plus u of t convolved with u of t, r of t. But this is having a shift of 3, this is having a shift of, I should say this is having a shift of minus 3, this is also having a shift of minus 3. So minus 3 minus 6 minus 3, that would be minus 6. Is that clear to you? Say yes or no. So this is the final answer we are getting. So here breakpoint is at 1, breakpoint is at 4, breakpoint is at 3 and breakpoint is at 6. And all are looking towards plus infinity. So how should I write it down? If all are looking at plus infinity, then whatever that is at minimum, that is the matter of concern. So breakpoint minimum is 1. So I should write it down in this manner. R of t minus 1 minus r of t minus 3 minus r of t minus 4 plus r of t minus 6. So this is my z of t. So can I draw my z of t now? So what I am going to do, I am going to copy this x of t and y of t, and downward I am going to make z of t. So this was your x of t, this was your y of t, and then you need to draw z of t. So what will be your z of t? So breakpoints are at 1, 3, 4, 6. 1, 3, 4 and 6. Okay. Before that everything was 0. Before that everything was 0. Then there was a slope of 1. Then at 3 the slope became 1 minus 1, slope became 0. Then at 4 the slope became minus 1, because 1 minus 1 0, 0 minus 1 the slope became minus 1, and at 6 the slope became 0. So here the slope was 1, then 1 minus 1 0, then 0 minus 1 minus 1, then again 0. So this is the answer we are getting, and this is the slope, so I don't need to write down the slope actually. So here only I am writing down the slope. The slope was 1 here. So if there was an increase of 2 here, then what would have been the increase in z? That would also be 2 only, right? So this point will be 2 only. So here I am writing this point is 2. Are you getting this point? This slope is 1. So if this is the increase of 2, then what will be the increase in y? That will also be 2. All these we have seen in basics of signal, right? Now you need to calculate the area. This area you need to calculate, right? So what would be the area? This was 2. So what would be the area? 1 by 2 into addition of parallel side. So this side is 5. This side is 5. And this side is 1. So addition of parallel side would be 5 plus 1. Width. This width is 1 because this width was 1. So this width is 1 and this side is 5. So addition of parallel side into the height. What is this height? This height is 2. So what is the area we are getting? 6. So what is the area of ZT? Area of ZT is equals to 6. What is the area of XT? Area of XT, that is 1 into 2. 1 into 2, that is 2. And what is the area of YT? That is 1 into 3. 3. So area of XT is 2, area of YT is 3, and area of ZT is 6. So what did you understand? If ZT is defined as XT convolved with YT, XT convolved with YT, So what is the relation in area? Area of zt will be equals to multiplication of area of xt multiplied with area of yt. This is the property. So convolution in time domain, multiplication in area. Is that okay for you? Okay. Zt is equals to xt convolved with yt. So area of zt is equals to area of xt multiplication with area of yt. All okay? And how did we do all these things? This is also clear to you, right? U of t convolved with u of t, that is r of t, but there is a shift of 1, shift of minus 1, shift of minus 1 minus 3, shift of minus 4, shift of minus 3, shift of minus 3, shift of minus 3 minus 3, shift of minus 6. Slope increases by 1, decreases by 1, again decreases by 1, and then becomes 0. So this was 0, then it was, the slope was 1. So if there was an increase of 2, so here also there would be an increase of 2. So this point will become 2. Then there is a decrease of 2, so this point will become 0. So what is the total area? That is half into, this is a trapezoidal, right? What is the area of trapezoid? Half into addition of parallel sides. Addition of parallel side, 5 plus, what is this side? That is 2. This is not, this side is 1 only, right? Why this is 1? Because this width is 1. So this width is 1 only. This 2 is the magnitude, right? This 2 is the magnitude here. This 2 is the magnitude here. So 2 is the height. This 2 is the height. So 1 by 2 plus 1 by 2 into 5 plus 1 into 2. So what we are getting? 6. So the area was 6 here. Here the area was 3. So in the examination they would have given this particular question, that find the area of zt. They don't want you to find zt. They only want you to find the area of zt. Then what you would do? Here the area was 3 and here the area was 2. So 3 into 2, answer would have been 6. You don't need to do all these calculations. So area always gets multiplied when there is a convolution. All okay for you? Okay. One more thing. X of t was non-zero between 1 to 3, right? X of t was non-zero between t equals to 1 to t equals to 3. And y of t was non-zero between t equals to 0 to 3. X of t was non-zero between 1 to 3 and y of t was non-zero between 0 to 3. And your z of t is non-zero between 1 to 6. What did you see here? 1 plus 0, that is 1. 3 plus 3, that is 6. So your convolution will be non-zero between 1 plus 0, 1, 3 plus 3, 6. So you add the lower limit and you add the upper limit. You will get the limit of your convolution. Are you getting this point? If I say your xt was non-zero between t1 to t2 and your yt was non-zero between t3 to t4, then convolution of both of them will be non-zero between t1 plus t3 to t2 plus t4. Now try understanding it with respect to the common definition that I gave. One graph as it is, inverted and then sweep. So keep this graph as it is, invert it and then sweep it. You will understand that the area will be non-zero between these values only. Because what will happen? This box will be shifted. This box will be inverted and then it will be shifted here. It will be shifted here. So first non-zero value you will get here only. And then in that manner, the box will keep on going ahead. And after that, the area will become 0. So here also you can see that area first increases, then it remains constant, and then area decreases, and after that area becomes 0. Because this is what convolution shows, right? Convolution shows the area. So inverted and shift. So till 1 everything was 0. After 6 everything is 0. Right? Just you invert this and shift it by 6. You will see that area is completely 0. Right? So in that manner the area is being plotted. Although by mathematics also we have found it out that this would be the expression. And from here we got to know that if this is non-zero between t1 to t2 and this is non-zero between t3 to t4, then my convolution will be non-zero between t1 plus t3 and t2 plus t4. Is that clear to you? All good? All fine? Okay? 1 plus 0 is 1, 3 plus 3 is 6. So it is non-zero between 1 to 6, 0 to 3 and 1 to 3. So we will write it down, but later on. Okay? Later on we will write it down. Yeah. So let's see the properties now. We are just seeing the conclusion. And few more properties here only we will see it. Okay? So given that xt convolution with ht is yt. So one thing I know that I can interchange them. That ht convolved with x of t. the result will be equals to yt only. So convolution is interchangeable, I can interchange them. If x is having a shift of t1 and h is having a shift of t2, then in the y as well there will be a shift of t1 and t2. Well and good. Now in the multiplication as well, this was the same property, no, that you convolve these two and after that you make the convolution here. Or what I can do, that I keep xt as it is and first I convolve h1t with h2t. What I can do, convolution of h1t h2t and then I will convolve with xt. Or what I can do, you convolve xt with h2t. First you do this convolution and later on you do this convolution. This is also correct. Basically any two function you pick, take the convolution and then convolve it with the final one. Any two I can pick and then convolve with the final one. Any two I can pick, then convolve with the final one. Or any two I can pick, then convolve with the final one. All okay for you? And how it will be broken into the addition? xt convolve with h1t. xt convolve with h1t. Then there is a sign of plus. There is a sign of plus. xt convolve with h2t. xt convolve with h2t. This is how it will be broken. Anything convolved with delta t will be the same function only. Anything convolved with ut will be the running integration. So I will change the axis from t to tau and then I will take the running integration from minus infinity to t. All okay for you? Right? Area property I have seen. If yt is equals to xt convolved with ht, so area of yt would be equals to area of xt into area of ht. So in between there will be multiplication. Now what they are saying, that your xt is non-zero, your xt is non-zero between t1 to t2. So xt is like this, it is non-zero between t1 to t2 and your yt is also non-zero between t3 to t4, t3 to t4. Your xt is non-zero between t1 to t2 and ht is non-zero between t3 to t4. Okay, so the convolution will be non-zero between addition of lower limit t1 plus t3 to addition of upper limit t2 plus t4. Say yes or no, right? And otherwise it will be 0. So this is the next property. Let's see the differentiation one. This is very, very important. Okay, we are not going to see the proof of it. Proof you can see anywhere, but the final result is important. So yt is equals to xt convolution with ht is given. So what I am going to do? I am going to do the differentiation. So differentiation of xt convolved with h of t. So now I need to take this differentiation inside. So whenever this differentiation goes inside, it will go to only one function. Are you getting this point? It will go to only one function and the second remains as it is. Or what would have happened? That this xt remains as it is and the differentiation is going to h of t. Are you getting this point or not? Whenever you do the differentiation, now the dt you need to take, dy dt you need to take inside. So if you are taking inside, then it will go to only one function. Either it can go to xt or it can go to ht. Well and good. If I do the double differentiation, so what can happen? Two differentiation are there. First yt was differentiated one time, then again it is differentiated. So two differentiation are there. So how it can be broken? The dy dt of xt convolution with dy dt of ht. That both of them are getting one differentiation. Or what may happen? That even only xt is getting one differentiation. Only xt is getting the complete differentiation and ht is not getting anything. Or what may happen? That your xt is not getting anything and ht is getting both of the differentiation. Are you getting the point? What is actually happening here? Okay. So just answer me this thing, that d to the power m dtm xt convolve with d to the power n dtn ht, what would be the final answer? D to the power dt m plus n y of t. Is that clear to you? The point is, whatever the differentiation you are doing with respect to yt, that will go inside, but only to one of the guy, not to the both of the guys. It can either go to xt or it can go to ht. Now you are doing the double differentiation. So y is having two differentiations. So one it can give to xt, one it can give to ht, or it can give both to xt, or it can give both to ht as well. Now here x is having m differentiation and h is having n differentiation. That means y would be having m plus n differentiation. Is that clear to you or not? So this is the main property actually. This is the main property. With respect to this property, we are going to solve a lot of problem. But the general way also you need to remember that if y is having m plus n differentiation, so m can be given to x, n can be given to h, or complete m plus n can be given to x as well, or complete m plus n can be given to h as well, or half can be given to x, half can be given to h. Basically, if I say d5 by dt5 y of t, so what I can do, 2 I give to x, and 3 I give to convolution, 3 I give to h. Okay, or what I could have done, 2 here, 3 here, or what I could have done, 4 here, 1 here, or what could I have done, 5 here, 0 here. So are you getting this point? Okay, so total should be 5. That's it. So here m, here and here, that means m plus n should be given to y of t. So let's see, you need to find y of t now. So what I need to do, my r of t convolve with r of t is equals to y of t. I don't know the result of this particular function, right? I don't know the result of this particular function, but I remember one thing. What do I remember? That u of t convolution with r of t will be equals to the running integration of r of t. Will be equals to the running integration of r of t. And what will be the running integration of r of t? That would be t square by 2 ut. So this result I remember, ut convolution with rt is equals to t square by 2 ut. So what I would do, I will differentiate one of them. If I differentiate one of them, and second I will keep as it is. So what will be my y of t? What will happen with y of t? One differentiation you are giving to one of the function, that means y of t will also be differentiated. Say yes or no. Differentiation of rt, what that will give you? U of t. U of t convolution with r of t is giving you dyt by dt. What is the result of this function? U of t convolution with r of t, u of t convolution with r of t, that is t square by 2 ut. The result of this is t square by 2 ut, that is equals to dyt by dt, right? So from here what we are getting, that our dyt by dt is equals to t square by 2 ut. So from here can you find y of t? Yes, y of t will be the integration t square by 2 ut dt. What would be the limit? So from differentiation to integration, if you go, the limit will go from minus infinity to t. Always remember it. The limit will be from minus infinity to t. Okay, what is the point? The point is pt is equals to qt. If d by dt pt is equals to qt, then your pt would be equals to minus infinity to t q of t dt. Okay, this you should keep in mind. A lot of people are confused with respect to the limit. They don't even know what limit I should put. When I know that differentiation will go to integration, that's for sure. But what is the limit? From minus infinity to t. Okay, start from the last, minus infinity to t. And I always told you, whenever we differentiate, we always differentiate from minus infinity. If you remember in the basics of signal, that if you are doing the integration, then you need to check the limit, what limit is given. But when you differentiate, you always differentiate with respect to minus infinity. So differentiation is done if I work from minus infinity. I will see the jump, I will see the decay. In that manner I will differentiate. So from differentiation, if you are going to integration, then limit will always be taken from minus infinity to t. Okay, so from here this is taken, but this is wrong, right? I cannot do like that. I told you this thing in basics of signal, that if you are differentiating with the limit, if you are integrating with the limit from minus infinity to t, so this cannot be a function of t, this has to be a function of tau, right? So I need to change this, I need to make this a function of tau. If you remember, I would take the running integration of, I cannot do this thing, this does not make any sense. We proved it there, right? I told you that you need to interchange, you need to put u of tau d tau here, then your tau will be a function of t, and the final answer will be a function of t only, and that came out to be r of t, if you remember this thing. So if your limit is from minus infinity to t, you cannot put t here, you have to put something else, so you need to interchange it. So from t I will replace it with respect to tau. So what I will get? Tau square by 2 u of tau d tau. Now u of tau is multiplied with anything, that means the limit will change from 0 to t, because u of tau is non-zero from greater than, for t greater than 0 only. U of tau is greater than, for u of tau is non-zero for tau greater than 0. Say yes or no, this is 0. So the limit will change from 0 to t. Now this integration is only valid if your t is greater than 0. Because if t is less than 0, that doesn't make any sense. If t is less than 0, let's just say the limit is from minus infinity to minus 1. Tau square by 2 u tau d tau. So this answer will be 0 only. Why is that so? Because this will be existing, this will be non-zero for t greater than 0 only, for tau greater than 0 only. But now you are putting the limit from minus infinity to minus 1. What will be the graph of this one? U of tau multiply with anything, that will make that graph will be non-zero for tau greater than 0 only. So from minus infinity to minus 1, everything would be 0 only, right? So if I am integrating from 0 to something, that means t has to be greater than 0. Otherwise this integration would not make any sense. So tau square by 2 d tau. So what you will be getting? Tau cube by 3 into 2, that would be 6, from 0 to t. So if you solve this, what you are getting? T square by 6, but you need to multiply u of t as well. Why so? Because of this, right? So what is the answer? T square by 6 ut. So what did you get to know from here? R of t convolved with r of t, not t square, sorry, t cube, it is t cube. So r of t convolved with r of t will give you t cube by 6 u of t. Do you need to remember it? No. If you are able to remember, then it is fine. When we study Laplace transform, after that it will be very easy for you to remember. When we study Laplace transform, after that all these will become very easy for you to remember. As of now, if you want to remember it, you can remember it. Okay? If you want to remember, you can remember as of now. When we study Laplace transform, it will be very easy for you. Secondly, the process should be clear. That I know that this I already know. That is equals to t square by 2 ut. Then, if this is asked, then what I can do? I can do the differentiation. And if I have done the differentiation, this result I already know. Now I just need to do the integration. So from here, I can do the integration. So what I need to do? I just need to take the running integration of tau square by 2 u of tau. Then the limit will be changed from 0 to t. Why it is changed from 0 to t? Because of the u of tau. Now it is changed from 0 to t. One thing to notice here is that t has to be greater than equals to 0. Why it has to be greater than equals to 0? Greater than equals to 0. Why it has to be greater than equals to 0? Because if it is less than 0, then the limit, then the integration doesn't make any sense. Right? So tau has to be greater than, t has to be greater than equals to 0. So when I integrated, I am getting t cube by 6 u of t. So t cube by 6 u of t. This is the final answer. All good? We will see more property, but let me take a pause, drink some water, and then I will come back. We will see more property here. Okay? So this property we are going to see. Yeah, welcome back. So let's see this property. So first let's remove it. So xt convolution with ht is given as yt. Now what I am doing is that I am scaling this t by a factor of a. Basically, in place of t, I am putting 80. In place of t, I am putting 80. So here x of t was there, so here I am putting x of 80. Convolution with h of 80. In place of t, I have put 80. So what will happen here? In place of t, again I will have to put 80. Along with that, I will have to divide by mod of a. Is that clear to you? Okay, again I am saying, in place of t, here I am putting 80. In place of t, I am putting 80. Here also I will have to put, in place of t, I will have to put 80. But I have to divide by mod of a as well. But important point to note is that in place of t, here you put 80. So here also you need to put 80 only. What I mean to say is that if I am putting 80 here and I am putting bt here, so there is no property. No property. No property. That means you will have to solve this particular question then by the basic definition. X of 80, then you take the mirror image and shift it by t. Those kind of things you need to do. So property is there only when in place of t, this is also replaced by 80, and in place of t, this is also replaced by 80. So yt, the final result will also be replaced by 80, but it will be divided by the mod of a as well. So what do you think, what will be the result of this one? X of minus t convolution with h of minus t, what that would be equals to? So in place of t, I will put minus t, but I will divide by 1 by mod of a. What is the a? Minus 1. So what is mod of minus 1? That would be 1 only. So what I get to know is that x of minus t convolution with h of minus t is equals to y of minus t. This we will remember directly. Okay, we will remember this result directly. Yeah, so did you understand this point? Okay, so two kind of property we have seen. First, let's just say this is given, x of convolution, h of convolution is equals to yt. So if I replace my t with t minus t1, and if I replace this t with t minus t2, so what will happen? What will happen? In the final answer, t will be replaced with, this was t minus t1, t minus t2, so here t will be replaced with t minus t1 minus t2. And second property we have seen, in place of t, if I put 80, in place of t, if I put 80, then in place, in the final answer as well, in place of t, I will put 80. One important point to remember is that I will divide by mod of a as well. So this is how you are going to remember. You will not say I will do the shift, so here also shift will be happening. No, nothing like that. You will remember t is replaced with t minus t1, t is replaced with t minus t2. So in the final answer, this shift plus this shift. Here the shift was of minus t1, here the shift was of minus t2. So total shift is minus t1 minus t2. T is replaced with 80, t is replaced with 80. So final answer, t will be replaced with 80, but it will be divided by a, the mod of a as well. This is how you are going to remember these two property. Very, very important. If a good question is coming from convolution, then it will be coming from these property only. Okay, and we will solve a lot of questions. Well and good. Now, xt convolution with ht only, but now xt is multiplied with the constant value k1. It could be 3, 2, minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 7, minus 8, minus 1000. It could be anything. K1 is a constant number. K2 is also a constant number. It has to be real number. It could be imaginary number as well. But it is a constant number. It is not a function of t. Then what we can do is that we can take these constant outward. So this would be equals to k1 into k2, and then convolution of xt convolution ht, and we know the result of xt convolution ht, that is given as yt only. So k1 into k2 yt. So the point is we can take the constant values outward. This is the point. Okay. Now here, what do you think? Will you do something like this? Will you do something like this? That I will take xt as common. Xt as common, because xt dot h1t convolution with xt dot h2t. So what I will do is that I will take xt common and then h1t convolution with h2t. So there is no property like this. Okay, wrong property. What I am saying, wrong property. Although I did not want to write it down, but in some notes of some educator, I found out that they were using this property somewhere. So there is no property like this. Luckily, you can get some answer in some particular problem, but there is no property like this. Okay, in some particular problem, it might happen that xt and xt, these are same, and these are some different things. And when you solve it, it might happen that it is coming out to be like this, but there is no property like this. Okay, this is not a certain value. It might work for one or two functions. Okay, so if there is a common factor, you cannot take it outward like this. This is not a addition, this is a convolution. If there was an addition, then I could have done that. I am taking xt outward and then h1t plus h2t. So this would have done if in place of star there was a plus sign, but there is no plus sign, it is a convolution. So I cannot take xt outward. Neither I can do x square t. These kind of things also I cannot do. This is a separate function, this is a separate function. First multiply both of the functions and then you take the convolution. That's it. Okay, so there is no property like this. So wrong property, or I would say no property there, or I would say no property. Okay. Yeah, so constant value you can take outward, but if there is a function of t that is common in both of the functions, that is common in this particular domain as well, in this particular domain as well, then you cannot do anything with that. You have to keep that as it is. First you need to multiply xt with h1t, then you need to multiply xt with h2t and then take the convolution. Well and good. Okay, so these properties we have seen. So let's see what all properties we have seen in a quick manner. So starting with this one, you can change here. Shift was of t1, shift was of t2, then total shift t1 minus t2. Convolution with anything you can do, interchange you can do. Plus sign is there, so it is like multiplication. Mostly it is like multiplication only. That xt convolution with h1t plus xt convolution with h2t. Anything convolved with delta t is the same function. Anything convolved with ut is the ut is the running integration. Anything convolved with ut is the running integration of that particular function. Now area property, yt is equals to xt convolved with ht, that means area of yt would be equals to area of xt dot area of ht. So there is a property with respect to area, there is no property with respect to energy, right? What I am saying, there is a property with respect to area, there is no property with respect to energy. If they are asking the energy of yt, then you will have to calculate yt, after that you will calculate the energy. So we will see a problem like that. Okay, so there is no property with respect to energy, there is a property with respect to area. Then this property non-zero one, that t1 plus t3 t2 plus t4, right? And then differentiation one, that if you are differentiating yt, then differentiation will be given to only one function. If you are giving the differentiation to both of the functions, that means y will be differentiated twice. Okay, and here it is differentiated m times, here it is differentiated n times, that means y will be differentiated m plus n times. We saw an example as well that where we are going to utilize this particular property. So this is how we are going to utilize this particular property. RT convolution with RT, you don't need to remember the final result, but you remember the final result of RT convolution with HT. Sorry, RT convolution with the UT. What is the meaning of convolution with UT? Running integration. So if you are taking the running integration of RT, that would be t square by 2 UT. Now if I differentiate here, I will be getting this particular thing, and from here to here if I need to come, then I will take the running integration again and I will get the answer tq by 6 UT. Well and good. And then we saw this particular property that if your t is replaced with at, t is replaced with at, then y in y as well, t will be replaced with at. Important point to remember is that I need to divide by mode of a. And secondly, this I will directly remember. In place of t, if I put minus t, in place of t I will put minus t. So in y as well, in place of t I will put minus t. Basically, if I take the mirror image of everyone, then my final answer will also be mirror imaged, right? xt mirror image, ht mirror image. So yt will also have been mirror imaged. Okay, and these two property together also we will use these two property. Okay, in one question only we will use these two properties. So these kind of questions we are going to see in near future, right? And then common constant values we can take outward. If there is a function of t like xt is there, so we cannot take it outward, only the constant value we can take outward. Okay, so find out this particular answer. U of minus 2t convolution with r of minus 2t. So you will see u there, you will see r there. So one thing you remember that, sir, I remember the answer of this particular thing, ut convolution with rt. Even if you don't remember, what you can do is that, sir, I will take the running integration of r of tau d2, and then you can take the running integration. It will take hardly 10 seconds. So you remember the answer of this particular thing, ut convolution with r of t is equals to t square by 2 ut. One property I asked you to remember, that here your t is replaced with minus 2t, here your r is replaced with minus 2t. So here also the same thing will be happening, t will be replaced with minus 2t, t will be replaced with minus 2t. Just important point to remember is that I need to divide by mode of a as well. divide by mode of a. What is the value of a? Minus 2. So divide by 1, or you can say multiplication by 1 by mode of a, or you can say divide by mode of a. What is the value of mode of a? That is 2 only. So now let's solve it. So this is 1 by 4. This will be 4t square minus 2t square, 4t square. This is 1 by 4 into u of minus 2t. U has the ability of eating up the constant value. So it can eat up the constant value. So what we will be getting? T square ut. So this is the final answer. This could be there in the options. This can also be there in the options. Anything can be there in the options. So most probably this will be there in the options. This is the answer. So this is how we are going to solve any problem. That first write down the results that you already know. In examination, there is 99% chances are there that it will be asked on property only. Like if you remember the property, you will be able to solve the problem. Like a lot of people, what they would be doing, that they will be calculating this particular thing by the basic method, r of tau, then u of minus t to tau. But we have built up a method that anything convolution with ut is running integration. And even if there was no ut, we could have made it ut. How we would make it ut? By the differentiation. Here there was no ut. So what I did the differentiation. I got some ut, then I took the integration. So there is very high chance in the examination that you will be able to solve the problem by using these basic property only. Okay, and if nothing is working, then conventional method also we know. We know the intuition behind the convolution as well. What is the actual intuition? How the convolution is derived by taking the mirror image and then shifting it, right? And then calculating the area. So certainly we are going to solve the problem of convolution in the examination, which is considered as one of the most typical topic. Okay, for signal system, this is considered as one of the most typical topic, but we are learning it in a very good manner. So this is the answer. Or like there could be other ways as well, like what I could have done in the examination hall. One thing I know that u has the ability of eating up the negative sign, and sorry, u has the, really sorry, here I did one mistake, right? U doesn't have the ability of eating up the negative sign, right? It can eat up only 2. It cannot eat up the negative sign. So u of minus t, this would be the answer. Say yes or no. Are you getting this point? Right? U of minus t. It cannot eat up the negative sign. It can eat up only the constant value. So u of minus t would be the answer here, no? Now, what would be the method 2? U of minus 2t can be replaced as u of minus t. And r of minus 2t can be replaced as 2 can be taken outward, right? In r, if there is a constant value, that can be taken outward because that shows the slope. So r of minus t, right? So now there is a constant value. I told you that constant value can be taken completely outward. So u of convolution with minus t, sorry, u of minus t convolution with r of minus t. 2. One thing I already know, ut convolution is r of t is equals to t square by 2 ut, right? T square by 2 ut. This is the answer. Ut convolution is with rt. But if t is replaced with minus t, t is replaced with minus t, so here also I need to replace with minus t. So what is the answer? T square u of minus t. That's it. This is the answer. Okay, well and good. So xt convolution with ht is equals to yt. X of 2t plus 3 convolution with h of 2t plus 4. In place of y of t, what will come here? This I need to know. So try it on your own. Pause the video, try it on your own. You can do it. Use your brain here. Okay, use your brain. Two properties are going to be used here. So what did I tell you? X of t convolution with h of t is equals to y of t. Here you see the factor of 2. Here also you see the factor of 2. Both are having the same factor. I can apply the property. That means if x is replaced with 2t and h is replaced, and here also t is replaced with 2t. So here also t will be replaced with 2t. But important point to note is that it will be divided by 1. It will be divided by mode of a. So this would be the answer. Now talking about the shift. Can I say that if I give a shift of 3 here, if I write down from x of 2t, I write down x of 2t plus 3. Just a second. From x of 2t, if I write down x of 2t plus 3. X of 2t plus 3. So will I say that there is a shift of 3? From x of t, I am writing down x of t plus 3. Can I say there is a shift of 3? Yes. Now from x of 2t, I am writing x of 2t plus 3. Can I say there is a shift of 3? No. The shift will be there of 3 by 2. Say yes or no? So from x of 2t, I need to get x of 2t plus 3. So how will I do that? X of 2t plus 3 by 2. Convolution h of 2t plus 2. Say yes or no? So here 1 by 2 y. T is replaced with t plus 3 by 2. T is replaced with t plus 2. So this was having a shift of 3 by 2. This is having a shift of 2. So total shift will be 2 plus 3 by 2. But that shift will be given to t, not to 2t. Are you getting this point? The shift will be given to t. So 2 as it is, the shift will be given to t. So this is shifted by 3 by 2 and this is shifted by 2. There you go. Okay, xt convolution with ht is equals to yt. Then first step we did was, in place of t we put 2t. In place of t we put 2t. So here also the same thing is happening. Now in place of t, if I put 3 by 2, in place of t I put t plus 2. Okay, t plus 3 by 2, t plus 2. This is shifted by 3 by 2, this is shifted by 2. So total shift will be t plus 3 by 2 plus 2. And that is happening with respect to t, not with respect to 2t. So this was the important point. Okay, so here we are not making any graph. Like people will not start like this, sir, first x of t, then sir x of t plus 3. After that, sir, x of 2t plus 3. No, we are not going to go like that. Are you getting this point? We are not going to start from here. Like you could have started from here as well. X of t, then x of t plus 3, that is fine. But now if I need to make x of 2t plus 3, so what I need to do? I need to multiply the whole function by 2. So what I am actually getting? I am getting 2t plus 6. But I needed 2t plus 3. That means here I should have divided by 2. Here I should have divided by 2. So then I would have got 2t plus 3. So better doing all these things, I will start from here. And this thing you don't need to mug up. This is a very common sense, right? If I start from here, there would be a lot of problem. X of t plus 3 by 2. I need to think. And then I will multiply with 2. So better start from here. X of t, then go to x of 2t. And then in place of t, you replace t plus 3 by 2. In place of t, you replace t plus 2. So whatever that is happening here, the same thing is happening here as well. So I can solve it now. What I will be getting? 1 by 2 y of 2 t plus 7 by 2. So 1 by 2 y of 2t plus 7. This is the answer. This is the answer. Okay. Now try these questions on your own, guys. Okay. Try all these on your own. I need to pause the video because I am finding it a bit tough on writing on the screen, right? And writing is not coming that good. Suddenly it is happening. I don't know why. And writing is not coming that good. So I need to see it, what is the issue. And in meanwhile, you try all these on your own. Okay. These are very easy. This will require some concept. Okay. Although this also you will be able to solve. This is also easy only. But try doing all these on your own. Okay. Okay, so first one, x of t minus 2 convolution with the delta t. So anything convolved with delta t will be the same only, right? So here we are not applying any property or anything like that. Just anything convolution with the delta t will be the same only. Now anything convolution with delta t would be the same, but delta is having a shift of 2. So the same shift will be given to x of t as well. What I mean to say is that, what would be the answer of this one? xt convolution with delta t, that would be xt only. So answer would have been xt only, but here there is a shift of 0, but here there is a shift of 2. So this will also get a shift of 2. What about this one? Anything convolved with the delta t would be the same function only. The same function is x of t plus 2 only. But now here there is a shift of 3. So that shift of 3 will be given here. Or you can say x of t convolution with delta t would be x of t only. Here there is a shift of 2. Here there is a shift of minus 3. So 2 minus 3. Here total shift will be of minus 1. Right? What about this one? Can I apply that property x of at convolution with h of at? No. Here there is a factor of 2. Here there is a factor of 1. So there is no property. But what do I remember? I remember that delta has the ability of taking out the constant value in the reciprocal, right? If you have seen the basics, because basics are very important. If you haven't studied basics of a signal system, then you will not be able to understand anything. Okay, so delta has the ability of taking out this particular thing in mode something like this. So if you have studied the basics, then you would be able to understand. So this 1 by 2 can be taken outward. So 1 by 2 can be taken outward. Anything convolved with xt, anything convolved with delta t would have been the same, x of t plus 4. But in the delta there is a shift of 3 by 2. So 4 minus 3 by 2 will be equals to 5 by 2. So answer is 1 by 2 x of t plus 5 by 2. Very easy, very smoothly we are able to solve. The first thing I noticed here was, here in place of t there is t only, but here there is 2t. So I need to do something with this. Delta has the ability of taking it out. So here t is replaced with t by 4, t plus t by, sorry, here the t is replaced with t plus 4, here it is replaced with t minus 3 by 2. So t plus 4 minus 3 by 2, so t plus 5 by 2. What about this one? Will you apply the properties here? You can apply the property, right? You can certainly apply the property. But why should I apply the property? Because if anything is convolved with your impulse function, then I know one thing, that anything convolved with impulse function will give me the same result. So why should I apply any property here? So x of 2t plus 4 remains there as it is. Convolution with 2 I can take outward. So 1 by 2 delta of t minus 3 by 2, right? So that would be equals to 1 by 2 x of 2t plus 4 convolved with delta of t minus 3 by 2. So anything convolved with delta t will be the same function, but here there is a shift of 3 by 2. So here also there will be a shift of 3 by 2. But how will you apply that shift? Just let me know, how will I apply that shift? The shift will be applied to t, not to this particular value. The shift will be applied in t only. So in place of t I will put t minus 3 by 2. In place of t I will put t minus 3 by 2 plus 4. Did you understand this step? What did I do here? X of 2t plus 4, x of 2t plus 4, convolution with delta t will give you x of 2t plus 4 only. But here in place of t, what you are putting? T minus 3 by 2. So here also in place of t you will put t minus 3 by 2. T minus 3 by 2 plus 4. So what that would be equals to? X of 2t minus 3 plus 4, right? 2t minus 3 plus 4. So answer would be x of 2t plus 1. So 2t minus 3 plus 4. So that would be 2t plus 1. So 1 by 2 x of 2t plus 1. So answer would have been, from here the answer would have been 1 by 2 x of 2t plus 1. 2t plus 1. This is the answer. Okay, well and good, very easy, right? So t minus 3 by 2, this t minus 3 by 2 was put here, 2t minus 3, 2t plus 1. This is the answer. What about this one? Anything, this is a function, right? This is a function. Anything convolved with delta function will give you the same result. But here what is the scene? If you solve this particular thing only, what I can do? Delta of t minus 3 by 2, because it has the ability of eating up the negative sign, and 2 will come outward as reciprocal. So t minus 3 by 2, right? So just in place of t, what I need to put is that t minus 3 by 2. So what will be my answer? 1 by 2 will be there, e to the power minus 3. In place of t, what I need to put? T minus 3 by 2 minus u of, in place of t, what I need to put? T minus 3 by 2. This is the solution. So 1 by 2 e to the power minus 3 t minus 7 by 2 u of t minus 7 by 2. So this is the answer. Okay, this is how we need to solve. What about this one? E to the power minus 2t ut convolution with ut. So anything convolution with ut will be the running integration. Okay, anything convolution with ut will be running integration. So let's just call it as yt. So what will be your yt? yt would be equals to, running integration you need to take minus infinity to t e to the power minus 2 to u to. So you can draw the graph. One thing you already know, if I draw the graph will be going from 0 to infinity, right? 0 to infinity. The graph will be going from 0 to infinity like this. It will rise like this. This is how it will be going. So this is the graph of e to the power minus 2 to, I am drawing e to the power minus 2 to u to, and running integration I need to take from minus infinity to t, minus infinity to t. Okay, since there is u to, so the limit can be changed from 0 to t, 0 to t, e to the power minus 2 to u to. If the value of t is less than 0, if the value of t is less than 0 means somewhere here. So minus infinity to minus 1, what will be the answer? Integration from minus infinity to minus 1, answer would be 0. If the value of t less than 0, if your t is less than 0, here d2, here u of 2 d2. So for t less than 0, if the value of this t is less than 0, because integration I need to take from in minus infinity to t. So t could be anything. If it is less than 0, then integration will throw 0 only. So for t less than 0, yt is equals to 0. And for t greater than 0, yt would be equals to 0 to t e to the power minus 2 to d2. U I can ignore now. Why I can ignore the u? Because I am already saying t greater than 0. So t would be somewhere here. So limit will go from 0 to t and this particular function. So what I will be getting? E to the power minus 2 to divided by minus 2, 0 to t. So 1 minus e to the power minus 2t by 2. But is this your yt? Why this yt is there for t greater than 0 only. For t less than 0, yt is equals to 0. So what is the value of yt here? It is existing, it is non-zero only for t greater than 0. That means my yt is equals to 1 minus e to the power minus 2t by 2 into u of t. This is my yt. Okay. So convolution of e to the power minus 2t ut with ut is giving you 1 minus e to the power minus 2t by 2 ut. Okay. And here will you do something like this, that ut I can take common, then e to the power minus 2t convolution with 1. So and there is no property like this. This is the only point I wanted to tell. Okay, if ut common is there, that means nothing common you can take. Just keep that as it is and solve the problem. So if you want to remember, you can remember the result, but it will be very tough to remember. In the examination, you can just do the integration and it will take minimum of time, because this particular thing you will be able to write down. Then you don't need to make the waveform in the examination hall. You will be able to think in the mind, okay, it will be starting from 0 to infinity. So if my t is less than 0, then integration will throw 0 only. For t greater than 0, my limit will be going from 0 to t, and this integration I will do. So directly I will be able to write down this tab only, and very easily I will tell yt. Okay, very easily I can tell it. So this is how we can do the solution. So as of now, I will assume that we remember this result. Okay, as of now I am assuming that we are remembering this result, but in the examination you can derive it as well. Okay, so let's solve this particular problem. Here e to the power minus t plus 3 by 2, u of 2t plus 3, u of t minus 3 by 2, something like that. This is a particular function. Here bracket should be mentioned. This is a particular function that is convolved with u of t minus 3 by 2. So here only in this, but let's just say I say my xt is equals to e to the power minus t ut, and my ht is equals to ut. Okay, this is what I am saying. So what I am saying is that my e to the power minus t ut convolution with ut, what will be the result? I just need to drop this 2. Here 2 was there, so this 2 will not come. In place of 2 I will replace 1. So what will be the answer? 1 minus, although in the examination hall I can derive it. In the examination hall I will be deriving it. So this is what I can say. Now in place of t, if I put t plus 3 by 2, I will not get the same thing. What I mean to say is that x of t plus 3 by 2 if I do, what I am getting? E to the power minus t plus 3 by 2 u of t plus 3 by 2. Say yes or no. Is this the same? Yes. 2t plus 3 is equals to u of t plus 3 by 2 only. So although you could see there this factor and this factor is different, but actually it is same only because u has the ability of eating up the constant value. So u of 2t plus 3 is actually t plus 3 by 2 only. So now you can say, yeah, this is your x of t plus 3 by 2. And what is the other thing? H of t minus 3 by 2. H of t minus 3 by 2 would be equals to this. So if I say my xt convolution with ht, here my xt convolution with ht is equals to yt. That means this is my yt, right? This is your yt. So what I need to find actually, xt plus 3 by 2 convolution with h of t minus 3 by 2. So what will be your y? In y, in place of t, t plus 3 by 2. In place of t, t minus 3 by 2. So t plus 3 by 2 minus 3 by 2. So that would be equals to yt only. So what will be the answer of this particular convolution? The answer will be equals to yt, and yt is this. So this is the answer. So here the answer is, here directly I am writing, the answer is 1 minus e to the power minus t ut. So this is how I will be solving in the examination hall. In the examination hall, directly blindly if I start doing the integration, if I start right from the 0, minus infinity to infinity, x of t, h of minus tau plus t into d tau, sorry, into, yeah, in x of tau, h of minus tau plus t d tau. If I try doing that particular thing, then it would be difficult for me. So I need to have the patience there. This is the question on convolution, so have the patience. What I can see here is that e to the power minus t ut is convolution with u of t. So for that I can easily solve it, just the running integration. And then it is shifted by 3 by 2, this is shifted by plus 3 by 2. So plus 3 by 2 minus 3 by 2, whatever the running integration is that you did, that is the answer. That's it. Try this one on your own, have the patience. Will you take out the 2 now? Absolutely not, right? I will not take out the 2 now. Why is that so? Because it will help me 2t plus 3, 2t plus 3. Here I took out the 2 because it was t plus 3 by 2 and it was 2t plus 3. So I need to make both of them. I need to make both of them same. But here already both of them are same. So that risk I am not going to do. I am not going to take 2 outward. So what I am going to write down is that e to the power minus t. Again I can see one thing, e to the power minus t ut convolution with u of t, and the result would be 1 minus e to the power minus t ut. Right, this is the result. Although I don't need to remember it, in the examination I can derive it, or you can remember it as well if you want to remember. Now this is my xt and this is my ht. Convolution will be yt. Now in place of t, what I can do? Put 2t. In place of t, what I can do? Put 2t. So here also in place of t, what I can do? Put 2t. That would be divided by 2 as well. Now I need to make 2t plus 3. xt convolution with ht, actually this is your yt, right? This is your yt. xt convolution with ht is equals to yt. So in place of x of t, what I need to make? 2t plus 3. In place of h of t, what I need to make? 2t minus 5. So this is what I am doing. So 2t plus 3 I need to make. So in place of t, what I need to put? 3 by 2. Convolution. In place of t, what I need to put? 5 by 2. So here also what I will do? In place of t, what you will put? T plus 3 by 2, t minus 5 by 2. So what I will put here? T plus 3 by 2 minus 5 by 2. Right? So 1 by 2 y of 2 t minus 1. 3 by 2 minus 5 by 2 t minus 1. So that would be equals to y of 2t minus 2. Right? So in place of t, here yt was there, but actual answer is y of 2t minus 2 divided by 2. So what would be the answer? 1 by 2. In place of t, what you need to put? 2t minus 2. So it is very simple actually. If you look closely, these things are very simple. U of 2t minus 2. 2t minus 2. right? So what I can do is that 1 by 2, 1 by 2, 1 minus e to the power, in place of t we are putting minus 2t plus 4, minus 2t plus 2, sorry, minus 2t plus 2, u of 2 is taken outward, t minus 1, because u has the ability of eating up the 2. So u of t minus 1. So this would be the answer. This is the answer. Are you able to understand? This is simple mathematics we are doing, nothing else. We started with this particular thing, e to the power minus t ut, convolution with ut. So 1 minus e to the power minus t ut. Now what I need to do is that in place of t I need to put 2t plus 3. So how will I make it? I will start right from the beginning. In place of t I will put 2t. So if I am putting 2t, same will be happening in the output as well. An important point to note was this 2 and this 2, everything is same. So this question becomes very easy for me, right? So x of 2t, h of 2t, then it is reflecting in the output as well. Then I need to put t plus 3 by 2, then I need to put t minus 5 by 2. So 3 by 2 minus 5 by 2, that would be minus 1, so 2t minus 2. So this is the final answer, this I already know. So 1 by 2, 1 minus e to the power, in place of t I need to put 2t minus 2. So here it would be, in place of t I am putting 2t minus 2, so minus 2t plus 2, minus 2t plus 2, and u of 2t minus 2, that would be u of t minus 1. So this is the answer. There you go. Okay. Let's see the next one. So this is a good question. E to the power minus 2t ut, convolution with e to the power minus 4t ut. So we need to solve it anyway, right? No property, nothing we can apply. We need to solve it. Two different functions are there. xt is equals to e to the power minus 2t ut, ht is equals to e to the power minus 4t ut. So anyway you need to solve it now. So let's solve it, right? So what I'm gonna do is that keep one as it is, other one inverted and then shifted. So x of, what I will do, first I will draw the graph of x of tau. So the graph of x of tau will be looking something like this. So e to the power minus 2 tau u tau, starting with 0 going till infinity. For this one what I need to do, I already know the graph of e to the power minus 4 to u tau, right? It would be same like this, just this factor is different. So it would be same like this, but what I need to do is that I need to take the mirror image and then shift. So what I will do, I will take the mirror image of this particular thing, mirror image and then shift it. So what kind of graph you will get? I hope you are able to imagine this particular thing, mirror image and then shift it. So mirror image and shifted by t, because I remember the basic definition. The basic definition says that minus infinity to infinity, x of tau remains as it is, but this should be mirror image and then shifted d tau. So shifted by t. Now why did I make t here? If I make t less than 0, then what will be the result? If your t is less than 0, because now what I need to do is that I need to multiply both of them. So this graph is existing from 0 to infinity and this graph is existing from minus infinity to t, and this t is variable. Now if this t is less than 0, actually I will start my journey from minus infinity. This t will keep on sweeping. It will start from minus infinity, it will keep on sweeping, it will keep on sweeping, it will keep on sweeping, and it will go till plus infinity. But if the t is less than 0, for t less than 0, the whole integration will be equal to 0. Do you agree to this point? For t less than 0. What I am saying, for t less than 0. Because if t is less than 0, that means this particular graph will be somewhat like this, and multiplying both of them will give you 0 only. So for t less than 0, for t less than 0, y of t would be equal to 0. Now for t greater than 0, what will happen? Now for t greater than 0, both of the functions will be multiplied. This is your e to the power minus 2t u tau, and what is the definition of this particular function? Here this is your h of minus tau plus t, h of minus tau plus t. So h of t is this one, so h of minus tau plus t, h of minus tau plus t, what that would be? E to the power minus 4 minus tau plus t, u of minus tau plus t. So this function is, this particular function is e to the power 4 tau minus 4t, u of minus tau plus t. So let me write it down completely. So this particular function is h of t was given. I need to find h of minus tau plus t. So in place of t, what I am putting minus tau plus t. In place of t, I am putting minus tau plus t. So what I am getting, e to the power 4 tau minus 4t u of minus tau plus t. Say yes or no. A to the power 4 tau minus 4t u of minus tau plus t. So these two functions will be multiplied if your t is greater than 0. If your t is greater than 0, these two functions will be multiplied. Now this t is variable, it could be anything. Are you getting this point? A very, very important point is coming now. This t is variable, it could be anything. If I put, let's just say, if I say t is equals to 1, so what I will be getting? Y of 1. Where will be the integration? If t is equals to 1, that means both of them will be multiplied. So multiplication will be non-zero between 0 to 1 only, no? If I am saying this t is equals to 1, if I multiply both of these functions, so multiplication will be non-zero between 0 to 1 only. So 0 to 1 integration I will do. If I find y of 2, that means t is equals to 2. If I say this t is equals to 2, so what will happen? Multiplication will be non-zero. Multiplication will be non-zero between 0 to 2 only. If I say y of 3, then multiplication will be non-zero between 0 to 3 only. So if I say y of t for t greater than 0, so multiplication will be non-zero between 0 to t only. Say yes or no. Do you agree to this point? How I am changing the limit? Very, very important. Like a lot of students would get AIR1, but they wouldn't know this particular thing, that how we are changing the limit. They will just mug it up. That if particular signal is causal signal, then this is how you will change the limit. If it is non-causal, nothing like that. Just see the concept, just draw the diagram and see how we are replacing the limit. So the limit will be replaced from 0 to t. Is that clear to you? You see y of 1, the integration will be non-zero between 0 to 1 only. Y of 2, integration will be non-zero between 0 to 2. So y of t, integration will be non-zero between 0 to t. Say yes or no. So all these conclusion basic thing you can write down on somewhere in your rough notebook, wherever you want to write down, you can write it down here, there. Okay. So what will be my y of t? So between 0 to t. Now these two functions are multiplied. So can I drop these things? These things are just telling that they are non-zero. This is telling that this is non-zero between minus infinity to t, right? And this is telling that it is non-zero between 0 to infinity. So I can drop this particular thing. Say yes or no. I can drop this particular thing. I can drop this particular thing here. Why I am dropping it? Because they are just telling that they are non-zero, nothing else. And if I am integrating, that means certainly they are non-zero. So I can drop this. So e to the power minus 2 tau. X of tau is e to the power minus 2 tau. And this is e to the power 4 tau into e to the power minus 4t. This I am just breaking it down. E to the power 4 tau minus 4t. So e to the power minus 4 tau into e to the power minus 4t d tau. So this is a constant value. Say yes or no. Because integration is done with respect to tau. So t is a constant one. So e to the power minus 4t can come outward. Integration is done from 0 to t. E to the power 2 tau d tau. Okay, so what we are getting? Y of t e to the power minus 4t 0 to t e to the power 2 tau d tau e to the power minus 4t e to the power 2 tau divided by 2 0 to t e to the power 2t minus e to the power 0, that is 1, divided by 2. So what we are getting? Yt is equals to e to the power, this multiply with this, that would be e to the power minus 2t minus e to the power minus 4t divided by 2. Okay, but this is not the final answer. This is there for t greater than 0 only. So all these are there for t greater than 0 only. So for t less than 0, everything was 0. For t greater than 0, it is coming out to be e to the power minus 2t minus e to the power minus 4t divided by 2. That means what will be my complete yt? So yt for t less than 0 is 0. For t greater than 0, it is something, this particular function. So yt can be written as e to the power minus 2t minus e to the power minus 4t divided by 2 divided by 2 ut. So this is your yt. Say yes or no. This is the answer. Well and good, very easy, right? So e to the power minus 2t convolution with e to the power minus 4t is equals to e to the power minus 2t minus e to the power minus 4t divided by 2. We will see one conclusion here, okay? Have the patience, we will see one conclusion. But you need to have some patience. Let's solve next question. Where is the next one? This is something that you need to solve on your own. E to the power 3t convolution with e to the power 5t ut. So first thing you will define yt. How will I define yt? Yt is minus infinity to infinity. This as it is. This as it is. The second one inverted and then shifted. Inverted and shifted. So can you draw the graph of e to the power 3t ut? Sorry, e to the power 3 to u2. This graph you need to draw. E to the power 3 to u2. So this will be keep on rising, right? This graph will keep on rising because at t equals to 0 the value will be, at tau equals to 0 the value will be 1, at tau equals to infinity the value will be equals to infinity only. So this will be the graph of e to the power 3 to u2. It is going from 0 to infinity. But the other one will be the same only but inverted and then shifted. Inverted and then shifted. Shifted by t. So this will be e to the power, yeah, if this is h of t, then what this would be? This is your h of t, right? H of minus tau plus t, e to the power 5 minus tau plus t. So e to the power minus 5 tau plus 5t. So e to the power minus 5 tau into e to the power 5t. Okay. So both will be multiplied. So shall I explain all these things? For t less than 0, what will be the answer? For t less than 0, if you are doing the integration from minus infinity to infinity, if t is less than 0, that means there will be no multiplication. The multiplication result will be 0 only. So for t less than 0, yt would be equals to 0 only. Directly you can see that this graph is non-zero between minus infinity to t. This graph is non-zero between 0 to infinity. If I say t is less than 0, that means this graph will be non-zero between minus infinity to minus 1. And this will be non-zero between 0 to infinity. So if I do the multiplication, answer would be 0 only. So for t less than 0, y of t is equals to 0. Now talking about t greater than 0. D2 same process is there, right? T greater than 0. So what will be y of t? So y of t will be, integration goes from 0 to t now. If your t is greater than 0, integration will go from 0 to t, right? Because the value of t is variable. Now it will go from 0 to t, right? E to the power 3 to multiply with, although here also that u of minus tau plus t will come, but that is of no use. Here also the same thing came, no? Here also the same thing came, u of minus tau plus t. But if I am writing it down here, it will be of no use. Why is that so? Because this is just telling that the graph are non-zero, nothing else. So e to the power minus 5 tau, e to the power 5t d tau. So e to the power 5t will go outward, 0 to t, e to the power minus 2 tau d tau. So e to the power 5t, e to the power minus 2 tau divided by minus 2, 0 to t. So what we are getting, e to the power 5t divided by 2, 1 minus e to the power minus 2t. So actually what we are getting, e to the power 5t minus e to the power 3t divided by 2. But this is coming only for t greater than 0. So that means this would be the final answer. This would be the final answer. This is the final answer. And what was the final answer for the last one? This was the final answer for the last one, right? So let's see something. Let's see something out of it. There is some conclusion. So just 1 second, I need to add a page. So what I will do is that, so e to the power minus 2t ut, e to the power minus 4t ut, e to the power minus 2t ut, convolution with e to the power minus 4t ut. The answer was e to the power minus 2t minus e to the power minus 4t divided by minus 2 minus minus 4 u of t. Here e to the power 3t ut convolution with e to the power 5t ut. So e to the power 3t ut convolution with e to the power 5t ut. What is the answer? E to the power 3t minus e to the power 5t divided by 3 minus 5 ut. This was the answer. You can check. 3 minus 5 will be minus 2. So upper side can be inverted. So e to the power 5t minus e to the power 3t divided by 2 ut. Was this the answer? Yes. 5t minus 3t divided by 2. 5t minus 3t divided by 2. And here what about this one? Minus 2 plus 4, that is equals to 2 only. So e to the power minus 2t minus e to the power minus 4t divided by 2 into ut. Was this the answer? Yes. E to the power minus 2t, e to the power minus 2t divided by. So if you are able to remember this, you can remember. If you are not able to remember, you can derive in the examination. Okay. There is very rare chance that the same function will come. If the same function is coming and you are able to remember this thing, it will be very happy moment for you in the examination hall, because you will not have to solve it. But if something is different there, then you will have to solve it. If ditto same thing is coming, exactly the same thing is coming, then only you will be able to solve it. And if something different is there, then anyway you need to derive the complete process. And the complete process is not that tough. Very easily you will draw the diagram, okay, inverted and shifted, then limit from 0 to t, and then both of the multiplication, I am getting the final answer. Not a tough process at all. Okay. And if you are able to remember, e to the power minus 2t it minus e to the power minus 4t minus 2 minus of minus 4, 3t minus 5t, 3t minus 5t, 3 minus 5. The thing is, here this was a bounded function, this is an unbounded function. So bounded, unbounded, that doesn't matter, right? Bounded, unbounded, that doesn't matter. Let us say this convolution with this, if this was given, what I am saying, e to the power 3t convolution with e to the power minus 4t ut, if this was given, then e to the power, let's keep this as it is. So this would be the graph, right? From here it would be going till infinity. What about this one? This graph would have been something like this. This graph would have been something like this. But what I need to do, I need to take the inversion and then the mirror image. Inversion and then the mirror image. So this graph will be e to the power 3 to u to. And what about this graph? This graph would have been e to the power minus 4 minus 2 plus t. So this graph would have been e to the power 4 to into e to the power minus 4t. So this particular thing will be multiplied with this. So e to the power minus 4t would come outward, and these two would multiply e to the power 70. Sorry, e to the power 7 to. And then the multiplication from 0 to t. So e to the power minus 4t, e to the power 7 to divided by 7, 0 to t. So e to the power minus 4t divided by 7, e to the power 70 minus 1. So what we are getting? E to the power minus 4 into 3, that would be e to the power 3t minus e to the power minus 4t divided by 7. So just this kind of only rough work I will do in the examination hall, and I will get the answer. The same process I am doing, nothing else, nothing different is there. This graph I made, other graph I made, shifted, I wrote down the definition of both of them, multiply both of them, e to the power minus 4t is coming outward, 3 into 4, 7 it is becoming, 0 to t integration I am doing, e to the power 70, e to the power 7 to divided by 7, 0 to t I am taking, and then multiplication. So this would be e to the power 3t minus e to the power minus 4t divided by 7. Simple mathematics. Or if I remember the result, how I can remember the result? That simply this e to the power 3t remains as it is. Next, minus of, like as of now you feel like that, sir, it is very easy, we can remember it. But in the examination hall, your pen will be thinking that, sir, here plus will come or minus will come. Look, this is one subject you are studying and one particular topic you are studying. Then it is tough, then it is very easy for you to remember. But in the examination hall, you will be having 11 subject, and at least in 11 subject there would be at least 500 topics. So 11 subject, 500 topics, and 500 results would also be there. So will you be able to remember all these results? No. So that's why I always teach you method as well. Rather than remembering the result, focus more on the method. In the examination hall, methods will be used, right? So e to the power 3t minus e to the power minus 40. As of now, I am writing down the result directly, but just before 1 minute, I solved the complete question using the method as well. So in the examination hall, I will be trusting more on the method rather than these formulas. But as an educator, it's my duty to teach these shortcut as well, because if someone is able to remember, then it would be happy for him. Divided by 7 ut. Okay, so bounded and bounded, that doesn't matter. Well and good. Try the next one. Here the same thing is there. You cannot apply this now. E to the power 3t minus e to the power 3t, 3 minus 3. So this is becoming 0 divided by 0, indeterminate form. You have to solve it now. E to the power 3t ut convolution with e to the power 3t ut. So now you need to solve it because the formula is not working. E to the power 3t minus e to the power minus 3t divided by 3 minus 3. Nothing is working. So you need to solve it. You will do it on your own. I will take a pause, drink some water, and I will come back. Try doing it on your own. Draw the diagram. E to the power 3t ut. E to the power 3t ut. Mirror image, shift, then see from where to where the integration will go, and do it on your own. Okay, very easily you can do it, and without even drawing the diagram you can do it. Just draw the diagram in your mind. E to the power 3 to u2, e to the power shifted, the integration will go from 0 to t. For t less than 0, everything would be 0. Integration 0 to t, then e to the power 3 to, and this is e to the power 3 minus 2 plus t. Okay, so this thing will be happening, and try doing it on your own. Okay, so let me take a pause, and then I'm expecting that everyone will be able to solve it. Yeah, so did you get your answer? This was easy only. You would have drawn these graphs as well, e to the power 3 to u2, and this graph would have been just the mirror image and then shifted. So here e to the power 3, in place of t what you will put? Minus tau plus t, right? In place of t what you will put? Minus tau plus t. So this would have been e to the power minus 3 tau, e to the power 3t minus tau plus t, right? And for t less, this is going from 0 to infinity, and this is coming from minus infinity to t. So if t is less than 0, everything would be 0. So for t less than 0, your yt would be equals to 0. And for t greater than 0, the limit will be changed from 0 to t. Why is that so? Because of the integration 0 to t, it would be non-zero. So 0 to t, e to the power 3 tau into e to the power minus 3 tau 3t d tau, right? So what I can do, e to the power 3t I can take common. Basically I can take outward. E to the power 3t I can take outward because the integration is happening with respect to tau. Now e to the power 3 tau multiply with e to the power minus 3 tau, that would be 1 only. So e to the power 3t is outward, 0 to t d tau. So what will be the answer for this? T only. So e to the power 3t into t. Okay. So what is the correct answer actually? Yt would be equals to t into e to the power 3t ut. This is the answer. So what we are getting? T e to the power 3t ut. So there is no formula, nothing like that. You need to solve it. What I have seen some places, at some places what I have seen, that I am telling, that you take e to the power 3t common because it is common on both of them. So what they have done is that e to the power 3t common and then ut convolution with ut. And ut convolution with ut, what is that? Rt. And that can be written as t into ut. So what is the answer? E to the power 3t into t into ut. Absolutely wrong. Luckily you get the correct answer here. But I told you in this manner we cannot take the common. This is not addition. This is convolution. So you cannot take it to common. Okay. Luckily you are getting the correct answer. But that method is wrong. Are you getting this point? Luckily only we are getting the correct answer, that e to the power 3t you take common and then ut convolution with ut is equals to rt. So e to the power 3t t into ut. Why ut convolution with ut is equals to rt? Because anything convolved with ut is the running integration. So running integration of ut is equals to rt only. So e to the power 3t t into ut. So method is absolutely wrong. That method is wrong. Luckily you got the correct answer. So that's why I was saying that you cannot take anything common. So it will not work everywhere, right? So don't apply these kind of things. So no formula remembering, nothing. Here I need to derive it only. Next point, this question. You can do it on your own. This is the different equation only. So we are just seeing the different equations now. In between, I just saw the conclusion, which might be remembered. If you are not able to remember, then you can drop it as well. Okay. So one more kind of conclusion we can write down. What kind of conclusion? What we have seen? E to the power minus at convolution with ut. This we saw, right? Where we saw? Here. E to the power minus 2t ut convolution with ut. So e to the power minus at ut, e to the power minus at ut. Sorry. E to the power minus at ut convolution with ut. So this will simply be the running integration of this one. The answer would be this. There might be the chance you are not going to remember it, so you can derive it as well. Very simple derivation. It will take minimum of time in the examination hall. 0 to t e to the power minus a to d to. So 1 minus e to the power minus a to divided by a. So 1 minus e to the power minus at ut. Okay, very easily you can derive it. Secondly, what we saw? E to the power minus at ut convolution with e to the power minus bt ut. What would be the answer? E to the power minus at e to the power minus bt divided by minus a minus minus b, right? U of t. That was the second thing. And what is the last thing? E to the power minus at ut convolution with e to the power minus at ut. And for that, what was the answer? There is a trick to remember. E to the power minus at goes outward, and convolution of the ut of ut, that would be r of t. So into t ut. So in that manner, if you want to remember, you can remember into t ut. So these things in longer run, it might not be there in your brain, but anyway, any day you can derive it in the examination hall. Okay. So these three kind of convolution we have seen with respect to the exponential function. Very easy, very simple. Let's move to the next one. This question you need to solve. Sin pi t ut convolution with ut. So what would be your y of t? Running integration again, minus infinity to t sin pi to ut, right? Ut shows that it is there from t greater than 0. That means if your t was less than 0, if t was less than 0, yt would have been 0 only. And if your t is greater than 0, yt would have been 0 to t sin pi to, here I forgot to write down d to, sin pi to, if t is greater than 0, I can remove this u to now, d to. So what I am getting? Cos pi to divided by pi. Integration of sine is minus cos, right? So minus sign would be there, and then 0 to t, right? Cos 0 is 1. So 1 minus cos pi t, 1 minus cos pi t divided by pi ut. Don't forget this ut. So this is your yt. Why I am applying ut here? Ut I will apply later on, because here I have written t greater than 0. So for t greater than 0 only it is non-zero. That's why I am applying ut here. So simply the integration of this particular function we are doing, the integration would be cos pi t divided by pi, minus sign would be there, going from 0 to t. So cos 0 is 1, 1 minus cos pi t divided by pi. So yt is equals to 1 minus cos pi t by pi ut. Okay, so this is your yt. What will be the value of y of 1? Y of 1, that would be equals to 1 minus cos pi. Cos pi is minus 1, so 2 by pi. Say yes or no. U of 1 is 1. Cos pi is minus 1. So 1 minus of minus 1. So 2 by pi. What will be the value of y of 0? Cos 0 is what? 1 only, right? Cos 0 is 1. 1 minus 1 will be 0 only, divided by 0. What will be the value of y of minus 1? Y of minus 1. In place of t, what you need to put? Minus 1. U of minus 1 is already 0. This particular function is there for t greater than 0 only, no? So y of minus 1 will be 0 only. So this particular thing was equals to actually y of 1 only. So y of 1 divided by 3. So what will be the answer? Here alpha will be equals to y of 1 divided by 3. So answer will be 2 by 3 pi. So value of alpha is 2 by 3 pi. Here some people what they would do is that they would put u of minus 1 as well, but they will not notice this u of minus 1. They will say okay, cos pi into minus 1, that means cos of minus pi. Cos of minus pi would be equals to cos of pi only, and cos of pi is minus 1, so 2 by pi. So here also they will write down 2 by pi. So that thing you need to take care. The answer will be non-zero for t greater than 0 only. Is that okay for you? Is that okay for everyone? Very simple questions we are going to see. A lot more questions are also there, but let's see this particular topic. Convolution with impulse train. What is the meaning of impulse train? We are convolving your xt that is given. This xt is given. We are convolving it with this particular train. This is known as impulse train. What is this? Minus infinity to infinity delta of t minus a10. This is known as impulse train. So what will be the RMS value of yt? This is what they are asking. And one more thing, here in this particular question, the energy of yt was asked and I forgot it. I calculated yt only. What will be the energy of yt? This was asked, right? Yt was not asked, energy of yt was asked. So I should have calculated the energy of yt as well. So what should we do first? Should we calculate the energy of yt first, or should we do this particular question? So let's calculate the energy of yt first. So here this was your yt. So that's why pages were added here. So yt was e to the power minus 2t by 2 minus e to the power minus 4t by 2, or how I would write it, e to the power minus 2t by 2 ut minus e to the power minus 4t by 2 ut. This was my yt, right? I need to calculate. Let's call this function as alpha t and this is your beta t. Are both of them orthogonal? No, they are not orthogonal, right? These two are not orthogonal. You can directly see e to the power minus 2t ut, that will be going from 0 to infinity. E to the power minus 4t ut divided by 2, this will also be going from 0 to infinity. So certainly they are not orthogonal for sure. That means what will be my answer? Not orthogonal. Orthogonal, not orthogonal. So what will be my energy of yt? My energy of yt would be energy of alpha t plus energy of beta t, then plus 2 into minus infinity to infinity, multiply both of them and then calculate the total area. So multiply both of them and then calculate the total area. These kind of questions in the examination hall you need to solve with the full amount of patience. So what will be the energy of alpha t? That would be equals to 1 by 4 into 1 by 2a, and a value is 2. So is that okay for you? How did I write it down? Do I remember the energy of e to the power minus 80 ut? I told you if you want to remember you can remember, otherwise you can derive it as well. So that was 1 by 2a. And if I multiply with the factor of a, then the energy will be multiplied with the factor of a square, because in the energy we do the square. So a square by 2a. So 1 by 2 square, that would be 1 by 4 into 1 by 2a. 1 by 2a, value of a is 2. So this is the answer. Plus here what is your beta t? Beta t is with the negative sign as well. Beta t is with the negative sign as well. But in the energy there will be no use of negative sign. So what will happen? 1 by 4 again into 1 by 2a. What is the value of a now? 4. Are these steps clear? Plus 2 into minus infinity to infinity. Both of them will be multiplied. So 1 by 4 will come. This will be multiplied with this particular thing. Ut will be multiplied with ut, that would be ut only. So e to the power minus 2t into e to the power minus 4t. Ut multiplied with ut will be ut only. Dot dt. Dot dt. So and minus sign is also there, right? Minus sign is also there. Minus sign is also there. 1 by 2, 1 by 2, 1 by 4, e to the power minus 2t, e to the power minus 4t, minus sign is also there. So what we are getting? This particular integration I need to calculate. So minus 1 by 2 since there is ut, so from 0 to infinity, e to the power minus 2 minus 4 minus 60 into dt. So 1 by 4 into 2 minus 1 by 2 e to the power minus 60 dt. Okay, so what we are getting, e to the power minus 60 divided by 2, 0 to infinity, and there would be another negative sign, so this will become plus. So e to the power infinity is 0, right? E to the power minus infinity will be 0, e to the power 0 and sorry, y divided by 2 divided by 6, really sorry, divided by 6. Basically this will throw 1 by 6, that's it. This integration will throw 1 by 6. This you can solve on your own. E to the power minus 60 divided by minus 6, 0 to infinity, e to the power minus infinity is 0, e to the power 0 is 1. So minus 1 by 6, minus of minus 1 by 6, that means 1 by 6. So this integration will throw 1 by 6. So total answer here would be 1 by 12. So this integration will give you 1 by 12 answer. So this particular thing is giving you 1 by 12 answer. Say yes or no. Okay, and from here what, how much answer we are getting? 1 by 4 into 1 by 4, 1 by 16 plus 1 by 32 plus 1 by 12. This is the answer. One by 4, 1 by 2a, 1 by 8, 1 by 2a, 1 by 4, 1 by 4, 1 by 4, 1 by 16. Here 1 by 4, 1 by 8, 1 by 32, and then this will be minus 6 and minus 4 was also there, minus 1 by 4, twice 2 times also it will be multiplied. So 1 by 2, 1 by 2 and 1 by 6, right? So here minus sign will come actually. Here minus sign will come. This integration will give you minus 1 by 12. Actually this will throw 1 by 6. So 1 by 6 into 1 by minus 1 by 2 will be minus 1 by 12. You can do this integration, right? This integration you can do on your own. This is very easy. Oh, needlessly I am making it complex. The integration will be from minus infinity to infinity, that will change from 0 to infinity. This integration will throw the value to be 1 by 6. Let's ignore this step. I know the integration of this particular thing. That will throw the value to be 1 by 6. So 1 by 6 into 1 by 2, that will be 1 by 12, but there is a negative sign, so negative sign will also come. So this will be the answer, energy of yt, right? So this you can solve on your own, energy of yt. What was your xt? This was your xt. So energy of xt was 1 by 4. Energy of xt was 1 by 4. And what was your energy of yt? Energy of yt, this was your yt. Energy of yt was 1 by 2a, that means 1 by 8. So basically there is no relation. This is what I wanted to tell. Here the energy was 1 by 4, here the energy was 1 by 8, and this energy is coming out to be something not yt, it was ht, sorry. So energy of ht was 1 by 8, energy of xt was 1 by 4, and energy of yt is coming out to be some 1 by 16 plus 1 by 32 minus 1 by 12. So basically there is no relation. Okay, this is what I wanted to tell. If they are asking you the energy after a convolution, that means you need to solve the problem. So first you get the value of yt and then you find out the energy. Energy, how will you find out? Non-orthogonal. So 1 by 2a here will come. So that would be 1 by 4 into 1 by 4, 1 by 16. Here again 1 by 4 into 1 by 4, 1 by 4 into 1 by 8, that would be 1 by 32. And after that the multiplication, that would be 1 by 2 e to the power minus 60 dt. So 1 by 6, right? So 1 by 2 into 1 by 6, that would be 1 by 12. So 2 into this particular expression should be there in your mind. Energy of first function plus energy of second function plus 2 into the area of multiplication of both of the functions, right? Okay, let's go to our next question. Okay, we will see it later on. Let's go to our next question. This question. So what is your impulse train? So this is what we were seeing. So here if I put n equals to 0, what I will get? Delta t. If I put n equals to 0, delta t. If I put n equals to 1, what I will get? Delta of t minus 8. If I put n equals to 2, what I will get? Delta of t minus 16. In that manner it will keep on going. If I put n equals to minus 1, what I will get? Delta of t plus 8. If I put n equals to, this was minus 1, I put n equals to minus 2, what I will get? Delta of t plus 16. In that manner it will keep on going. Okay, so these are just impulses. One impulse is there at t equals to 0. This impulse is there at t equals to 8. This impulse is there at t equals to 16. This impulse is there at t equals to minus 8. This impulse is there at t equals to minus 16. So in a gap of 8 and 8 there are impulses. So this is a periodic impulse train, right? This is a periodic signal, periodic impulse train is there. So I am calling this particular function as ht. Okay. So if I draw the diagram of ht, how it will look like? And this concept will be highly used when we study sampling. Okay. In Fourier transform, after studying Fourier transform, we will study sampling. So there it will be highly used. And this will go till minus infinity to plus infinity, right? Minus infinity to plus infinity, completely it will be going. 0, 8, 16, minus 8, minus 16. Areas are 1. Area are 1. For all of them, area are 1. Amplitude is infinity only. Area are 1. So this was your ht. So in better manner, if I write down my ht, so till infinity it is going. Impulses at 16, minus 8, 0, 8, 16, and in that manner. And it is convolved with x of t. X of t is some signal. This is a non-periodic signal, right? Some triangular signal is there, some triangular function is there, which is non-periodic, and this is periodic. This is periodic impulse train. Periodic. This is how I am defining it. This is how it is defined. That impulses are there at every 8 seconds. Say yes or no, right? So this is a non-periodic signal, this is a periodic signal. Now both are convolved. Xt is convolved with h of t. Xt is convolved with h of t. So now xt is convolved with impulses. So anything convolution with the impulse will give the same result. Basically your xt is convolved with this particular train, that is delta of t plus 16, delta of t plus 8 plus delta t plus delta of t minus 8 plus delta of t minus 16, in that manner, right? Anything convolved with impulse train will give you the, anything convolved with impulse function will give you the same function. If there is a shift, that same shift will be going towards the function as well. That means xt convolution with delta of t plus 16, xt convolution with the delta of t plus 16 will give you x of t plus 16. xt convolution with the delta of t plus 8 will give you x of t plus 8. xt convolution with delta t will give you xt. xt convolution with the delta of t minus 8 will give you x of t minus 8, x of t minus 16. In that manner, a lot of waveforms you will be getting. So x of t waveform you already know. What will be the waveform of x of t minus 8? X of t minus 8. What will be the waveform of x of t minus 8? That means the center will be going to 8. If I need to make x of t minus 8, that means I need to shift right by 8. I need to shift towards the positive hand side by 8. Right? So this will be shifted by 8. So this center will go to 8. This will go to minus 3 plus 8, that will be 5, and this will go to 11. Are you getting this point? In the same manner, I can draw x of t minus 16 as well, x of t plus 8, x of t plus 16. So what do you think how the final yt will look like? This is how the yt will look like. Minus 3 to 3. The amplitude was 2. Here the amplitude was 3, so no amplitude is changing. Now center is shifted. Next the center is shifted at 8. For the next one, the center will be shifted at 16. Right? In between everything is 0. 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 Right? Here the center is shifted at 8. 3 backward, 5. 3 ahead 11. Here the center is at 16, 3 backward 13, 3 ahead, that would be 19, right? This gap is 6 only, here also the gap is 6, gap is 6. So this kind of waveform we are getting. Same thing will be happening towards this side as well. The center will be shifted at -8. This will be -8. This is -5. This is -11. Here it will be -16. This will be -13, right? And this will be -19 in that manner. So is this periodic? Absolutely, yes. So your non-periodic signal was convolved with the periodic signal, that was an impulse train, and you got a periodic signal in the final answer. And for the periodic signal, what they are asking? For this periodic signal, what they are asking? The RMS value they are asking. RMS of yt. So will I actually find the RMS? No. What I will find? I will find power, and then I will take the, what I will do? I will find the power and then I will take the under root. So what is the periodicity of this particular function? What is the periodicity? What is the time period? I should say periodicity, or what is the time period? Time period is 8 seconds, because you can see that this particular waveform is being repeated. This particular waveform is being repeated. So time period is 8 seconds. Or in this function as well, you can see this is what? This is your yt. If you calculate y of t plus 8, y of t plus 8, y of t plus 8 would be equals to x of t plus 24, x of t plus 16, x of t plus 8, x of t minus 8, and then x of t minus 16. So it will be getting the same function. We will be getting the same function. Are you getting this point? Y of t plus 8 will be equals to y of t only. Here if I calculate y of t plus 8. So all these will be shifted by 8. T plus 24, t plus 16, t plus 8, x of t minus 8. So it will be equals to y of t only, because these are infinite values, right? Infinite values. So y of t plus 8 is equals to y of t only. And if you don't want to see in this manner, you can directly see from here as well, no? This much part is being repeated. This much part is being repeated, that is from -3 to 5. So this part is 8 only. Or whatever the periodicity of your impulse train was there, this was periodic with the time period of 8. The same here you are getting. Okay, so periodicity is 8. So how will I find the power of yt? Power of yt. What was the formula? Do you remember? 1 by time period. 1 by time period. Then you need to integrate for the complete time period only, mod of yt square dt. Do I need to do this integration? Absolutely not. 1 by 8. I remember the result of this particular integration. What that would be? A square by 3. A square by 3 into the width. Width is 6. Right? So 4. This is 4. 24. 24. Answer is 1. So power is coming out to be 1. So that's why RMS will also be under root 1. And that would be equals to 1 only. So RMS is also 1, power is also 1. Did you understand what we did here? A non-periodic function was convolved with an impulse train. Impulse train was having the impulses after a duration of every 8 seconds, that we got to know from here. Then if I convolve it, what I get to know is that x of t is also being shifted. X of t was -3 to 3. It was some triangular function. After that it was all 0. Now what we are getting? X of t plus x of t minus a plus x of t minus 16, x of t plus 8 plus t plus 16. In that manner we are getting. So this is how we will get. So this is your x of t. This is your x of t plus 8. Sorry, x of t minus 8, x of t minus 16, x of t plus 8, x of t minus 16. So in that manner a periodic waveform we are getting. That is having a periodicity, or you can say time period of 8. If I need to find the power, that would be 1 by time period and then power of one particular time window. and that I already know, a square by 3 into the width. So 4 by a square is 4 by 3 into width is 6. So the power would be 8 divided by the periodicity, that is 8. So 8 by 8 is 1, RMS value is 1. So from here the conclusion that I am making, that is non-periodic is convolved with periodic will give you periodic function. A very important conclusion. Non-periodic convolution with periodic will give you periodic only. For rest of them we are not seeing anything. Basically only for this particular scenario we have given the conclusion that non-periodic convolution with periodic will give you periodic. Now here you will see that, sir, non-periodic convolution with non-periodic is giving us non-periodic, but this is not universal. This is universal. This is always work. This will always work. But non-periodic convolution with non-periodic can be periodic as well, and that we will see in the Fourier transform. So as of now, in this particular lecture, in the lecture of convolution in chapter 2, that is about systems, only one universal fact you need to remember, that is non-periodic convolution with periodic will give you periodic. And how will you remember? Non-periodic, you will keep this waveform in your mind. This triangular waveform you will keep in your mind. And then periodic impulse train. So what will happen? A lot of triangular wave we will get. That means it will be a periodic signal. So non-periodic is convolution with convolved with periodic will give you periodic only. So this is what you are going to remember. This is universal. As of now, we have just given one universal statement. Now there is more thing in continuous time convolution, so that we are going to see. But again, let me take a pause, let me take a break, and you revise whatever that we have studied. I hope it is giving very smooth, although convolution is considered as one of the complex topic of signals and systems, but we are seeing it with good amount of patience. So yeah, just have a quick review and we will see more questions on continuous time convolution. Okay. Yeah, welcome back. So now we need to study convolution of two rectangular pulses. Now you will say that, sir, this we have already seen, and with respect to this particular example only, we saw the area property, right? When we saw the area property, we took this example only. But now we will develop a trick actually, okay? How to convolve two rectangular pulse. For that we will develop a trick. How to solve it using the mathematics, that we already know. How we will solve it using the mathematics? First I can tell my x of t. What is my x of t? My x of t is u of t plus 2 minus u of t minus 1. And what is my h of t? H of t is 2u of t minus 1 minus 2u of t minus 3, right? Then I can find my y of t, that is xt convolved with h of t. So first u of t plus 2 can be convolved with 2u of t minus 1. So what I will get? 2u of t plus 1, then minus 2u of t minus 1, then minus 2, sorry, not u, ut convolution with ut is rt, right? So 2r of t plus 1, then minus 2r of t minus 1, minus 2r of t minus 1, then minus 2r of t minus 2, then minus 2r of t minus 2, and then plus 2r of t minus 4, right? Plus 2r of t minus 4. So this will be the yt, and then we can draw it, because here the breakpoint is at minus 1, here the breakpoint is at 1, here breakpoint is at 2, and breakpoint is at 4. So first slope of 2, and then slope will become 0, and then it will become minus 2, and then again it will become 0. So this we have already seen, but how we will do it with respect to a trick? So these particular waveform will be given in the examination, okay? Okay, so these waveforms are given in the examination. So directly looking at the waveform, I can draw my y of t. Directly looking at the waveform, I can draw my y of t. So y of t versus t I need to draw. One thing I surely know, that it will be non-zero between minus 2 plus 1, that means minus 1. It will be non-zero between minus 1 to 1 plus 3, 4. It will be non-zero between minus 1 to 4, and here also you can see that these are our breakpoints. First the slope will be of 2, then at 1 there will be a breakpoint, at 2 there will be a breakpoint, and then at 4 there will be a breakpoint, right? So this is what I will do. First thing I will do is that I will add up the lower limits, -2 plus 1 minus 1 plus 1 plus 3 plus 4. Next thing I need to do is that I need to check this width. This width is 3 and this width is 2. So which width is lower, 3 or 2? 2. So this is my matter of concern. The lower width will be my matter of concern. Here the width is 3, here the width is 2. So lower width will be my matter of concern. So lower width is 2. So 2 ahead of this and 2 backward of this. 2 ahead of the lower limit. 2 ahead of the lower limit. That means I will be reaching at 1. This 4 I should have made somewhere here. 2 ahead. 2 ahead of -1, that would be 1. And 2 backward of 4, that would be 2. So these will be my other breakpoints. Are you getting this point? Here you can see breakpoints are 1 and 2. So I will calculate the width, whatever the minimum width is there, that will be my matter of concern. So my matter of concern will be 2. So 2 ahead of this, 2 backward of this. Okay. Then I will multiply these two. 1 multiply with 2. So my initial slope will be of slope 2. So I will be starting with -1. Before -1 everything would be 0. Before -1 everything would be 0. And after 4 everything would be 0. Then I need to check my initial slope. So my initial slope will be 2 into 1, that would be 2. So at this point my slope will be 2. At the initial slope is 2. And that slope will go till the next breakpoint. What is the next breakpoint? This is the breakpoint. So slope is 2. This slope is 2. So here the increase is 2. Here this increase is 2. So here it will increase by 4. So this value will be 4. Okay. After this, what you need to do? You need to make a trapezoidal. That's it. You need to make a trapezoidal like this. Basically, initial slope you got to know. That slope is your 2. The initial slope is 2. After that, there is another breakpoint, no? So after that, till that point, I will make a straight line, and after that, I will just decrease it. And here also the slope will be same only, although the slope will be -2. But this slope I don't care. I just need the initial slope. Initial slope is, what is the initial slope? Initial slope is 2. So this is how it will go. Till the one breakpoint, till the first breakpoint. First breakpoint I have got, then I will make a straight line till the next breakpoint, and then I will decrease it. So this is how I can do in the examination hall just by looking at the waveforms. Is that clear to you or not? Or shall we take another example? Okay. So here the width is 5 and 3. So let's take another example. There I will change something. What I am gonna do is that I will just copy this particular thing here. Okay. Now I am changing this width actually. Okay. This time I am changing the width. So -1 to 1. Here 1 to 3. So here the width is 2. And here also the width is 2 only. So first tell me from where to where it will be non-zero. So let's add up the lower limits. So -1 plus 1 will be 0. 1 plus 3 will be 4. So between 0 to 4 it will be non-zero. Between 0 to 4 it will be non-zero. Now I will see the width. This width is 2. This width is 2. Both are the same width only. So lower width is 2 only. Now the lower width is my matter of concern. So 2 ahead of this and 2 backward of this. That will be the same point only. 2 ahead of this, 2 ahead of 0 and 2 backward of 4. That would be the same point. Say yes or no. 0 plus 2, 4 minus 2. That would be 2 only. Right? So here there is only one breakpoint. Here there is only one breakpoint. Although you can say 3 breakpoints are there, but in between there is only one breakpoint. So before this everything is 0. After this as well everything is 0. But let's check the initial slope. Initial slope is 1 into 2. Initial slope is 2. So till the next breakpoint the slope is 2. After that will I make it something like this? No. After that the slope will decrease only. Basically if I make till the next breakpoint, if I take the straight line, after that I need to decrease the slope as well. But how will I decrease it? No, I cannot decrease it. So if there is only one breakpoint in between, so basically this is how I need to decrease it. So if the width are same, then it will be triangular. If the widths are different, then it will be trapezoidal. That's it. This is just a trick. Otherwise, you can solve by this particular method as well. But it will take time in the examination hall. That's why we have developed some trick. Okay. Here we were getting trapezoidal because the widths were different. If the width is same, here the width is same. Width is 2, width is 2. So I will get triangular. In between, there will be only one breakpoint. So here the slope will be rising up and then going down. What will be the slope? 2 into 1, the slope will be 2. So here the increase is 2. So this value will also increase by, this value will increase by 4. So this point will be 4. So actually this point will actually be equals to 4. This point will actually be equals to 4 and the slope is 2. Okay, 2 into 1, the slope is 2. Are you able to understand the point? If the width is same, then you will get a triangular. If the width is different, you will get trapezoidal. And how will you get to know? Lower width is the matter of concern. So 2 ahead, 2 backward, and then initial slope you see 2 into 1, initial slope is 2. After that, between these two breakpoints, constant value and then decay with the same slope. Although the slope will be here negative, but this is not the matter of concern. All good? We will see more and more example, you will be habitual of it. So here what is the width? 5. And here what is the width? 3. What will be the matter of concern? This will be the matter of concern. And what will be the slope? 1 into 4, the slope will be 4. So let's make the final output y of t. Y of t versus t. So lower limit we need to add minus 3 plus 0.5. What that would be? Minus 2.5. So lower limit will be minus 2.5. What about the higher limit? Plus 2 plus 3.5. That would be equals to 5.5. And what is the matter of concern? Matter of concern is 3. So 3 backward of this, that will be 2.5. And 3 ahead of this, that would be plus 0.5. Right? Minus 2.5 plus 3, that would be plus 0.5. Okay? And before this, everything was 0, 0 only. Here, this is also 0 and this is also 0. Now, what will be the initial slope? 4 into 1. The initial slope will be 4. The initial slope will be 4. Then after, between these two breakpoints, the slope will be 0 and then it will be minus 4. So, initial slope is 4. This is the most important part. Initial slope is 4. How much is this width? This width is 3, right? So, in the increase of t, there is 3. T is increased by a factor of 3. That means yt will increase by a factor of 12 because 3 into 4, 12. So, this value will be 12. In basics, we have seen these kind of things. Okay. Slope is 12. So, the slope is 4. So, this value has to be 12. Right? Because 12 by 3 would be equals to 4. So, this value has to be 12. By 3, slope is 4. After the slope is 0, then slope is minus 4. So, this is how I will make the trapezoidal waveform. Let's see this one. What is the width? 5 and there the width is 3. Again the matter of concern 3 only, right? And just what I can do is that, okay, let's make it again. What I am drawing? I am drawing yt. Yt versus t. So, what will be the lower limit? Minus 2.5. And what will be the upper limit? 5.5. Matter of concern 3. So, 3 backward where I will reach 2.5 and 3 ahead where I will reach 0.5. Okay. What will be the slope? Minus 2 into plus 2. Here what was the scene? 4 into 1. Okay. Here minus 2 into plus 2. The slope will be minus 4. What will be the slope? Slope will be minus 4. So, this would be the positive slope, right? This is the positive slope. This is the positive slope. This is the negative slope. So, negative slope is minus 4. After that, constant and then again going towards 0. So, this time we are getting trapezoidal but in the negative direction, right? So, slope is minus 4. Slope is minus 4. So, if there is an increment of 3, so here there will be a decrement of 4 into 3, decrement of 12 will be there. So this point will be minus 12. This slope is minus 4, next slope will be plus 4. But we need to start from minus infinity only. From the least point we will start. Let's see this one. Width is 3 here. And here also the width is 3. So both widths are same. Both widths are same. So what is the matter of concern? Matter of concern is 3 only. Can we get the higher and lower limits? Certainly we can get the higher and lower limits. So I need to draw my yt. So what will be my lower limits? Minus 2 plus 0.5, that would be minus 1.5. Minus 1.5. And 3.5 plus 1, that would be 4.5. Minus 2 plus 0.5, that would be minus 1.5, and 1 plus 3.5, that would be 4.5. Width is 3. So 3 ahead, 3 backward. So this point will be 1.5. Somewhere in between 1.5, that will be the matter of concern. But here there is only one breakpoint. And what will be the initial slope? Minus 2 into minus 2. Just one second. Just as you get into the job, like right now you are a student, right? Once you get into the job, what will happen is that you will start having back issues. Back issues will be there for sure. That's for sure. Each of my friend is having back issues now. Once you get into the job, also stomach will also come out. So minus 2 into minus 2, the slope will be 4. So positive slope I need to make, right? Positive slope I need to make. Like this will be minus 4, this will be plus 4. So positive slope plus 4, and there is only one matter of concern, so directly it will decay. So it will be a triangular. Okay, slope is 4. So this gap is what? This gap is 3. So this point will be 12. By 3 would be equals to 4. Okay, so this particular topic we have seen that if there are two rectangular pulses, if we need to convolve it, we are not going to solve in this particular manner, like get the breakpoint and write down in this particular thing and then draw the diagram. Just we will remember a particular method. Lower limit added up, higher limit also added up, then it will be non-zero between 0 to 4 only. Now here also width is 2, so matter of concern is 2 only, initial slope will be 2, initial slope is 2. So in that manner we need to remember. Minus 1 to 4, initial slope will be 2. Okay, minus 1 to 4, initial slope will be 2, matter of concern will be the lower width. So 2 ahead of this, 2 backward of this. In that manner we will keep on solving. Okay, solve this particular question. E to the power j3t complex exponential is convolved with e to the power minus 5t ut. Can I apply any formula here? That formula, e to the power j3t minus e to the power minus 5t divided by 3j minus of minus 5, that means plus 5. Can I apply this thing? Absolutely wrong. That was there for a specific thing only. E to the power minus at ut, convolution with e to the power minus bt ut. So here there is no ut, this is not ut, this is a complete function. So this is a periodic function, right? What is this? This is a periodic function, right? Although this is not a matter of concern for us, and this is non-periodic. So periodic convolution with non-periodic, have we seen this anywhere? Yes. Periodic convolution with non-periodic will be periodic only. So let's check out how we will do the convolution. Basic definition I have to use. There is no other way, right? I have to use the basic definition. One thing I am pretty sure, that I am not going to draw the graph of e to the power j3t. I am not going to draw the graph of e to the power j3t, but I know that it will be there from minus infinity to infinity. E to the power j3t. I know that it will be a spiral like structure that is going from 0 to infinity and minus infinity to 0 as well. Spiral like structure, periodic structure would be there, but it will be existing between minus infinity to infinity. That is for sure, right? E to the power j3 e to the power j3 e to the power j3. This I am calling as xt and this I am calling as ht. This will be equals to my yt. So I will invert this and shift, but I am pretty sure that e to the power j 3 tau is existing between minus infinity to infinity. Let's make the diagram of e to the power minus 5t ut. E to the power minus 5t ut. The diagram will be somewhat like this. But what I need to do, I need to invert it and then shift. So invert and shift. Invert and shift. So this will be the point. So e to the power minus 5 minus tau plus t, right? In place of ht, what I will put, what will be the basic definition? Basic definition will be, you need to calculate the area keeping x of tau as it is. And why I did not move this one? You can also move this one as well, but I thought of moving this particular thing because it seems like easy, because this is a real function, so it felt like easy to me. Otherwise you can move this one as well, there is no issue. Okay, so take the mirror image and then shift. So mirror image and shift. So what I am getting, minus tau, in place of t what I need to put, minus tau plus t. So what is this function? This function is coming out to be e to the power 5 tau minus 5t, e to the power 5 tau minus 5t. Okay, so minus infinity to infinity. What is x of tau? E to the power j 3 tau multiply with e to the power 5 tau, e to the power 5 tau into e to the power minus 5t d tau. So e to the power minus 5t can be taken as common. E to the power minus 5t can be taken as common. Now you let me know from where to where the limit will go. It will go from 0 to t. No, the limit will go from minus infinity to t. Why is that so? Because this function is non-zero between minus infinity to t, and this is non-zero between minus infinity to infinity. So the limit, if I multiply both of them, the limit will go from minus infinity to t. Okay. So limit will go from minus infinity to t, e to the power minus 5t, that is already outward. This I can write down as e to the power j 3 plus 5, sorry, e to the power 3j plus 5, 3j plus 5 into tau d tau. Say yes or no, right? So what I am getting, e to the power minus 5t, e to the power 3j plus 5, 3j plus 5 tau divided by 3j plus 5 going from minus infinity to t. All good. So what we are getting, e to the power minus 5t divided by 3j plus 5. Here what we are getting, e to the power 3j plus 5 into t minus e to the power minus infinity. What is that? 0 only. So e to the power, what is this? This is your e to the power 3jt into e to the power 5t. Say yes or no. This is your e to the power 3jt into e to the power 5t. Do you agree to this point? 3j into t e to the power 5t. And this will get cancelled. So what you are left with? E to the power j 3t you can write down divided by 3j plus 5. Say yes or no. This is your yt. And you will not apply ut any here. Okay. You are not going to apply ut here. Why would you apply ut? This is there from minus infinity to t. So you are not going to apply ut here. So this is the yt you are getting. So what you did, you convolved e to the power j 3t, e to the power j 3t with e to the power minus 5t ut. And what you are getting, e to the power j 3t as it is, just, or what I will write, e to the power j 3t is multiplied with a constant value. E to the power j 3t is multiplied with constant value. Can you look it closely? This is a constant value, constant value. Okay, and e to the power j 3t is coming as it is. I will be using it somewhere in future. Okay, you don't need to remember the final answer here. You don't need to remember the final answer. In the examination, if this question is coming, you will derive it in this manner. Very easily we will be able to do that. I need to switch this one, and in that manner I will switch it, and then what I will see is that this has been shifted in this manner, e to the power 5 to e to the power minus 5t, e to the power minus 5t can come outward, then e to the power 5t, and that 5t is getting cancelled out, 3j plus 5 I am getting. So very easily you will be getting the answer. But to explain some concept, I will be using it in Fourier transform as well and in the systems as well. The concept will be of eigen function. Okay, so here e to the power j3t is known as eigen function, and this constant value is known as eigen values. Okay, but as of now what we are saying, we are just seeing the mathematics of convolution. So mathematics of convolution doesn't require all these kind of things, but somewhere in the future I will be using this particular expression. There I will be directly writing down the result. Although in the examination you don't need to remember the result directly, in the examination you will solve it, but somewhere in the future I will be directly writing down the results. All good for you? Okay, so this is known as e to the power j3t is known as eigen function, this is known as eigenvalue, and e to the power minus 5t ut is the impulse response of your system. So all these things we are going to see, but in the near future. As of now we are just seeing the mathematics of convolution, nothing else. Let's see the next question. You need to find the value of y of 1. xt is given, ht is given, you need to find the value of y of 1 because yt is equals to xt convolution with ht. So in the examination what will be the first thing clicking to me? Look, what people would do that, sir, I will break it down this particular function in terms of r of t and u of t, and this can be broken down into u of t only, and then I will get the answer. These kind of things people will do. If they are asking a constant value y of 1, one constant value they are asking, only one constant value they are asking, so why I cannot use the basic definition? What my basic definition says, y of t is equals to minus infinity to infinity, 1 remains as it is. Certainly I will keep this as it is and I will move this one. This is very apparent because this is a very complex signal. It feels like very complex signal, but taking the mirror image and then moving this one will be very easy for me. So keeping x of tau as it is, take the mirror image and then shift it by t d2. This is your yt, right? What you need to find? Y of 1. So if I need to find only one particular value if I need to find y of 1 at a certain time, I will use the basic definition no matter whatever the question is. In one of the question we found y of 1 plus y of 0 plus y of minus 1 divided by 3. So there I did not do the separate process because here I will have to do the calculation 3 times. So there I find y of t and then put the values. But here one certain value I need to find. So why I should waste my time in finding y of t? I only need y of 1. So in place of t you put y of 1. In place of t you put t equals to 1. If I put t equals to 1, what will be my answer? Y of 1 would be equals to minus infinity to infinity x of tau as it is. With h what you need to do? Invert it and then shift it by 1. So this function as it is, this inverted and shifted by 1 should be multiplied and then total area should be calculated. X of tau as it is, and the other one inverted and shifted by 1 should be multiplied and then calculate the total area. This is what y of 1 is saying. So what will be your h of minus tau plus 1? H of minus tau plus 1. This is your x of tau. H of minus tau, if I take the mirror image, it will be same only, and then I need to shift it. So if I shift it, then it will go from minus 1 to 3. It will go from minus 1 to 3. Okay, this magnitude is 2, this magnitude is 4, this magnitude is 2. So this is x of tau, this is h of minus tau plus 1. And both should be multiplied, and then whatever the area that we are getting, that we need to calculate. So if I multiply this function with this particular function, can you multiply that? Yes. Can I write down the result of multiplication? Very easily I can multiply. Whatever that is there till -1, everything will be 0. Because this is 0. From -infinity to -1, this particular function is 0. 0 multiplied with anything will be 0 only. And whatever after 3 is 0, whatever there is there after 3, that would be 0. But after 2 only it is 0. From 2 to infinity, this is 0. So from 2 to infinity, anything multiplied with 0 will be 0 only. So your final result will be there between -1 to 2. Here you are not going to say that, sir, lower limit and lower limit added and higher limit is added. No, that goes with x of tau xt convolution with ht, that gives you yt. Then we will say that your y of t will have the limit from -4 to +4. But this thing we are not doing here. Here we are multiplying both of the functions. Our final target is to find y of 1. So we are multiplying both of the functions. When I multiply both of the function, I get to know that this is 0 before -1. This is 0 before -1. So anything before -1 would be 0. Now this is saying that after 3 I am 0. But this is saying that after 2 I am 0. So after 2 everything would be 0. So before this and after this everything would be 0. Now here this complete function between -1, this value is -1 and this value is 2. So between -1 to 2, this complete function will be multiplied with 2. This complete function will be multiplied with 2. So at -1, what is the value? The value is 2 only. In this particular graph, what is the value at -1? So here what you can see is that the slope is 4/2, the slope is 2. And if there is an increase of 1, so there also the increase should be 1. So from 0 to 2 we will reach. So at -1 the value is 2 and that will be multiplied with 2. So at -1 the value will reach, that would become 4. At 0 this value is 2, this value is 4. So the value will become 8. Right? And at this value will become 4. At 1 the value is 2. So this value will become again 4. So are you getting the point how we are moving? Right? You can draw the graph now. So at before -1 everything was 0. At 1 the value was 2. So 2 into 2 it became 4. At 0 the value was 4. 4 into 2 it became 8. And then it was constant at 8 only. Then it decayed down to 2. So 2 into 2 it became 4. And after 2 everything was 0. So this was the scene. This is the scene. Okay. So basically if I make it clearly, this is 8 and this is 4 and this is 0. Okay. Now what I need to do, I have multiplied all these things, but now I just need to calculate this area. That would be my final answer. What I need to do is that I need to calculate this particular area and this would be my final answer. So this area I need to calculate. And how will I calculate this area? Y of 1. So this calculation I can do. This width is 1 into 8. 8 plus this width is 1. 1 into 4 plus 4. Are you getting this point? This area is 1 into 4, that is 4. This area is 1 into 8, that is 8. And what about this area? That would be 1/2. This is a trapezoidal, no? So 1/2 into the 1/2 into addition of parallel side. So this side is 4, this side is 8. So 4 plus 8 into the height. Height is 1. Height is 1. So 8 plus 4, 12 plus 6, that would be 18. So this is the answer. So you don't need to calculate y of t here. You just need to calculate y of 1. So if I need to calculate y of 1, I will simply apply my basic equation. X of tau as it is, h of minus tau plus 1. Okay, h of minus tau plus t it was there, but I need to put 1. So h of minus tau plus 1. So plus 1 means this is how it will be shifted. Then I need to multiply. All these values will be multiplied with 2. Okay, so all these are multiplied with 2. At -1 the value will be 4, 8, and in that manner these will be the value. Here the area is 4 plus 8 plus 4 plus 8 plus 4 plus 2, 6. 4 plus 8 plus 4 plus 2, 12 plus 6, 18. 18 is the answer. This area you can calculate on your own. Very basic mathematics it is, right? So yeah, that's it. We need to solve more problem. Try solving this question on your own. Okay, what will be the answer here? Then try this one on your own. Try this one on your own. Okay. Try this one also on your own. Keep this one on me. Okay, you will know, you might not be able to solve this particular question on your own, but at least try this one on your own, try this one, and try these two. Okay, with that we will be done with our continuous time convolution, but in between I need to take a break. Okay, you can also take a break if you want to. Okay, so let's try this one. So whenever I convolve with this delta function, then what I used to do is that I will reduce it to the least possible form. Basically, I will eat up this negative sign. So this could be the method 1. Okay, what I am doing, method 1 I am writing. So what could be the method 1? Method 1. So x of minus this as it is, and here I am eating up the negative sign. So what do you think, what will be the answer? Anything convolved with the delta function will be the same function only, but this is shifted by t naught 2. So in place of t, what we are putting, t plus t naught 2. So here also in place of t you will put t plus t naught 2. Are you getting this point? What I mean to say is that here this is already shifted by t naught 1, that we don't care about that. This is already shifted by t naught 1, we don't care about that. What we see is that in place of t, here we need to put t plus t naught 2. In place of t, we need to put t plus t naught 2. Whenever you convolve with the delta function, whenever you convolve with the impulse function, the function come as it is. This should be the answer. But here what I see is that it is shifted by t plus t naught 2. So this should also be shifted by, in place of t, I need to put t plus t naught 2. If it was t minus t naught 2, then in place of t, I would have put t minus t naught 2. But in place of t, I need to put. So t is having a negative sign. So in bracket, I will put it. Okay. And whatever t naught 1 it was having, that remains as it is. Okay. So what we are getting, x of minus t naught 2 plus t naught 1. So this is the first way. What could be the method 2? Method 2. What I know is that x of minus t convolved with the delta of minus t. What that would be equals to? X of t convolved with delta of t. What I am saying, x of t convolved with the delta of t, that is equals to x of t only. Now x of minus t convolved with the delta of minus t would be equals to x of minus t only. Now here I will put, what I will do, I will do the shift. So in this one, what shift I am doing, in place of t I am putting t minus t naught 1 convolved with delta of, and here what kind of shift I am doing, in place of t I am putting t plus t naught 2. In place of t I am putting t minus t naught 1, here I am putting in place of t plus t naught 2. So what I am getting, x of minus t. So t minus t naught 1, t plus t naught 2. T, one shift is minus t naught 1, another shift is plus t naught 2. Or what you can see is that you just need to add both of them. So what you are getting, 2t minus t naught 1 plus t naught 2. So you will just remember that 2t cannot come. So that 2 I will eat up, 2 will be eaten up. In that manner you can remember, or it is very simple. Basically minus sign is there as it is, minus sign is there as it is, minus sign is there as it is. In place of t, this guy is saying that put t minus t naught 1, this guy is saying that put t plus t naught 2. So what you will do, you will put t minus t naught 1 plus t naught 2, t minus t naught 1 plus t naught 2. So what you are getting, x of minus t plus t naught 1 minus t naught 2. Is this the same answer? Yes. So when there is a minus, you need to solve with good amount of patience. I am pretty sure 99% of the students will get it wrong in the examination hall if this question is coming. 99% of the students, because they just remember the property. How to apply the property, that is very important. The property says that in place of t, if there is a shift of t minus t1, in place of other t, there is a shift of t minus t2. So total shift will be, in place of t, you will put t minus t1 minus t2. So here also the same thing we are doing. X of minus t, convolution with delta of minus t is equals to x of minus t. Now the shift says that in place of t you need to put t minus t naught 1, and in place of t you need to put t plus t naught 2. So in place of t I will put t minus t naught 1 plus t naught 2, then I will get this answer. Although with the impulse function it is easy to solve, because impulse function has the ability of eating up the negative sign, then we can write down this answer. Okay, so in the examination, if good kind of question is coming, they will frame these kind of problems. What about this question? What will be the answer? X of 2. In place of t, what you will put? T minus t naught. So what will be the answer? X of 2t minus 2t naught. Say yes or no. Right? X of 2t minus 2t naught. This is how you need to solve it. What about this question? Sin pi t u of t plus 2. Can I call it xt? Let's try calling xt, but what xt I will say? I am saying that my xt is sin pi t ut, and my ht is ut. Okay. Can I reduce it? U of t minus 5 by 2. Say yes or no. But what will be my x of t plus 2? Because I need to make u of t plus 2 here. So what will be my x of t plus 2? So x of t plus 2 will be sin pi. In place of t I need to put t plus 2 into u of t plus 2. So sin pi t plus 2 pi. Sin pi t plus 2 pi. So you couldn't see actually. X of t plus 2, it was there. It felt like that it is not x of t plus 2, but it is actually x of t plus 2 only, because pi t plus 2 pi will be same. Sine of 2 pi plus pi t will be equals to sine of pi t only, u of t plus 2. So this is your x of t plus 2. This is your x of t plus 2. And what will be your h of t minus 5 by 2? H of t minus 5 by 2. That would be u of t minus 5 by 2. Say yes or no. Right? And if I know the result of x of t convolution with h of t, that would be equals to y of t. If I know this y of t, then can I find the result of x of t plus 2 convolution with h of t minus 5 by 2? That would be equals to h of t plus 2 minus 5 by 2. Plus 2 minus, sorry, not h, y. So what we will be getting? Y of t minus 1 by 2. This will be the answer. 2 minus 2.5, that would be minus 0.5. So y of t minus 1 by 2. Okay. So here what we are doing? Sin pi t ut convolution with ut is equals to yt. So what will be your yt? Yt will be the running integration of sin pi t ut, and the running integration will go from minus infinity to t. But you know that this function will be existing from 0 to t only. So from 0 to t sin pi to d2. All these things we have already seen, right? So what we will be getting? 1 minus cos pi t divided by t, considering the fact that your t is greater than 0. So this will be your yt. So this running integration we have already seen in this lecture itself. So that's why I am doing it quickly. So this is the answer we are getting. This is your y of t, but this is not the final answer. What is the final answer? T minus 1 by 2. So what will be your y of t minus 1 by 2? In place of t you need to put t minus 1 by 2. T minus 1 by 2. So u of t minus 1 by 2. So what that would be? That would be equals to, this is interesting to solve, I guess. Cos of pi t minus pi by 2. So cos of pi by 2 minus pi t, that would be sin pi t only. So this is coming out to be sin pi t. This value is coming out to be sin pi t, because cos pi t minus pi by 2. So cos pi by 2 minus cos pi t minus pi by 2 can be written as cos pi by 2 minus pi t. So cos pi by 2 minus theta is equals to sin theta. So sin pi t it is coming out to be. So this is your sin pi t only. So what is the answer that is coming out to be? 1 minus sin pi t divided by t minus 0.5 t minus 0.5 u of t minus 1 by 2. So I could have, this is the final answer. Okay, let me check back the calculation again. So let's check the calculation. So t plus 2, t minus 5 by 2, so t minus 1 by 2. Okay, and 1 minus cos pi t minus 1 by 2, cos pi t minus pi by 2, cos pi by 2 1, if I put cos pi by 2 is 0, 1 you put sin pi is 0, 1.52. Okay, yeah. So here I could have asked what is the value of y of 1, that answer would have been 2. If I have asked what is the value of y of 1, so you put y of 1 here, sin pi is 0, 1 here, 1 minus 0.5 would be 2, and y of 1 by 2, sorry, u of 1 by 2 would be 1 only. So answer would have been 2. This would have been the answer if I had asked y of 1, but this was not asked, so why I am writing it. Okay, solve this one. Can you apply any trick or anything like that? Can you think of doing something here? No, you cannot do anything, you have to solve it. Why is that so? Because if I say u e to the power t ut is my xt, e to the power t ut my xt, or this is my ht, then what I need to do? Basically, if I know the result of xt convolution with ht is equals to yt, anyhow I cannot reach at this particular function. What I will do, first my target would be, let's do this particular thing, and that result I also know. X of minus t is actually e to the power minus t u of minus t. Here I don't even need negative sign. Here I don't even need negative sign. But here anyway negative sign would come. Here there is positive sign, here there is negative sign. You cannot do anything here. You cannot apply any trick. So in the examination hall, yeah, it might happen that, sir, I am not able to apply anything. Go by the conventional method. Go start from 0. 0 means you have to apply the basic definition. And what does the basic definition says? Basic definition says that your y of t is equals to, integration goes from minus infinity to infinity, which you will shift, this I will shift, right? Very easily anyone can say that this only I will be shifting, because this seems like very easy, right? So this I will keep as it is, and the other one I will shift, and then I will calculate the area. So x of tau, can I draw the graph of x of tau? Yes, you can draw the graph of x of tau. The x of tau will be starting from 1. What is the graph of e to the power minus t? This is the graph of e to the power minus t. This is the graph of e to the power minus t, right? At minus infinity is infinity, at plus infinity is 0, and that will be multiplied with u of t minus 1. So these two multiplication, that means it will be starting from 1 to infinity. So x of tau graph I am drawing, that will go from 1 to infinity. 1 to infinity. I don't care about the values. I don't care about the values. I don't even care about the nature of the graph. But I just care that till what point it is non-zero. So it is non-zero from 1 to infinity. This is what I care. My graph is non-zero from 1 to infinity. This is what I care, nothing else. I don't even care about the nature of the curve. This is what I care, that it is non-zero between 1 to infinity. And the nature of curve is not changing. Basically, always it is following e to the power minus tau. E to the power minus tau, u of tau minus 1. But u of tau minus 1 only says that it is non-zero. So u of tau minus 1 is of no use. So the nature of this curve is e to the power minus tau always. The nature of this curve is e to the power minus tau always from 1 to infinity. Say yes or no, right? What about u of minus tau plus 1? U of minus tau plus 1. This is your ht, right? So what will be your h of minus tau plus t? In place of t, you need to put minus tau plus t plus 1. U of tau minus t plus 1. So t minus 1. Basically, the breakpoint will be at t minus 1. The breakpoint will be at t minus 1. The breakpoint will be at t minus 1, and it will go till infinity. Did you understand this point? This graph I have drawn. what will be the graph of u of minus tau plus 1? This will be the graph of u of minus tau plus 1. Then what I need to do? I need to take the mirror image and then shift it by t. If I take the mirror image minus 1 and then shift by t, so where I will reach? Minus 1 plus t. Say yes or no. This could be the one way, or what I could have done is that h of t is there. I need to make h of minus tau plus t. So in place of t, what I am putting? Minus tau plus t. So this is what I need to make. Can I draw this graph? Yes. The breakpoint will be at t minus 1. Just put this equals to 0, breakpoint will be at t minus 1 and it will be going from, it will be looking till infinity. Since there is a positive sign here, so it will be looking towards plus infinity. So from t minus 1 to infinity it is going. T minus 1 to infinity it is going. Is that clear to you or not? Say yes or no. Right? All good? Till this point everything is fine. This is a very good question. You need to have the patience. Right? And this is always 1. After this it is always 1. From t minus 1 to infinity it is always 1. Now different condition of t I need to take. If I say my t minus 1 is less than 1, if my t minus 1 is less than 1, what I am saying? My t minus 1 is less than 1, that means my t is less than 2. Basically, let's just say if t is 1 only, I am saying t is equals to 1, that means this point will be 0. This point will be 0. So this is going from 0 to infinity and this is going from 1 to infinity. So when I multiply both of them, what will be into action? E to the power minus tau will be multiplied with 1. E to the power minus tau will be multiplied with 1, but the limit will go from 1 to infinity. Say yes or no. Are you getting this point or not? If your t minus 1 is less than 1, if your t minus 1 is less than 1, then between t minus 1 to 1, everything is 0, no? Between t minus 1 to 1. Let's just say this point is t minus 1, this point is t minus 1. So between t minus 1 to 1, everything is 0. Where you will get non-zero? Non-zero will be from 1 to infinity. Non-zero will be there from 1 to infinity. Say yes or no. Before that, everything would be 0. So can I change my limit from 1 to infinity? Is it clear to you or not? What I mean to say is that I am calculating y of 0. What I am calculating? Y of 0. So what I will do? Minus infinity to infinity, x of tau, h of minus tau d tau. Y of 0 means t should be put equals to 0. T should be put equals to 0. So this point will become minus 1. This point will become minus 1. So now I need to calculate minus 1 to infinity. This is non-zero and this is non-zero from 1 to infinity. When I multiply both of them, my final function e to the power minus tau will be non-zero from 1 to infinity only. So here the limit will be changed from 1 to infinity. Say yes or no. Are you getting this point? In place of t minus 1, if I say my t is equals to 0, that means this will be minus 1. So between minus 1 to plus 1, between minus 1 to plus 1, everything is 0. Before this, this is also 0, this is also 0, we don't care. Between minus 1 to 1 as well, this is non-zero, but this is 0. So everything again will be 0. But between 1 to infinity, this is also non-zero and this is also non-zero. So everything will be non-zero. So the limit will go from 1 to infinity. So for t less than 2, for t less than 2, the limit of yt, the limit of yt will go from 1 to infinity only. Is that clear to you? Are you able to understand this particular point? Very, very important point. If these kind of questions are coming in the examination hall, only hardly 15 guys are able to solve. Hardly 15 guys will be able to solve in the examination. So are you having the concept clear? If you draw the diagram, everything would be crystal clear. You just need to draw the diagram, right? If it is less than 1, then limit will go from 1 to infinity e to the power minus tau d tau. Right, because e to the power minus tau will be multiplied with 1, that would be e to the power minus tau only. So what will be getting? E to the power minus tau. The negative sign will also be there, but that I am using to interchange the limit. So 1 by e. When we solve it, what we are getting? 1 by e. Is that clear to you or not? Right? How did I interchange the limit? Because e to the power minus tau will give a negative sign as well, no? So that negative sign help us in the interchanging the limit. Now if your t minus 1 is greater than or equals to 1, that means if your t is greater than or equals to 2, what I mean to say is that if your t minus 1 is somewhere here, if your t minus 1 is somewhere here, so what will happen? this particular function, what I am saying, t minus 1 is somewhere here. Basically, this will be the graph. T minus 1 is somewhere here. So this graph will be multiplied with this graph. So from where to where the limit will go? Before this, everything will be 0. The limit will go from t minus 1 to infinity. Say yes or no. Because after this, everything will be non-zero. So the limit will go from t minus 1 to infinity. So you need to draw the diagram. After that, you will be able to understand how the limit will go. Limit will go from t minus 1 to infinity. E to the power minus 2 d2. Right? So e to the power minus 2, it can help us in interchanging the limit. So what we are getting? E to the power minus t minus 1. Okay. So although this is how we should make, we should start from the worst possible point, because I know that my t value will be sweeping from minus infinity to infinity. The value of t will be sweeping from minus infinity to infinity. So I need to cover the whole path. I get to know that when I am covering the whole path from minus infinity to, if my t is till 2, from minus infinity to 2, if my t is less than 2, that means I can say that my t is from minus infinity to 2, that means the multiplication will go from 1 to infinity only. But if t is greater than 2, that means if t is going from 2 to infinity, if t is going from 2 to infinity, that means my integration will go from t minus 1 to infinity. Integration will go from t minus 1 to infinity, because at that time only it will be non-zero. So 1 will be multiplied with e to the power minus 2, that would be e to the power minus 2 only. The integration is going from t minus 1 to infinity, or you can interchange the limit as well from infinity to t minus 1. Okay. So in place of 2, I am putting t minus 1, e to the power minus infinity is 0. So this is what you are getting. So this is therefore t greater than equals to 2, and this is therefore t less than equals to 2. So what I can write down? What is my yt? My yt is 1 by e for t greater than equals to 2. Sorry, for t less than 2. And it is equals to e to the power minus t plus 1. Can I write it down in this manner? E to the power minus t plus 1. So I can write it down in this manner, no? E to the power minus t into e to the power 1, right? Minus t plus 1, so e to the power 1 only. So e to the power minus t plus 1, let it be e to the power minus t plus 1 only. E to the power minus t plus 1 for t greater than equals to 2. So can I write down my yt in this manner? That it is 1 by e for t less than 2. For t less than 2. So minus t plus 2. And for t greater than 2, it is equals to e to the power minus t plus 1. Is that clear to you? How did I write it down? I think it should be clear to you. And at t equals to 2, you can put anything, both will give you the same value. If I put t equals to 2 here, 1 by e. If I put t equals to 2 here, 1 by e only. So is that clear to you? How did I write it down? This would be non-zero between t greater than 2. And this would be non-zero minus t plus 2. Minus t plus 2. So this will be non-zero for t less than 2. And the value is 1 by e, and here the value is e to the power minus t plus 1. Okay. So a very good question for the revision purpose, that this is how I will be solving in the examination. There is no trick, nothing, basic definition I need to apply, but here the limit of t minus 1 is very interesting. If my t minus 1 is less than 1, then the scenes will be different. If my t minus 1 is greater than 1, then the scenes are different. If it is greater than 1, the limit is going from t minus 1 to infinity, and if it is less than 1, then the limit is going from 1 to infinity. And these are the answer we are getting. Let's solve the next one. Try doing it on your own. Have the patience, whatever that you have understood, try applying everything. This is the best possible question from convolution. Okay, although very rare chance that these kind of question would be coming, but try doing it on your own. I will take a pause, then I will come back. Okay, so yeah, draw the diagram, draw everything, whatever you know. Certainly you will shift this one only, right? I hope most of the people will be shifting this one. They can shift this one as well, but they will be shifting this one, and then you see what kind of limit I need to take. From where to where the limits will be changing. So these kind of things you need to see. Okay. And with that, our continuous time convolution will be ending. After that, we need to see discrete time convolution. Okay. Okay, so let's start this one. Y of t I need to find. No trick, nothing is applicable. Simple definition. What I will keep as it is. Any of them I can keep as it is. I am thinking that I will keep x of 2 as it is. Okay. This I will keep as it is, and the next one I will invert and shift. So x of 2, what is the graph of x of 2? Can you write down this as e to the power minus t ut plus e to the power t u of minus t? Or you don't even need to write down this particular thing. You know that it will be just symmetric. For t greater than 0, how I will open x of 2? X of 2. For tau greater than 0, for tau greater than 0, it will be opened with the positive sign. And for tau less than 0, it will be opened with the negative sign. This is how I will be opening it, right? How do you open a mode, right? X for x greater than 0 and minus x for x less than 0. I hope you know this thing. So same thing I am doing here. If tau is greater than 0, then I will be opening it with the positive sign. If tau is less than 0, then I will be opening it with the negative sign, right? Okay. So e to the power minus tau, e to the power tau. Now h of minus tau plus t, h of minus tau plus t, h of minus tau plus t. So e to the power minus tau plus t u of, look, what I could have done, I could have just made the graph, then I would have inverted and then shifted. Rather than that, always prefer this particular thing. Rather than that, you always write down the expression, because making the graph, then inverting and then shifting, it would be a hectic task. Better than that, we will write down the expression. Okay. So minus tau plus t plus 2. So what I am getting? E to the power minus 2 tau plus 2t u of tau minus t plus 2. Okay. This is your h of minus tau plus t, h of minus tau plus t. So 2 minus tau plus t. So e to the power minus 2 tau plus 2t, tau minus t plus 2. Okay. So here this will be non-zero. Where will be the breakpoint? Breakpoint will be at t minus 2. So if I draw the graphs, the graph of x of tau, if I draw the graph of x of tau, so one thing I know that before 0 and after 0 there are different waveform. Basically after 0 this is the waveform, that is e to the power minus 2, and before 0 the waveform is e to the power 2. Say yes or no. This is about x of tau. After 0 it is e to the power minus 2, before 0 it is e to the power 2. So here the nature of curve is changing. In the previous example, nowhere the nature of curve was changing. It was always e to the power minus 2, before that it was 0. It was always 1, before that it was 0. But here it is e to the power minus 2, and before that it is e to the power 2. Say yes or no, right? And what about this one? This is non-zero from t minus 2 to infinity. And I will take the least value. Basically I will put t minus 2 here. I could have put t minus 2 here as well, but just to understand it in a good manner, I am putting t minus 2 here. T minus 2 here. Okay. And just one thing, this is not a step. The graph is this. This is the graph. What is the nature of graph? The nature of graph is e to the power minus 2 tau plus 2t. This is the nature of graph, and it goes from t minus 2 to infinity. T minus 2 to infinity. Now what you can see here, if my t minus 2 is greater than 0, if my t minus 2 is greater than 0, then what will happen? This value is greater than 0, that means it will start from here, right? So both will be multiplied, then what will be multiplied? Are you getting this point? If my t minus 2 is greater than 0, let's make the graph. T minus 2 is greater than or equal to 0. What will happen? Let's copy these two graphs now first. T minus 2 is greater than 0. So this particular point is greater than 0. This point is somewhere here. This point is somewhere here. T minus 2. T minus 2. And what is the nature of this graph? the nature of this graph is e to the power minus 2 to e to the power minus 2 to plus 2t. This is the nature of this graph. And I will multiply both of them. If I multiply both of them, this will be multiplied with this, and rest of the part will be multiplied with 0. So the limit will go from t minus 2 to infinity. So what will be your y of t? Y of t will be, the limit will be going from t minus 2 to infinity. And since your t is greater than, you can say t minus 2 is greater than 0, or you can say t is greater than or equals to 2. Right? So from 2 to infinity, this curve is e to the power minus 2. Sorry, from t minus 2 to infinity, this curve is e to the power minus 2, and this curve is e to the power minus 2 to e to the power minus 2 to plus e to the power 2t d2. E to the power 2t can come outward. E to the power 2t can come outward. From t minus 2 to infinity, e to the power minus 3 to d2. Okay, e to the power 2t, e to the power minus 3 to divided by minus 3. So I will put plus 3 here, but I will interchange the limit. Say yes or no. Understood what I did here? Look, if t minus 2 is greater than or equals to 0, that means the multiplication will be done with e to the power minus 2 only. Is that clear to you or not? E to the power minus 2, previously it was being multiplied with 1 only. So here I don't need to write anything. This was being multiplied with 1 only. But now this is being multiplied with e to the power minus 2 is being multiplied with e to the power minus 2 to plus 2t. So e to the power minus 2 is being multiplied with e to the power minus 2 to plus 2t. So e to the power 2t can come outward, e to the power minus 3 to, and this is how I am differentiating. Is that clear to you or not? This is the integration. Limit and everything is crystal clear. Right? So these are very good question actually. Very good question. Very rare chance that these kind of good question will be asked in the examination hall. But if you have this kind of concept clear, then there is no one who can stop you. E to the power minus 3t plus 6. Okay. So what will be getting? E to the power minus t plus 6 divided by 3. So this is you have got for t greater than or equals to 2. Is that clear to you or not? Right? Back pain, yaar. I told you, corporate, once you get into corporate, once you get into some job, your back pain issue will start. So let's check back the calculation again, because in these kind of questions, there is very high chance of getting the calculation correct. So minus, there is very high chance of getting the calculation incorrect actually. Minus 3t plus 6. So e to the power minus t plus 6. Yeah, everything is crystal clear. To the power minus t plus 6 divided by 3. Okay. Now if t minus 2 is less than 0, if t minus 2 is less than 0, this case is very interesting actually. Or you can say if your t is less than or equals to 2. Right? So this point will be somewhere here only. T minus 2 is less than 0. T minus 2 is less than 0. So this point will be somewhere here only. Now here what you can see, before this everything is 0, multiply with 0. Basically t minus 2, before this everything is 0. 0 multiply with anything will be 0 only. So now the limit will go from t minus 2 to infinity only. The limit will go from t minus 2 to infinity. So y of t, the limit will go from t minus 2 to infinity. X of 2, h of minus 2 plus t d2. Why did I write it down in this manner? Because from t minus 2 to 0, what I am saying is that from t minus 2 to 0, your x of 2 is e to the power 2. And what is this? E to the power minus 2 to plus 2t. And from 0 to infinity, this is e to the power minus t, sorry, e to the power minus 2, and this is the same only, e to the power minus 2 to 2t dt. Is this clear to you or not? A very interesting point, a very important point as well. How did I break down the limit? One thing I know that the limit will be going from t t minus 2 to infinity only. But now we are less than 0, t minus 2 is less than 0. That means it will see two kind of nature. One nature would be e to the power 2, other nature would be e to the power minus 2. So from t minus 2 to 0, it will see the nature of e to the power 2, and that will be multiplied with e to the power minus 2 to plus 2t. Right? Here what did we do? E to the power minus 2 to plus 2t. Right? E to the power minus 2 to plus 2t. So then this, and then from 0 to infinity, it will be multiplied with the nature of e to the power minus 2. So e to the power minus 2 multiply with e to the power minus 2 to plus 2t. 2 to plus 2t. Okay. So again I need to add another page. Okay. So this integration I need to solve. So e to the power 2t come outward. T minus 2 to 0. E to the power minus 2 d2 plus e to the power minus 3 to come outward. Sorry, e to the power 2t come outward. Again e to the power 2t is coming outward. It is going from 0 to infinity. E to the power minus 3 to d2 to d2. E to the power 2t, e to the power minus 2, it is going from 0 to t minus 2, plus e to the power 2t, e to the power minus 3 to divided by 3, it will go from infinity to 0. E to the power 2t, e to the power minus t plus 2 minus 1, right? E to the power minus 2. Here what you will do, you will put in place of 2 what you will put t minus 2. So minus 2 minus t plus 2 e to the power 0 is 1 plus e to the power 2t by 3. So e to the power 0 is 1, e to the power infinity is 0. So this is the value we are getting. If I solve from here, so what I am getting? E to the power t plus 2 minus e to the power 2t plus e to the power 2t by 3. The value we are getting is e to the power t plus 2 minus 2 by 3 e to the power 2t, right? And all these is happening for t less than equals to 2. All this is happening for t less than equals to 2. So what will be your y of t finally? For less than equals to 2, for t less than equals to 2, that means u of minus t plus 2. So yes or no? Less than equals to 2 minus t plus 2. So all these things, e of t plus 2 minus 2 by 3 e to the power 2t. This is true for u of minus t plus 2, right? And I don't think I need a bracket here. U of minus t plus 2 plus for t greater than 2 it was e to the power minus t plus 6 divided by 3. E to the power minus t plus 6 divided by 3 for t greater than 2, t minus 2. So this is your yt. That's it. This is the answer. A very rare chance that this kind of question would be coming, but now your brain is opened. From this particular scenario, they can ask one small question from anywhere. Like they can just ask how the limit would go, or they can just ask you to break the limit. So you will be able to break the limit as well. And this is the final answer. Again, let me conclude this particular question. First, we will draw the waveform. In the waveform, we get to know that there are two nature of x of tau. Between minus infinity to 0, there is different. From 0 to infinity, there is difference. H of t is non-zero. H of minus tau plus t is non-zero from t minus 2 to infinity. Since there is a different nature, so we need to break it down now. If my t minus 2 is greater than 0, that means only one nature I will be able to see, that would be e to the power minus 2. So e to the power minus 2 into e to the power minus 2 tau plus 2t. Basically here what I did minus tau plus t. So e to the power minus 2 tau plus 2t. That will be multiplied with e to the power minus 2. So here this is coming outward, and here you are getting e to the power minus 3t plus 6, and this would be e to the power minus t plus 6 divided by 3. This kind of integration you have done. Then your t minus 2 is less than 0. So now you will get to know two nature. From t minus 2 to 0, the nature will be e to the power 2, and that will be multiplied with this particular function. Okay, and from 0 to infinity, the nature will be e to the power minus 2, e to the power minus 2. That will be multiplied with this particular function, right? And then we did the integration. Okay, so here e to the power 2t can come outward. This is e to the power minus 2 only. From 0 to t by 2, this is what we are getting. So minus t plus 2 minus 1, and here this will be 3 e to the power 2t by 3. So e to the power t plus 2 minus e to the power minus 2t plus the power 2t by 3. So minus 2 by 3 e to the power 2t, and that is therefore t less than equals to 2, and this was therefore t greater than equals to 2. Less than equals to 2, that means it is there from minus infinity to 2. That means u of minus t plus 2, right? Minus t plus 2, and this is therefore t greater than 2, that means t minus 2, right? Well and good. So yeah, that's it. That's the end of our continuous time convolution. We need to study discrete time convolution now, and that we will see in the next lecture. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed it. One of the toughest topic which we have broke down into a very easy part. I hope you liked it very much. Yeah, thank you very much. Let's study the discrete time convolution now. That will be very easy for you. The same concept is there. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome to PrepFusion. So in this video we need to study about discrete time convolution, right? We have already studied about continuous time convolution. Discrete time convolution we need to study about. So before starting that, let's just see a very basic point about discrete time. Okay, this point we have actually already seen, but you might have forgot it, so that's why we are seeing it again. A very basic point. So how do you define R of n? How do you define the ramp sequence? So ramp sequence is defined as R of n will be equals to n for n greater than equals to 0, or it would be 0 otherwise. Say yes or no. How u of n is defined? That it would be 1 for n greater than equals to 0, and otherwise it would be 0. So R of n can be written as n un, right? N into un. N into un. If you do, that would be R of n. But along with this definition, n greater than equals to 0, you could have written the same thing, could have been written as it would be n for n greater than equals to 1. Why is that so? Because if n equals to 0, at that time it will be 0 only. When n is equals to 0, at that time R of n will be 0 only. What is the graph of R of n? R of n graph is something like this, right? It will keep on increasing. So it can be written as it is equals to n. R of n is equals to n. But when n is equals to 1, n equals to 2, n equals to 3. At n equals to 1, value is 1, n equals to 2, value is 1. Sorry, n equals to 2, value is 2, n equals to 3, value is 3. So R of n is equals to n for n greater than equals to 1. And now how your u of n minus 1 will be defined? So u of n minus 1 will be defined that it will be 1 for n minus 1 greater than equals to 0. N minus 1 greater than equals to 0, or from here what you can get to know that it would be 1 for n greater than equals to 1, and otherwise it would be 0. So from here what you get to know that your R of n is defined as n un. That is absolutely correct, but it can be defined as n into un minus 1 as well. So that is a very important point. Say yes or no. I hope this we have already seen, but if we haven't seen it, now you can remember this thing, that R of n can be defined as n un. Along with that, it can be defined as n u of n minus 1. Is that clear to you? Okay, because the thing is, at n equals to 0, R of n is 0. At n equals to 0, R of n is 0. How your R of n plus 1 can be defined? Just let me know this thing. R of n plus 1. Can I write it down in this manner? That whatever that was inside, n into un. So whatever that is inside, n plus 1 into u of n plus 1. Say yes or no. Right? And what could be the other way? That n remains as it is. N plus 1 remains as it is. But inside whatever that was there, that will be subtracted by 1. Inside whatever that was there, that will be subtracted by 1. So R of n plus 1 is defined as n plus 1 un, or n plus 1 un plus 1 as well, n plus 1 un plus 1, or 1 subtracted as well. So in that manner these things can be defined. Is that clear to you? So this was about your ramp sequence and step sequence. So this is how it can be defined. Let's get start to our point, that is discrete time convolution. So how would you define discrete time convolution? How did we define the continuous time convolution? Y of t was, I need to calculate the area, 1 remains as it is. First of all I need to change the axis, so 1 remains as it is, other one is inverted and then shifted. So similarly here as well, what I need to do, I need to calculate the area. Area means summation. I need to change the axis as well. I need to change the axis as well. So axis is changed. So this remains as it is, and the other one will be inverted and then shifted. And what I am doing, I am calculating the area. Here the limit was of tau, so here also the limit will be of k. So limit of k will be there and it will be remaining n only. So it would be the function of y of n. So whatever the same thing we are doing, one remains as it is, other one inverted and then shifted. Remains as it is, other one inverted and then shifted, and then it will be multiplied and you need to take the whole summation. Ditto same thing whatever that we have done in our continuous time convolution, the same thing we are doing in discrete time convolution as well. Everything is completely same. If you have studied your continuous time signal, you can certainly do discrete time signal as well. The only point is few results will be different, nothing else, because this is discrete time signal. In discrete time signal always you need to take special care, right? We have seen a complete marathon on discrete time signal. There I told you in discrete time signal we need to take some special care, so that thing also we need to take care here as well. Okay, yeah. So convolution of a particular x of n with the impulse sequence, what will be the result? You can try it on your own. Okay, so what I will do is that I need to take the summation, changing the axis, this remains as it is, other one is inverted and then shifted. Limit goes from minus infinity to infinity. What will be the result of this particular thing? You know that the impulse is at n. If the impulse is at n, or second thing what I can do here is that minus infinity to infinity x of k. Impulse sequence has the ability of eating up the negative sign. So can I write it down in this manner? Say yes or no. Certainly I can write down in this manner, right? I am solving it here only now. What this would be? Y of n. In y of n, k goes from minus infinity to infinity. Now this n can come here, right? This property we have already seen. X of k, delta of k minus n. So whatever the constant value is there, that will be replaced by k. So this would be x of n and delta of k minus n. Now the limit you are putting of k, you are putting the limit of k. So x of n will become a constant value. So x of n comes outward. Summation k goes from minus infinity to infinity, delta of k minus n. So what will be the result of this particular thing? Here the impulse will be at k equals to n, and you are taking the summation from minus infinity to infinity. So this will throw, this complete value will throw 1 only. So what did you get to know here? That your y of n was x of n convolution with delta of n is giving you the result of x of n only. So anything convolved with the impulse sequence will give you the same sequence. Any sequence convolved with the impulse sequence will give you the same sequence. And the same thing, ditto same thing we have seen in the continuous time as well. Anything convolved with the impulse signal will give you the same signal. Anything convolved with the impulse sequence will give you the same sequence. All good? Very easy? Crystal clear? Secondly, now we are convolving with the u of n. So in our continuous time what we saw? X of t is equals to, sorry, y of t is equals to, y of t was xt convolution with ut. So what did we do? We will take the running integration, minus infinity to t, x of tau d tau. This was the result that we have seen in our continuous time. So what do you think, what will be the result in discrete time? So let's derive it, but from here only you can compare and think. Here we were taking running integration. So here what we will do, we will take running summation. But let's derive it. What we need to do? K goes from minus infinity to infinity, x of k remains as it is. This one is inverted and then shifted. Say yes or no, right? It doesn't have any ability of eating up the negative sign, nothing like that. No negative sign eaten up, nothing. So let's make the diagram. X of k. X of k. Do I have the page? No. This is your x of k. Here I am making the graph of x of k. And this is your u of minus k plus n. U of minus k plus n. So x of k could be there from minus infinity to infinity, right? X of k could be there from minus infinity to infinity. This is my x of k. But what about u of minus k plus n? So u of minus k plus n will be there till n only, because the breakpoint is at n and the graph is looking towards minus infinity. So this will be the graph of u of minus k plus n. Do you agree to this point? Certainly you agree to this point. Now from where to where you will take the summation? Because after n everything is 0. So anything multiplied with 0 will be 0 only. So after n everything will be 0. What I am saying, this is 0 after k greater than n. For k greater than n, for k greater than equals to n, everything is 0 here. Anything multiplied with 0 will be 0 only, right? So anything multiplied with 0 will be 0 only, so that will not come into the limit. So what will come into the limit? In the limit, the summation will go from minus infinity to n. The summation will go from minus infinity to n. So this is how I can change the limit. Summation will go from minus infinity to n, x of k. And in this particular summation, what is the value of u of minus k plus n? X of k remains as it is. What is the value of u of minus k plus n? That is equals to 1, right? Here this value is 1. So 1 will be multiplied with x of k. So this multiplication will throw x of k only. So what you are getting to know? That your y of n is the running summation of x of k. So whenever you convolve anything with the step sequence, you will always take the running summation of that particular sequence, that is x of k. Okay, from minus infinity to n. All good. So let's find out this particular value. Un convolution with u of n. Do you remember the result of ut convolution with ut? Ut convolution with ut meaning running integration of u of tau d tau. So what that would be? R of t. So this was our result that we already remember. What about this one? Let's check that out. So un convolution with un, what does that mean? Running integration of uk. Although we have already seen this particular thing in our basics of discrete time signal, but I told you not to remember the result, you can derive it, right? I told you not to remember the result, but you can derive it. So let's make the graph of u of k. The graph of u of k will go from 0 to infinity, right? U of k will go from 0 to infinity. This is the graph of u of k, right? And it will always throw the value to be 1. So graph is going from 0 to infinity. If your n is less than 0, we need to take the summation from minus infinity to n. I need to take the summation from minus infinity to n. If n is less than 0, let's just say n is minus 1. So you will take the summation from minus infinity to minus 1. And between minus infinity to minus 1, everything is 0. So summation will also throw that 0 only. So if your n is less than 0, for n less than 0, if your n is less than 0, so let's call it y of n. This running summation is y of n. So for n less than 0, your y of n is equals to 0. Do you agree to this point? Certainly I agree to this point, right? Now if n is greater than 0, if my n is greater than 0, for n greater than equals to 0, so I will take the running summation from minus infinity to n, and n is greater than equals to 0. If n is greater than equals to 0, so how I can change my limit? Because from minus infinity to minus 1, everything will be 0 only. All the summation from minus infinity to minus 1, that would be 0 only. So I can interchange this particular summation from k equals to 0 to n. Say yes or no? Because till this point the summation will throw 0 only. And if I am going from minus infinity to n, u of k is non-zero from 0 to infinity only. So I can change this limit from 0 to n. Changing the limit from 0 to n. This is your y of n. Is that clear to you? How I am changing the limit? Is that clear to you? from 0 to n, because from minus infinity to minus 1 everything is 0. After that only it exists, or you can say after that only it is non-zero. So from 0 to n the limit can be interchanged. So k equals to 0 to n, the limit can be interchanged. U of k. Okay, so let's solve it. What I will get to know, u of 0, what I am doing, I am putting the value of k here, u of 0 plus u of 1 plus u of 2, in that manner u of n. All these values are 1 1 1 only, no, 1 1 1, in that manner, again 1. Basically I need to find this particular summation. So u of k in this particular window is always 1, no, u of k is 1, u of k is always 1 for k greater than equals to 0, otherwise it is 0. You agree to this point? So better than writing down this particular thing, can I replace u of k is equals to 1, because I am already assuming that my limit is already greater than 0. K is going from 0 to n and n is greater than 0, that means I am already going from 0 to some particular value, n can be, let's just say 5. So you are going from 0 to 5, so it is already greater than 0. So u of k can be replaced with 1, u of k can be replaced with 1, k goes from 0 to n, u of k can be replaced with 1. And do you remember the answer of this particular summation? Do you remember the answer of this particular summation? I hope you remember. What did I tell you? B minus a plus 1, b minus a plus 1. So this is your y of n. If you remember this particular thing, I told you summation, here there is 1 and n goes from a to b. So what did I tell you? B minus a plus 1. So this summation we have already seen. So similar thing we are doing here. It is 1 only, so doesn't matter. B minus a, n minus 0 plus 1. So what is yn is coming out to be n plus 1. But for the condition n greater than equals to 0. So what is your y of n? Your y of n is n plus 1 un, because it is therefore n greater than equals to 0. This is your y of n. And what this can be written equals to? What is this equals to? This is equals to r of n plus 1, right? Do you understand this point? Let's not write this down. So what did we get to know here? N plus 1 un, first slide, r of n plus 1 is equals to n plus 1 un. So this is equals to r of n plus 1 only. So what did we get to know is that u of n convolved with u of n is not equals to r of n, it is equals to r of n plus 1, and r of n plus 1 can be written as n plus 1 un. So if you are able to remember this, then you can remember it, otherwise you can derive it as well in the examination within seconds. How will you derive it? You need to take the running integration of u of k. So running integration I need to take. First thing I will get to know is that u of k will be non-zero for k greater than equals to 0. If it is non-zero for k greater than equals to 0, that means the limit will be changing from 0 to n, and n has to be greater than 0, because if n is less than 0, then what will happen is that complete summation will go to 0 only. So if n is less than 0, the complete summation will be going to 0, and here we have taken the example as well, minus infinity to minus 1, u of k will be equals to 0 only. So complete summation will be going to 0, so n has to be greater than or equals to 0. So let's just say n is equals to 1. So summation will go from minus infinity to 1, minus infinity to 1. But between minus infinity to minus 1, everything is 0. So summation can go from 0 to 1. So here you can say that summation is going from 0 to n, because n could be any random number. So 0 to n uk. So 0 to n uk, and uk will always throw value to be 1 only. uk will always throw the value to be 1. So how will you define this summation? B minus a plus 1. So y of n is coming out to be n plus 1, or you can write down y of n is n plus 1 un. And that is equals to r of n plus 1 as well. So any point you can remember, and this also you remember that ut convolution with ut is rt, but un convolution with un is equals to r of n plus 1, not r of n. Okay, and this can be written as tut as well, right? So this is the second result we have seen. First one was anything convolved with the impulse sequence is simply the same sequence. Then anything convolved with the unit sequence is the running integration. Unit sequence convolved with unit sorry, here I said running integration, it was running summation actually. And unit sequence convolved with unit sequence is equals to R of n plus 1. That is known as ramp sequence. This is not actually ramp sequence, this is shifted by 1. So it is R of n plus 1. So you cannot say that step sequence convolved with step sequence will give you ramp sequence. That is wrong. This is not ramp sequence. This is R of n plus 1. Okay. Now what about this one? Ramp sequence is convolved with step sequence. That means what I need to do? Do you remember the result of this one? RT convolution with UT. So what did I tell you? Running integration of, what we need to do is that we need to take the running integration of R of tau. Then I told you that this is T, this R of tau will be tau only. So minus infinity, R of tau will be non-zero for T greater than 0. So all these derivation we have already seen. So we got to know that it was T square by 2 UT. And we called it PT, parabolic function. I hope you remember all these things. In the last lecture only we have seen it. So T square by 2 UT, this was our result. So let's see what we get here. What we need to do here, I need to take the running integration of R of k. Say yes or no. Right? How I can change the limit? Can you draw the graph of R of k? Certainly I can draw the graph of R of k. So this is your n equals to, sorry, k equals to 0, and then it will go like this. It will keep on going like this. So between minus infinity to minus 1, everything is 0. So if your k is less than 0, if your 4, sorry, not k less than 0, sorry, because we need to take the integration from minus, we need to take the summation from minus infinity to n. If this n is less than 0, if n is less than 0, that means you need to take the summation from minus infinity to, let's just say, minus 1. So between minus infinity to minus 1, everything is 0 only. Right? So if everything is 0, what does that mean? Everything is here, everything is 0. What does that mean? The summation will also be equal to 0. So for n less than 0, let's call it y of n. So for n less than 0, y of n is equal to 0. Now for n greater than equals to 0, what I need to do? I need to take the summation. So now the summation will go from k is equals to, till 0 everything is 0 only. So can I change the limit from 0 to n? Yes, because from minus infinity to minus 1 everything is 0. So if I change the limit from 0 to n, it is absolutely fine. R of k. This is my y of n. So what is R of k equals to? R of k is equals to k, right? For k is equals to 0 to n, R of k is equals to k. And do you remember these results? We have seen it somewhere, or I need to add a slide. Here we can see it. Let's see some results. 1 plus 2 plus 3 n terms. What was the result? N into n plus 1 by 2. If you remember it. 1 plus 2 plus 3 n square. What was the result? N into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 by 6. And what was the result of this particular thing? Okay, square, sorry. And what was the result of this particular thing? 4 n terms. That was n into n plus 1 by 2. Whether it is mathematics or it is signal system, you need to remember these results. Now can I write it down in this manner? Summation. Okay, here I am writing k, and k goes from 0 to n. Because k equals to 0, how will I open it up? 0. The next value k will be 1, the next value k will be 2, and it will be going till n only. So can I write it down in this manner? Yes, 1 plus 2 plus 3 and the same thing is there. So k goes from 0 to n, and summation k, what that would be equals to? That would be equals to this thing only. So here only I am equating it, that my summation k is going from 0 to n. So here summation k is going from 0 to n, k square I can write down, because 0 square, 1 square, 2 square, 3 square, 4 square, n square. And here what I can write down, summation k goes from 0 to n k cube, because 0 square 0 cube, 1 cube, 2 cube, 3 cube, 4 cube, n cube. Well and good. Okay, so what will be the answer of this particular thing? In the examination you don't need to mug it up. What you will do, sir, how will I open it up? 0 plus 1 plus 2 till n, and I remember the result of this particular thing. What is that? N into n plus 1 by 2, n into n plus 1 by 2. So this is your y of n, but this y of n is there for n greater than equals to 0. What does that mean? That our final answer, n greater than equals to 0, what does that mean? That I can add u of n here, right? What I can add? U of n. So what is the final answer? R of n convolved with u of n is giving you n into n plus 1 by 2 u of n. Is it easy to remember? Absolutely not. It is not easy to remember. So I am not asking you to mug up this result. Better you will just do these steps. The first step you can write down this only. In the examination hall you would know that, okay, you need to take anything with the step sequence. That means I need to take the running summation. Step sequence, running summation. So running summation of r of k, and r of k is equals to k only. From 0 to n I need to take. What does that mean? I need to take the summation of 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus till n. So that would be n into n plus 1 by 2 u of n. So without even writing down any step, I can directly write down this final answer if I have my concept clear. But I will be someone, if I am a student, I will not be remembering this result. Look, I may remember this result. U of n convolution with u of n plus 1 un. This is not tough to remember. But in the examination, okay, n plus 1, n into n plus 1 by 2 or 3, these kind of stress I am not gonna take for the examination hall. In the examination hall, it will be tough to remember. So better derive it there. Okay, within like 10 seconds or 15 seconds, you will be able to write it down. And this much time you will take to remember the formula as well. So better derive it in the examination hall. Right? Well and good. Okay, so this was the second result. Yeah, next let's see the next property. Do you remember this property? X of t convolution with h of t was equals to y of t. Then I told you that my t is replaced with t minus t1. And this is replaced with t minus t2. So what will happen to your y? Y will be replaced with, here there is a shift of t1 and here there is a shift of t2. The same thing will be happening in discrete time as well, but let's derive it. Okay. So you need to find the value of alpha. X of n convolution with h of n is given as y of n. This is shifted by minus 3, this is shifted by 2. So what will be the value of alpha? You can directly say it will be 2 minus 3, that would be minus 1. But let's derive it. First derivation I need to tell. So k goes from minus infinity to infinity. I am keeping this as it is. For this one, what I need to do? This particular function, for this particular function, in place of n, what I need to put? In place of n, I need to put minus k plus n. Right? What is the definition? X of n convolution with h of n. So what we used to do? First change the axis. In place of n, you replace k. And here in place of n, what you replace? Minus k plus n. And then you take the summation. So similarly here as well, in place of n, what I will replace? Minus k plus n. So in place of n, what I will replace? Minus k plus n plus 2. So this summation I need to take, that is equals to y of n plus alpha, whatever it is, I don't care. Okay, so how will you do this particular summation? What I can do is that I can assume my k minus 3 as p. What I am saying? My k minus 3 is equals to p. So here the limit will not change, right? Because if k is equals to infinity, k is equals to minus infinity, then your p will also be equals to minus infinity. And if k is equals to infinity, then your p will be equals to infinity only, right? If k is equals to minus infinity, then p will be infinity. If k is equals to infinity, then also p will be infinity only. So here p will go from minus infinity to infinity. X of p, h of, in place of k, what I need to put? P plus 3. In place of k, I need to put p plus 3. So this will be minus p minus 3 n plus 2. So what we are getting? P goes from minus infinity to infinity, x of p into h of minus p plus n minus p plus n minus 1. So what do you see here? This as it is, other one is inverted and then shifted by n minus 1, right? Basically, what is the basic definition? In place of p, I can put anything now. Now I can replace this p with k again. What I am doing, I can replace this p again with k. I am replacing it again. K goes from minus infinity to infinity. In place of p, what I am putting? K. H of minus k into, sorry, minus k plus n minus 1. Minus k plus n minus 1. So what would have been the answer? What was your answer of y of n? I am not writing y of n. What we used to do is that k goes from minus infinity to infinity. X of k, h of minus k plus n. So whatever that was here, that would come out here, right? X of k as it is, other one is inverted and shifted by n. So whatever that was here, that would come out here. So whatever that is here, that would come out in the final answer. So y of n plus 1, sorry, n minus 1, sorry, y of n minus 1, right? So this is the final answer. So what is the value of alpha? From here we get to know that the value of alpha is minus 1. So what did you actually understand? X of n plus n1 convolution with h of n plus n2, that will result in y of n. Here n was replaced with n plus n1 and here n was replaced with n plus n2. Okay. So this would be y of n plus n1 plus n2. There you go. This is the final answer. Well and good. All good, right? So the same property is there, ditto same property, whatever that we have studied previously, the same ditto same property is there. Okay. Yeah. So that property we need to see now. Which property? That your x of t was from t1 to t2, right? Then y h of t was from t3 to t4. Then your final y of t was from t1 plus t3, t2 plus t4. Lower limit added, higher limit added. So that property we are going to see now. Okay. So your x of n is given this particular thing, h of n is given this particular thing, your y of n is equals to x of n convolution with h of n. So first we need to do the convolution and then write down the results and then see the limit. So this is your n equals to 0, right? And this is also your n equals to 0. So this would have been your n equals to minus 1, this would have been your n equals to 1. Here this would have been your n equals to minus 1. So this sequence is there from minus 1 to 0. And this sequence is there from minus 1 to 1. So the final sequence will be there from lower limit added, higher limit will be added. So final sequence y of n will be there from minus 2 to 1 only. This we need to prove. Minus 1 plus minus 1, that would be minus 2. 1 plus 0, that would be 1 only. So final sequence y of n will be there from minus 2 to 1. So this thing we need to prove. Okay. So let's start. Can I write down x of n in this manner? That it is your 1 into delta of n plus 1. Then it is your minus 1 into delta of n plus 2 into delta of n minus 1. Can I write it down in this manner? Yes. So that would be delta of n plus 1 minus delta of n plus 2 delta of n minus 1. So this is your x of n. What is h of n? H of n is 2 delta of n plus 1 plus delta of n. This is your h of n, right? All good. This we have seen in basics. What I need to do? I need to convolve. So we are going to apply some properties here. So delta of n plus 1 minus delta of n plus 2 delta of n minus 1. And this is convolved with 2 delta of n plus 1 plus delta of n. So here also the summation property remains the same, like x1n plus x2n convolution with h1n plus h2n. So x1n convolution with h1n plus x1n convolution with h2n plus x2n convolution with h1n plus x2n convolution with h2n. So this we don't need to write, this also remains there. Basically this convolution with this one, what we will get 2 delta of n plus 2. Then this convolution with this one, what we will get, anything convolved with the delta n will be the same. How did I get this particular thing? Anything convolved with delta n will give you the same result. So it would be delta of n plus 1 only. 2 is the constant value that can come outward. This is having a shift of 1, this is having a shift of 1. Total shift 2. Is that clear to you? What I did, delta of n plus 1 convolved with 2 delta of n plus 1. So anything convolved with the impulse sequence will be the same only, right? So this 2 can come outward, delta of, so this has to be same, delta of n plus 1. But this is shifted by 1, so this shift will also be there. So 2 delta of n plus 2, 2 delta of n plus 2. Okay, is that clear to you? Same function, just the shift and constant comes outward. Similarly here as well, delta of n plus 1 convolved with the delta of n. So anything convolved with delta of n will give you the same result, delta of n plus 1 minus, then there is a minus n. Delta of n convolved with 2 delta of n plus 1. So anything convolved with delta of n will give you the same result. So minus sign is there, just minus delta of n convolved with minus delta of n, that would be minus delta of n. 2 delta of n minus 1 convolved with 2 delta of n plus 1. So anything convolved with delta n will be the same, but here there is a shift of 1, here there is a shift of minus 1. So total shift will be 0 and 2 into 2 will be 4. So 4 delta of plus 1 and minus 1, total shift will be 0 plus 2 delta of n minus 1 plus delta of n. So 2 delta of n minus 1. Is that clear to you? This thing 1, 2, 3, 6 types should be there, 3, 3, 6. Yeah, all calculation we have done. Started from here. This calculation you should be able to do it on your own. Delta of n plus 1, then minus delta of n, this would be minus 2 delta of n plus 1, then next would be minus delta of n, then the next would be 4 delta of n plus 1 minus 1, so 4 delta n, and the next would be 2 delta of n minus 1. Okay, and what we are getting to know here is that this can be reduced. So n plus 2 is there, this is also n plus 1. So what I can write down, 2 delta of n plus 2 minus delta of n plus 1 minus 3, sorry, plus 3 delta n plus 2 delta of n minus 1. So what I am getting, what is my y of n? My y of n. So what all sequences you are having? 2 minus 1, 3, 2. 2 minus 1, 3, 2. And where is your 0? This is your n equals to 0. So this is your n equals to 0. Say yes or no. So let's check what really happened here. So your x of n was minus 1, 1, sorry, 1 minus 1, 2. 1 minus 1, 2. And your h of n was 2 and 1. Okay, so this was n equals to 0. This was also your n equals to 0. So this would have been n equals to minus 1, and this would have been n equals to 1, and this would have been n equals to minus 1. So this was there from minus 1 to 0, and this was there from minus 1 to 1, and this was there from minus 1 to 0. All good. So let's check y of n. 2 minus 1, 3, 2. So this was your n equals to 0. So this would have been your n equals to 1. This would have been your n equals to minus 2, because this is minus 1, minus 2. So lower limit added, higher limit added. So what you will get? Minus 1 plus minus 1, that would be minus 2. 1 plus 0, or I should write down in this manner, minus 1 plus minus 1, and it goes from 1 plus 0. So minus 1 plus minus 1 would be minus 2, 2, 1. So is it going the same from minus 2 to 1? Yes. So the same thing is there. It would be non-zero if it is non-zero from minus 1 to 1, and this is non-zero from minus 1 to 0. So y of n will be non-zero from minus 2 to 1. Is that clear to you? All good? Lower limit added, higher limit added. So minus 2 to 1. Now talking about the number of samples. So here how many samples were there? Number of samples. Number of samples in x of n. What was the number of samples in x of n? 3 samples were there, right? Number of samples in h of n. How many samples were there? 2. How many samples are there here? 4. Number of samples are 4. Number of samples, you understand the number of samples, right? 1 sample, 2 sample, 3 sample. 1 sample, 2 sample. So here the number of samples is 3, here the number of samples are 5. Here how many number of samples are there? Number of samples in y of n. That would be 3 plus 2 minus 1. So number of samples are 4. So one less sample you will get. In convolution, add the number of samples minus 1 you need to do. And if you need to find the limit, then just add the lower limit, higher limit, higher limit. Is that clear to you? Everything is crystal clear? Say yes or no. All good, all fine? So let's write down the conclusion. So your x of n is non-zero between n1 to n2, and h of n is non-zero between n3 to n4. So your y of n will be non-zero between n1 plus n3 and to n2 plus n4, and otherwise it would be 0 only, right? What about the number of samples? If the number of samples in x of n is alpha, number of samples in h of n is beta, then the number of samples in y of n will be alpha plus beta minus 1. This is the conclusion. Is that clear to you or not? All good? All fine? Let's see one more thing. One more thing we can see here. Can you let me know the summation of x of n? What is the summation of x of n? Basically all the terms in x of n, sum all the terms. So that would be 1 minus 1 plus 2. 1 minus 1 plus 2. If I write down this particular thing, do you understand the meaning of this? Summation of x of n, n goes from minus infinity to infinity. So whatever the non-zero values are there, just add all of them. So what you are getting? 1 minus 1 plus 2. 1 minus 1 plus 2. What is the answer? 2. Right? Let's not keep it in the box. What will be the value of summation n goes from minus infinity to infinity h of n? What that would be? 2 plus 1, that would be 3. This value is coming out to be 2. This value is coming out to be 3. 1 minus 1 plus 2, that would be 2 only. 2 plus 1, that is 3. And find out this particular thing as well. N goes from minus infinity to infinity y of n. What this is coming out to be? 2 minus 1 plus 3 plus 2. So what we will be getting? 6. Right? 3 minus 1 is 2. 2 plus 2 plus 2, that would be 6. Summation x of n is 2. Summation h of n is 3. Summation y of n is 6. 2 into 3 is equals to 6. Now are you able to relate this particular thing? Okay. So this we will write down in the conclusion, but I hope you would have understood the point. In our area property, what we used to do? Have I written it down somewhere? So let's just one minute. Non-zero thing is there. Where is the, yeah, this is the area property. This I can shift here. So have we seen this particular thing in continuous time? Xt convolution with ht will give you yt. So what I said, the area of xt multiplied with area of ht will be equals to area of yt. Can I write it down in this manner? Minus infinity to infinity x of t dt. What does this represent? This represents the area of xt only, multiplied with area of ht, minus infinity to infinity ht dt. This also represents the area of ht only, and what this will represent? Area of yt. So can I write it down in this particular thing? in this particular manner? Absolutely, I can write down in this particular manner as well. So similarly here, integration replaced with the summation. So summation n minus infinity to infinity x of n multiplied with, what is the sign? Multiplication. Summation n minus infinity to infinity h of n would be equals to summation n goes from minus infinity to infinity y of n. Okay. So we will see the example later on, but I hope you would have understood the point here, right? That if they are asking you to convolve two particular function and then after that they are asking you the complete summation, then what you need to do is that you just need to take this summation, multiply with this particular summation will be the final answer. Is that clear to you? All good? Everything is absolutely clear, right? And you can see here as well. Here you can see this as well. 2 into 3 is equals to 6. So number of conclusion we have seen. First thing about the limit, lower limit added, higher limit added. Then number of samples, alpha and beta, this will have addition both of them, just one less sample. And here the area property we have seen. All good? All fine? Let's see more properties. But before going to the properties, let's solve a particular question. So this, try it on your own. Have the patience, have all the patience, draw the diagram, try solving this particular question on your own. Whatever the result that you get, you don't need to mug up that particular result. Okay? Whatever the result that you are getting, you don't need to mug it up. So try doing it on your own, draw the diagram. I will take a break, I will drink some water and then I will come back. Okay? So try doing this on your own. Yeah, so did you try this one? So how did we do it in the continuous time? Like the same thing was there, r of t convolution with the r of t was equals to yt. Then we don't know any result, so what we did, we applied the differentiation property. So this was converted into r of t convolution with u of t is equals to dyt by dt. Now this will be equals to the running integration of r of tau, that was coming out to be t square by 2 ut dy by dt. And then again I took the integration. So what will be the integration of t square by 2? That would be t cube by 6. So from here yt came out to be t cube by 6 ut. So I told you not to remember the result but derive it in the examination hall with this particular process, right? क्या बात है यार? Okay, so this is how you can derive it in the examination hall. But what about this one? Is there any differentiation property? We cannot apply any differentiation property here. So we need to solve it. We need to solve it by basic mathematics, or you can say basic formula. So let's call it equals to y of n. So what will be your y of n? Summation will go from k equals to minus infinity to infinity. R of k, one remains as it is, other one is inverted and then shifted. So R of k diagram, you know that it will be non-zero from, it will be starting like this, it will keep on going like this. But this is k equals to 0 to infinity. And what about this particular thing? Minus k plus n. So it will be coming from infinity only, but at n it would be 0. So basically the breakpoint is at n and it is looking towards minus infinity. So from minus infinity to n. But I need to take the summation from minus infinity to infinity. So between minus infinity to 0, everything would be 0 only. So for n less than 0, this will be multiplied with 0. Anything multiplied with 0 will be 0 only. So summation will also be 0. So for n less than 0, y of n is equals to 0, right? For n less than 0, y of n is equals to 0. Now for n greater than 0, for n greater than equals to 0, y of n, what that would be? How I can interchange my limit for n greater than 0? Let's just say n equals to 2. So I know that it will be non-zero between 0 to 2, right? It will be non-zero between 0 to 2. N could be 2 as well. So it will be non-zero between 0 to 2. So now you can interchange your limit from 0 to 2, right? So I can interchange my limit from k equals to 0 to n, because n value could be anything. If n was 4, let's just say n was 4. So between 0 to 4 it will be non-zero. So non-zero multiplied with non-zero will be non-zero. So limit can be interchanged from 0 to n. right? 0 to n, and then whatever it is, r of k into r of minus k plus n. So how would you define r of k? How would you define r of k? So r of k would be equals to k for k greater than equals to 0. Otherwise it would be 0. And how would you define r of minus k plus n? So how would I define that? So whatever that is there in the bracket, that will come outward, minus k plus n, for minus k plus n greater than equals to 0. What does that mean? That n should be greater than equals to, so here only I should define it. So from here what I am getting, that your k should be less than equals to n. So if your k is less than equals to n, then it would be equals to minus k plus n, otherwise it would be 0. So this is the basic definition. Basic definition of r of k is equals to k, and basic definition of r of minus k plus n is equals to minus k plus n. And if k is less than equals to 0, then it is non-zero, otherwise it is 0 only. Is that clear to you? This is the basic definition. Now your k is going from 0 to n. K is going from 0 to n. So k is greater than 0 as well, and k is less than equals to 0 as well. So k is going from 0 to n. So r of k can be replaced with k, and r of minus k plus n can be replaced with minus k plus n. Is that clear to you? See the limit. Limit is going from 0 to n. And in this limit, r of k is equals to k, and r of minus k plus n is equals to minus k plus n. So can I replace it something like this? That my y of n, limit of k going from 0 to n. So r of k will be k, and this will be minus k plus n. This will be minus k plus n. So limit of k going from 0 to n, minus k square plus nk, right? So minus k goes from 0 to n, k square plus summation, I can break it like this, k goes from 0 to n, nk. So limit is of k from 0 to n. Limit is going from k equals to 0 to n. That means this n can be taken as constant, right? This n can be taken as constant. Minus k goes from 0 to n, k square, and this n can be taken as constant, k goes from 0 to n. Say yes or no. Is that clear to you? Do you remember the result of this particular thing? Yes. Do you remember the result of this particular thing as well? Yes. So what will be the answer of the first one? This is n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 by 6 plus this would be n into n plus 1 by 2. This n remains as it is, and this result is n into n plus 1 by 2, right? So what we are left with, n into n plus 1 by 2, 1 minus 2n plus 1 was 2n plus 1 by 6, right? So what we are getting, this would be 2n, this is 6, something wrong I am doing. Let me check the calculation. N into n plus 1 by 2. Yeah, here it would be 3, no? That's what I was thinking. I am taking the common, so it would be 3, no? Right? So what we are getting, this is the negative sign. Here we are having the negative sign. N into n plus 1, n into n plus 1 by 2 is taken common. So here I am taking this particular thing common, n into n plus 1 by 2. So here also n will be left. So 3n minus 2n minus 1. 3n minus 2n minus 1. So that would be n into n plus 1, and this would be 3n minus 2n minus 1. That would be n minus 1 divided by 6. So this is the answer we are getting of y of n, but for n greater than equals to 0. So what is our y of n is coming out to be? Y of n is coming out to be, this is mathematics, nothing else. Mathematics we are doing, but this mathematics is pretty good actually. I hope you are able to do the mathematics into u of n, because this is coming out to be for n greater than 0. So this is the final answer we are getting. Is this mathematics clear? Let's see it again. So till this point everything is clear. Then I just need to do the summation. So signal system ends here, just mathematics starts. So k goes from 0 to n, k square. What that would be? N into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 by 6 plus n. What will be the value of this particular thing? That would be n into n plus 1 by 2. So what you are doing, n into n plus 1 by 2 I am taking common. So from here what I am left with? N. So from here I am left with n, and from here what I am left with? I am left with minus 2n plus 1 by 3, minus 2n plus 1 by 3. So what we are getting? 3n minus 2n minus 1. So what that would be? N minus 1. So what we are getting? 3 into 2 is 6. So n into n minus 1 into n plus 1 into n minus 1 divided by 6 into u of n. So this is the answer. So r of n convolve with r of n. Your y of n is r of n convolve with r of n will give you this particular result, which is nearly impossible to remember in the examination hall. So will you remember it? Absolutely not. Okay. So there is no chance that we are going to remember it. So let's write down the conclusion. What all things we have seen? Delta t convolved with delta t was delta t only. This was ut only, and this was rt only. So anything convolved with delta t was delta t. So here also anything convolved with delta n is, sorry, anything convolved with delta t was the same function. So here anything convolved with delta n is the same function, right? Here ut convolved with ut, that gave you rt, or you can say tut, but here it is giving you n plus 1 un. Here what it gave you? T square by 2 ut, but here what it is giving you? N into n plus 1 by 2 un. Here what it gave you? Again the integration of this particular thing, but here what it is giving you? N into n plus 1 into n minus 1 divided by 6 u of n. But again these are not possible to remember, at least these two. At least these two are not possible to remember. So you can derive it in the examination. All clear? All good? Right? Now this property. So till this point everything is crystal clear. We are just following some mathematics, and we are in between we are looking at the properties as well. So properties you just don't need to mug up any property. We are deriving every property, and this is very easy to remember. Like this property, very easy to remember. Lower limit, higher limit, and number of samples, and then the area property. Same thing is there. So these are very easy to remember. Like least stress we need to put on our brain. Okay, this is our target. That on our mind when we go into the examination hall, least stress would be there. That okay, I need to remember this thing, that thing? No, nothing I need to remember. I will derive it in the examination hall within seconds, because I will be having good practice. So for this particular scenario, we had a property there, right? If t is replaced with at, h is replaced, here also t is replaced with at. So in y as well, t will be replaced with at. Remembering, it would be divided by 1 by mod of a. So let's just say if xt was having a energy of E. Okay. So what was the energy of x of at? That was E by mod of a. X of n was having a energy of E. Did I tell you any property for this energy? Did I tell you any property? Do you remember any property like that? Absolutely not. Why is that so? Because in the discrete time, let's just say if A is 1 by 2, then the signal will be expanded, and if A is 2, the signal will be shrinked, and if the signal is being expanded, so random samples can come, right? If you remember that this is 1 and here random sample can come, 2 random sample can come, as I say this was minus 1 random sample can come. So anything can change. In discrete time, things can change. If you multiply or divide your time domain with respect to any value, the function can completely change. What about x of 2n? Here the samples will be getting cancelled out, right? So if samples are getting cancelled out, then also signal will change. So in discrete time, we did not see any property with respect to x of a of n. So here also there is no property. No property. If some question is coming, if some question is coming, I have to solve it with basic formula. So there is no property. In continuous time, we saw the property. X of t was having an energy of E. So x of at was having an energy of E by mod of a. Same goes with power as well, area as well. So these kind of property we see in the continuous time, because there samples and all these kind of things was not getting cancelled, but here samples are getting cancelled or a new samples are coming. So the signal is completely changing. There is no relation between x of n and x of an. Are you getting this point? there is no relation between x of n, x of an. The signal can be completely new. So you cannot actually comment. So there is absolutely no property there. Okay. So for this particular thing, there is no property, but for the minus sign, there is a property. X of t convolution with h of t is equals to y of t. So x of minus t convolution with h of t is equals to y of minus t. So here x of minus n, h of minus n. So here also it will be replaced with minus n. So for a equals to minus n, if your a is equals to minus n, then only this property works. If your a is equals to minus n, sorry, a is equals to minus 1, if a is equals to minus 1, then only this property would work. So only one property is there, which is this one, that x of n convolution with h of n is equal to y of n. You can derive it as well with basic mathematics, with basic formula. You can derive it as well. You will just see that what you will do. You will be replacing a particular thing with p. How we derive this particular question, right? Here, the same derivation you do there, you will get the final answer. Ditto same derivation you need to do here. Ditto same. Okay. So n is replaced with minus n, n is replaced with minus n. So here also this will be replaced with minus n. All good, all clear. Okay. Let's solve some questions. You try doing this one on your own. Will you apply some property or anything like that? No. In delta function, we do not apply any property. We know that delta has good enough ability of eating up the negative sign. And when we are talking about the impulse sequence, it has the ability of eating up the constant value as well. Like what is delta of minus 80? That is equals to 1 by mod of a delta t. But what is delta of minus an? So it has the ability of eating up the negative sign as well. It has the ability of eating up the a as well. So that is equals to delta of n. If you remember it properly, say yes or no. So similarly here as well. So how I can replace it? X of n plus 2 remains as it is. Delta has the ability of eating up a minus 2. So this will be n minus 2. This 2 will be shifted here, right? Basically anything convolved with delta n will give you the same function, but there is a shift of minus 2. So this minus 2 will also be here. So x of n is the final answer. Can you do this particular question? Yes. So here what I am gonna do is that, okay, let's solve it by two methods. First one, I will keep this as it is, delta of, I will change this as x of n of n minus 3, right? Because minus sign I can take common, n minus 3. So answer should be the same function, x of minus n plus 2, but n should be replaced with n minus 3 because the shift here is 3. So n should be replaced with n minus 3 plus 2. So what we are getting? Here only I can write down what we are getting, x of minus n plus 3 plus 2. So what we are getting, x of minus n plus 5. Or what you could have done, what would be the value of x of minus n convolution with delta of minus n? What that would be equals to? Or how you would start? Method 2. So x of n convolved with delta n is equals to x of n. If I replace n with minus n, what will be the answer? Right? You're in the final answer as well, n will be replaced with minus n. Now I need to make minus n plus 2. That means in place of n, what I need to put? N minus 2. And here in place of n, what I need to put? N minus 3. So here in place of n, what I will put? N minus 2 minus 3. So what I am getting? X of minus n plus 5. So this is the final answer. So this is how I could have done it. Which property I used? This one. X of n convolution with delta of n is equals to x of n. N is replaced with minus n, n is replaced with minus n. I need to make minus n plus 2. That means n should be replaced with n minus 2. N should be replaced with n minus 3. So here n is replaced with n minus 2. Here n is replaced with n minus 3. Yeah, okay, fine. So here also n will be replaced with n minus 2 minus 3. N minus 2 minus 3. So x of minus n plus 5. Okay, well and good. What about this one? So u of n convolution with u of n. What is the result? How will you solve it? In the examination hall, if this question is coming, I will do u of n convolution with u of n. I remember the result, although if I don't remember, I can derive it as well. That is n plus 1 un. Here n is replaced with n plus 3. Here n is replaced with n minus 2. So in the final, let's just say this is y of n. So what would be the answer? Y of n plus 3 minus 2. In place of n, you put n plus 3 and minus 2. So what would be the answer? Y of n plus 1. So this is y of n, what would be your y of n plus 1? So in place of n, what you need to put? N plus 1. This is y of n. In place of n, you need to put n plus 1. So n plus 1 would be n plus 2. And u of n would be n plus 1. So this is the answer. Okay, n plus 2, u of n plus 1. It can be written, it can be given in the option like this as well, r of n plus 2. Because what is r of n plus 2? R of n plus 2 is n plus 2 u of n plus 2 minus 1, which is equal to the same thing only. Okay, so it can be given as r of n plus 2 as well. All good, all fine. Or you could have directly see from here that u of n convolution with u of n is r of n plus 1. U of n convolution with u of n is r of n plus 1. Here there is a shift of 3 and here there is a shift of 2. So what you are getting? R of n plus 2, and that can be equals to n plus 2 u of n plus 2 minus 1. That means in that manner also you would have solved. So any number of ways are there. If I am teaching you so much of concept, then any concept you can apply in the examination hall and you will get the correct answer for sure. What about this one? U of minus n plus 2, r of minus n plus 3. So there is no ability of eating up the negative sign or taking it out. Nothing is there. So what I need to do? I need to go by the basics only. U of n convolution with r of n. Running integration of r of n, that I remember, n into n plus 1 by 2. Although if I don't remember, I will derive it. But here we have already derived it in this conclusion, n into n plus 1 by 2 into u of n. Now if I replace n with minus n, if I replace n with minus n, so if I call it y of n, so what will be the answer here? N will be replaced with minus n only. So in place of n, what you are going to put? Minus n. U of minus n. So I can solve it in better manner. Minus 1 I can take common. So n into n minus 1 by 2 u of minus n. Okay. What I need to make? Minus n plus 2. Here I need to make minus n plus 3. So what I need to make? Minus n minus 2. In place of n, I need to put n minus 2. And here in place of n, I need to put n plus 3. Right? Say yes or no. So whatever my answer is, in place of n, I need to put n plus 3 minus 2. So what I am getting? Y of minus of n plus 1. Are you getting this point? Here I need to make minus n plus 2. So in place of n, I am putting n minus 2. Here I need to make minus n minus 3. So in place of n, I am putting n plus 3. So in place of n, in y of minus n, in place of n, I need to put n plus 3 minus 2. So that would be n plus 1. So y of minus n plus 1. So here it was my y of minus n. This was my y of minus n. Now I need to make y of minus n plus 1. What does that mean? That in y of minus n, this is my y of minus n. This is equals to my y of minus n. Now I need to find y of minus n plus 1. So in place of n, I need to put n plus 1. In place of n, I need to put n plus 1. So here n plus 1 minus 1 will be n only divided by 2. And u of, in place of n, I am putting n plus 1. So this will be this particular thing. So this is the answer. So answer is n into n plus 1 by 2, u of minus n minus 1. A very good question. With good amount of patience, we need to solve these kind of problems in the examination hall. And hardly 50 people, not even 50 people, hardly 30 or 40 people will be able to solve these kind of problems in the examination hall. This becomes very tough. Most of the people will go by basic formula, would be very tough to get the final answer. Some would go by tabular methods, so those methods also I will teach you, but there also it will take a lot of time. But if you have the patience, if you have the concept clear, just go by that particular thing and you will certainly get the correct answer in the examination hall. Okay. So let's check by the calculation. Shift will be of 1. So if there is a shift of 1, so that one shift we have introduced. So minus n plus 1. Okay, this was minus plus 1. So here if I had done 1. Yeah, so same answer we are getting. So other methods are also there, no? Like I could have just find y of n and directly I could have find this particular thing. Basically y of n, and then I know that my answer would be this particular thing. That means in place of n I need to put minus n plus 1. So here what I would have put minus n plus 1. So here minus n plus 1, here also minus n minus 1, this will be minus n as well. So from here as well I will get the same answer. Okay, so any ways are there, n number of ways are there, you can get the final answer from any of the ways. That you would have started from here only y of n, and then you would have done this calculation, you got to know that this is my final answer. So this step you would have avoided. You don't need to find y of minus n. You find y of n, and then you get the final answer, y of minus n plus 1, and then just put the value here. If you put the value here, you will get this particular answer. Okay, all good, all fine. Find the value of y of 4. This is also very easy. Okay, why I have put here, it should be h of n, really sorry. This is also very easy. What is your y of n? One thing I told you in continuous time, that if they are asking a particular value, then you go by the basic definition, right? But here our convolution is with impulse sequence, and impulse sequence convolution is very easy. So I will not go by the basic definition, I will just go by the process method. Are you getting this point? Here I can directly find y of n very easily. In the examination, if finding y of n was a typical task, then I could have gone by the basic definition, that my y of n is equals to summation x of k in that manner. But here finding y of n is not a typical task, it is very easy. So better than going by the definition, I will go by my method. What is the method? What does the method says? That x of n should be convolved with delta of minus 2n plus 4. So x of n convolved with delta of minus 2 can come outward, n minus 2. So that would be equals to, this shift will be given to this particular thing. So x of n minus 2. So here 2 by 3 in place of n minus 2, u of n minus 2, right? So y of n. So what would be your y of 4? So y of 4 would be 2 by 3, 4 minus 2, u of 4 minus 2. So 2 by 3 square, u 4 minus 2 is 2. What is the value of u of 2? U of 2 is 1, right? U of 2 is 1. So what is 2 by 3 square? That would be 4 by 9. So this was also very straightforward question, very easy question. Answer is 4 by 9, right? This is the answer, 4 by 9. Alpha of n convolved with beta of n un. Alpha of n un convolved with beta of n un. Try doing this on your own. Okay. First draw the diagrams or go by the basic definition. There is no other way of going without the basic definition. You have to go by the basic definition only. So what I will do, I will call this equals to y of n. So what would be my y of n equals to? K goes from minus infinity to infinity, alpha of k, u of k, but in place of beta, what I will put? Minus k plus n, minus k plus n, right? K goes from minus infinity to infinity, alpha of k, uk, beta of minus k into beta of n, u of minus k plus n. K goes from minus infinity to infinity, alpha of k divided alpha by beta k, u of k into beta of n. Can I take beta of n outward? Because the limit is of k only. So beta of n I can take outward. beta of n I can take outward. U of k into U of minus k plus n. So these two multiplication we need to do. So now we need to change the limit, right? Basically, I need to solve this particular thing. So my limit can be changed, no? Here minus infinity to infinity I am taking, minus infinity to infinity I am taking. Is that actually required? Alpha of n u, alpha of k uk, alpha of k uk. So it will be non-zero between k equals to 0 to infinity. Alpha of k uk. It will be non-zero from 0 to infinity. This is about alpha of k into uk. And what about this thing? What about this thing? Beta of minus k plus n, u of minus k plus n. So this will be non-zero between minus infinity to n. Minus infinity to n. So this will be non-zero between minus infinity to n. Say yes or no. This is the other function, which is beta of minus k plus n, u of minus k plus n. One thing I am sure here, if n is less than 0, the summation will be 0. I am not going to explain again, right? If n is less than 0, you can see that anything multiplied with 0 will be 0. So for n less than 0, not equals to n less than 0, y of n is 0. Here I am not putting n equals to 0. Why is that so? Because at n equals to 0, there could be some sequence. At n equals to 0 also there could be some sequence. So 0 and this sequence will be multiplied. So you cannot say that n equals to 0 would be y of n will be equals to 0. So n less than 0. And now for n greater than 0. For n greater than equals to 0, what could be your y of n? So the limit will go from 0 to n. Limit will go from 0 to n. Why is that so? Because from minus infinity to 0, everything is 0. Now it will go from 0 to n. Because after n as well, everything is 0. So the limit will go from beta of n is already outward. Now the limit is going from 0 to n. Alpha by beta to the power k. Now u of k into u of minus k plus n. U of k into u of minus k plus n. So this value will be 1. This value will also be 1. Between 0 to n, this value is 1, this value is also 1. You can define the u of k, no? U of k is equals to 1 for k greater than 0, and u of minus k plus n is equals to 1 for k less than or equals to n. So that means between 0 to n, both will be 1 only. So these things will be 1 only. So what is your y of n? Simply your y of n is coming out to be beta n summation k goes from 0 to n alpha by beta to the power n, alpha by beta to the power k, sorry, to the power k. So what I need to solve now? I need to solve this particular mathematics. So have the patience and solve the mathematics. K equals to 0, if you put alpha by beta to the power 0, what that would be? 1. Anything to the power 0 will be 1. Next k value is equals to 1. Next k value equals to 2. In that manner, k value till n. How many terms these are? These are n plus 1 terms. How many terms are there? N plus 1 terms are there. Do you remember the summation of GP? Is that a GP? Yes. With the common factor of alpha by beta. So I hope you remember the formula. What is the formula? Formula says A is 1. R to the power n, number of terms. R to the power number of term minus 1 divided by R minus 1. This is the formula, right? So what we are getting? Beta of n into beta into alpha to the power n plus 1 minus beta to the power n plus 1 divided by beta to the power n plus 1 and then whole divided by alpha minus beta. Did you understand this point? How did I do it? Alpha to the power n plus 1 divided by beta to the power n plus 1. This was the scene. Alpha to the power n plus 1 divided by beta to the power n plus 1 minus 1. So I just multiplied it here and what I will get? Beta to the power n plus 1 divided by beta to the power n plus 1, right? And here alpha by beta minus 1. So this can be written as alpha minus beta divided by beta, and this beta can go upward. So alpha minus beta divided by beta. So this beta has gone upward to multiply it with beta, right? So this beta has gone upward. So this is the mathematics. Alpha minus beta divided by beta, this beta has gone upward. So this has become beta of n plus 1. This has become beta of n plus 1, which can be cancelled out. So what is the answer we are getting? And all these is happening for n greater than 0. So what is the answer we are getting? Alpha to the power n plus 1 minus beta to the power n plus 1 divided by alpha minus beta. This is happening for n greater than equals to 0. That means your y of n, or you can write down alpha to the power n un convolution with beta to the power n un is coming out to be alpha to the power n plus 1 minus beta to the power n plus 1 divided by, or I should write it in a better way, alpha to the power n plus 1, just one second, minus beta to the power n plus 1 divided by alpha minus beta u of n. That's the final answer. Okay, so that's the answer. Do you remember it? I would say no need to remember it, but if you can remember it, you can remember, but no requirement is there. Okay, because derivation you can do anyway in the examination hall. Not tough derivation, not a tough derivation. Very easily you will break down the limit. All these steps you are not going to do in the examination hall, right? It will take lesser steps only. In the examination hall, it will take lesser steps only. So alpha by beta to the power k, then summation is there from 0 to n. From 0 to n summation is there. Then in this particular manner, we will get the final answer. Alpha to the power n plus 1 minus beta to the power n plus 1 divided by alpha minus beta into u of n. So this would be the final answer. No need to mug it up. In the examination hall, you can derive it. Okay. Try doing this on your own. Will you do like this? Alpha to the power n, u of n convolution with u of n. Alpha to the power n, u of n convolution u of n is equals to n plus 1 u n. Luckily, you will get this correct answer, but this method is wrong, right? You cannot take alpha n common. I told you this particular thing in the continuous time as well. We cannot take out a particular function. First, I need to multiply alpha of n with un. Then I need to multiply alpha of n with un, and then I can solve it. So taking out a particular function, that is absolutely wrong, right? But if you solve by this particular method, that alpha of n you take out, you will get the correct answer actually. The same thing happened with e to the power minus at ut as well, right? I told you this is how you can remember. So what will be the answer? You take e to the power minus at outward, ut convolution with ut is rt, and rt can be written as tut. So this would be the answer. But this method is wrong. This is just in one particular function you are getting the correct answer. It's not a universal formula. It is just a way of remembering. So same here as well. Alpha of n you take outward and un convolution with un. So this method is wrong, but it could be a way of remembering. So how would you solve this particular question? Let's call it y of n. So y of n would be k goes from minus infinity to infinity, alpha of k uk, and then alpha of minus k plus n u of minus k plus n. Now interchanging the limit, all these things I am not teaching you. I am neither gonna, just one second. Now I am neither gonna make the graph as well, because ditto same graph, all these things will be similar here, right? Alpha of k uk, alpha of minus k plus n. So the limit will be changing from 0 to n for n greater than 0. So for n less than 0, y of n is 0. And for n greater than equals to 0, what will be y of n? Y of n will be, the limit will be changing from 0 to n. Alpha of k will be alpha of k only, u of k will be 1, and this will be alpha of minus k plus n, and this will be equals to 1 only, right? So from here what we are getting, k goes from 0 to n, alpha of k into alpha of k, that would alpha of k into alpha of minus k will be 1 only. So this will be left with alpha of n. So this can be written as plus alpha square. Oh, wait a second. Sorry. Alpha of n is a constant value, no? Here we are not putting the values of n. We are putting the values of k. So alpha of n is a constant value here. So alpha of n is a constant value. Now k goes from 0 to n, 1. So what will be the answer of this particular thing? B minus a plus 1, n minus 0 plus 1. And all this is happening for n greater than equals to 0. So alpha of n un, convolution with alpha of n un. So that would be equals to alpha of n into n plus 1 un. Very easily we got the answer. Or you could have remembered in a manner that alpha of n you take outward, un convolution with u of n is equals to n plus 1 un. So alpha of n, n plus 1 un. So this is the method actually. This is the correct method, but by the incorrect method we can remember the results. All good? Try this question. 2 to the power n un convolution with un will give you y of n. So find the value of y of 4. So first let's find the value of y of n. So in the question y of n is also asked. In the examination only y of 4 was asked, no? So I will apply the basic definition. What I mean to say is that if I only need to find y of 4, so what I will do, k goes from minus infinity to infinity. This basically x of k, and the other one will be minus k plus n, but in place of n I need to put 4. So this is what I would have done in the examination. So what I would have done, k goes from minus infinity to infinity, x of k I will keep this as it is, and this will be, sorry, x of k it was, really sorry, multiply with u of minus k plus 4. So you can draw the graph of u of k, you can draw the graph of u of minus k plus 4 as well, right? U of k, u of minus k plus 4. So u of k will be starting from k only, right? In that manner k equals to 0. And what about u of minus k plus 4? So till 4 it will be non-zero. Till 4 it will be non-zero, right? So if you multiply all of them, so how the limit will change? Limit will change from 0 to 4. So k goes from 0 to 4, because it will be non-zero between 0 to 4 only. K goes from 0 to 4, 2 to the power k. Say yes or no, right? Multiplication of uk into u of k minus u of minus k plus 4, 1 into 1 into 1, everything will be 1 1 1 only. So uk into u of minus k plus 4 will be 1 only. So this is how we will be getting. So 2 to the power 0 is 1, 2, 3, 16, right? So answer is 31. So this is what I would have done in the examination hall if they are asking me y of 4 only. Answer is 31. I can find y of n as well, right? I can find y of n as well. Say yes or no. Y of 4 is 31. This is the answer. But what if they ask me y of n? Basically, I am saying that my y of n is, in place of 2, I am putting alpha. So alpha of n un convolution with u of n. So this is something I want to find. So what I would do, y of n will be equals to k goes from minus infinity to infinity, this as it is, and u of minus k plus n, minus k plus n. So how will the limit change? I know that limit will be going from 0 to n only, because uk minus k plus n. So limit will be going from 0 to n only. So alpha of k, uk into u of minus k plus n. And in this particular limit from 0 to n, everything will be 1 only. So 1 into 1 will be 1 only. So what I need to do, alpha of 0 will be 1 plus alpha square till alpha to the power n. How many terms these are? These are n plus 1 terms. So can I apply the formula of GP? Yes. That would be a into r to the power number of terms minus 1 divided by alpha minus 1. All this is happening for n greater than equals to 0. That means here u of n will also come. So this is the answer of y of n. Very easily, very fastly I will be able to do this calculation. If you are doing the calculation with me on the previous pages, then it would be very easy for you. Here for the question, n is equals to 4, y of 4 you need to find, and alpha is equals to 2. Alpha is equals to 2. So what will be your y of 4? 2 to the power 5 minus 1 divided by 2 minus 1 into u of 4. So what is the value of u of 4? U of 4 is 1. 32 minus 1, that would be equals to 30. 32 minus 1 will be equals to 31 only. So this is the answer we are getting. So in the examination, although I would not do this process, why I need to find this, all those things? In the examination, I would do this process. Answer would be 31, or I could have done this process as well. All good? Let's move to the next one. So now this is the new topic. Another approach for discrete time convolution of finite duration sequence. So this approach is known as tabular method. Okay, tabular method or matrix method. So one more method we are going to study for discrete for finite duration sequence. It can be applied for infinite duration sequence as well, but we will apply it for finite duration sequence only. So let me take a break. In meanwhile, you revise whatever that we have previously studied. After that, this is a small concept that we are going to study, and with that our discrete time convolution will also end. Okay, so I will take a pause. You can also take a pause if you want to. Okay, so let's start this method. You don't need to actually understand it. You can just remember how the method, how we need to solve the problem. This is what you can remember. But if I give you a basic intuition, so first let's see the method, that what is the method. Then I will give you an intuition that how this method was derived. Okay, so let's see the method first. So what you need to do, you need to make a matrix. So this is how you will be making a matrix. This is your n equals to 0, right? This is your n equals to 0. And here this is your n equals to 0. That doesn't matter actually. So here the samples are 1, 2, 1. So you will write down 1, 2, 1 here. And here the samples are 1, minus 1, 1, minus 1. You will write down these samples. Now what you need to do, this 1 to 1 line will be multiplied with 1. So what you will get? 1 to 1 only. Now this line will be multiplied with minus 1. So what you will get? Minus 1, minus 2, minus 1. Right? Now you need to make a line. How will you make the line? That first you will take one element, then in the line you will take two elements. Can I take three elements anyway? No. Next I will have to take two elements only, and then I will take one element. One element, two element, three element, four element, five element, and then maximum 5 I can take, then 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In that manner I need to go. So what I did, 1 to 1, 1 minus 1. I could have written 1 minus 1 here as well, and 1 to 1 downward as well. Both things I could have done. So what I did, 1 is multiplied with 1 to 1, I am getting 1 to 1. Minus 1 is multiplied with 1 to 1, I am getting minus 1, minus 2, minus 1. Then I need to make these lines that first I will take one element, then I will take two element. Can I take three element anyhow? No. Minus 2, 1, I can take two element only, then I will take one element. So what will be my y of n? My y of n would simply be, here the single element is 1 only, 1. Here how many elements are there? 2 and minus 1. So 2 plus minus 1, what that would be? 1 only. Here what is there? Minus 2 plus 1. So that would be minus 1. And here it would be minus 1. Okay. How will you define where this arrow will come? How will you define it? So this is going from minus 1 to 1. Say yes or no. Because this will be n equals to minus 1. And this will be n equals to 1. So your x of n is non-zero between minus 1 to 1. And your h of n is non-zero between 0 to 1. Because this will be equals to n equals to 1. So your y of n will be non-zero. Your y of n will be non-zero between minus 1 plus 0 is minus 1. And 1 plus 1 is 2. So your y of n will be non-zero between n equals to minus 1 to n equals to 2. So if this is minus 1, then this has to be n equals to 0. Did you understand this? This was the first example. Let's see more example. You will understand more. Okay. So this example is there. What I need to do? I need to make a matrix. Anywhere I can put. Basically, it's not necessary that h of n I will put here only. Here I put h of n downward. H of n I put downward. But h of n I can put here as well. Basically, I can do this thing. Minus 1, 0, 1, minus 2, 1. And here what I will put? 1, minus 2, 0, 3, 1. So what will happen first? This line will be multiplied with 1. So minus 1, 0, 1, minus 2, 1. Now this line will be multiplied with minus 2. So 2, 0, minus 2, 4, minus 2. This line is being multiplied with minus 2. So minus 2, 0, sorry, 2, 0, minus 2, 4 and minus 2. This line will be multiplied with 0. So 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. The line will be multiplied with 3. So minus 3, 0, 3, minus 6, 3. Being multiplied with 3. So minus 3, 0, 3, minus 6, 3. Then it will be multiplied with 1 again. So this multiplication we have done. Next, 1, 2, 3, 4 and then 5. Can I take 6 samples? No. So next I need to take 4 samples. Then I need to take 3 samples. Then 2 sample and then 1 sample. So what will be your y of n? So your y of n will be, single sample is minus 1. Then 2 plus 0 is 2. Then 0 plus 0 plus 1, 1. Then minus 3, minus 2, minus 2, minus 7. Then minus 1, 4, 1, 4. 3 minus 2, 1. 3 minus 2, 1. Then 1 minus 6, minus 5. 3 minus 2, 1. And then single 1. Okay. So minus 1, 2, 1. It would be minus 7. Then here it would be 4. Then here it would be 1 again. Then this would be minus 5. Then this would be 1 and then 1. So in these kind of problems, there is very high chance that calculation can be wrong. So solve it with good amount of patience. So if this is n equals to 0, this would be n equals to minus 1. This is n equals to 0. This would be your n equals to minus 1. This would be your n equals to minus 2. So lower limit added. So this has to be n equals to minus 3. So this would be minus 3, minus 2, minus 1. So this would be n equals to 0. Right? This would be your n equals to 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be n equals to 5. Are we getting the same thing? Minus 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. This is your n equals to 3. And this is your n equals to 0, 0, 1, 2. So yeah, higher limit is 3 plus 2, 5. What about the number of samples? Here number of samples are 5. Here also number of samples are 5. So here the number of samples would be 5 plus 5 minus 1. So number of samples should be 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, number of samples are 9. So this is the final answer of y of n. So are you able to understand how we are doing it? And why it is happening? Why this method is happening? So let's understand it in a rough page. Like how they derived this method. This is what I am telling. Although it is not useful for your examination, but I am just telling that how did they derive this method. So let's take this example. 1 to 1, 1 minus 1. 1 to 1. 1 to 1, 1 minus 1. 1 to 1, 1 minus 1. So let's try understanding what really happened here. 1 minus 1. And where was the 0? 0 was initially and then in between. So when we do the discrete time convolution, what we do? We keep one as it is. That means this as it is. And for the second one, we will take the mirror image. We will take the inversion and then shift. So I will take the inversion. First I will take the mirror image of this thing. I am keeping 1 to 1 as it is. Then I am taking mirror image of this particular thing. That means this will be minus 1, 1. This is the mirror image. And then I will take it to minus infinity. Then I will take this sequence to minus infinity. Right? Because what do we do? X of k, h of minus k plus n, where the limit is going from minus infinity to infinity. Are you getting this point? So value of n, this value of n could be minus infinity. I hope you remember one graph as it is, then inversion, and we are starting. When I click on the time button, the graph will keep on moving. The same thing is happening. This as it is, taking the inversion and then taking it to minus infinity, and now this graph will keep on moving. Just as you click on the n button, the graph will start moving. So now this graph will move. Basically, this was the 0, you have taken the inversion, now this is moving. So until 1 minus 1 is reaching here, your summation is 0 only. Because what is happening, this graph is being multiplied with 0, 0, 0, here there is all 0, 0, 0. After this as well, all 0, 0, 0. And this is being multiplied with minus 1 before this as well 0 0 0, after this as well 0 0 0 is there. So anything multiply with 0, everything is 0 0 0 only. So until this minus 1 1 reach here, until this minus 1 1 reach here, the summation is 0 only. But just next second what will happen? This minus 1 1 will reach here. Before this everything is 0, here also everything is 0. So now 1 is being multiplied with 1. So your first result is 1 multiplied with 1. So what is the answer? 1. Now in the next step, again it will be shifted. Again it will be shifted. So what will happen now? So this will be the minus 1 and this will be 1. So in the next step what is happening? You have to multiply both of the function. So 1 into minus 1 and then 2 will be multiplied with 1. And then you need to take the summation. Then you need to take the summation. So in the next step what is happening? 1 is being multiplied with minus 1 and 2 is being multiplied with 1. Right? So here 1 to 1 I was writing and here 1 minus 1 I was writing. So 1 is being multiplied with 2 and minus 1 is being multiplied with 1. So this was our next step. First step was this was our next step. 1 plus 2, that was 3. Here you can see, sorry, 1 is being multiplied with minus 1. So this was minus 1 plus 2. So answer was 1, not 3. So here also you can see minus 1 is being multiplied with 1, minus 1 is being multiplied with 2. So minus 1 plus 2. Are you getting the point that what is actually happening here? Basically graph is being shifted. In the next moment what will happen? In the next moment what will happen is that this will be minus 1, this will be 1, all this will be 0, all this will be 0. So 1 will be multiplied with 0, that would be 0 only, don't care. 2 is multiplied with minus 1 and 1 is multiplied with 1. So our next step will be minus 2 plus 1. So this will be our next sample, minus 2 plus 1. This is our next sample. And what will be our next sample? After that what will happen? Graph will be shifted more. So this minus 1 will reach here and this 1 will reach here. So all 0 0. So 2 will be multiplied with 0, 1 will be multiplied with 0, don't care. 1 is being multiplied with minus 1. This would be our next sample. So 1 is being multiplied with minus 1. This is the next sample. And after that what will happen? It will be shifted more. So basically this minus 1 and 1 will reach here. All these are 0 0 only. So this is being multiplied with 0. This is also being multiplied with 0. So this is how the method is derived. This is how the formula is derived. This is how the matrix method is derived. So it is not a universal law. It is not a law. It is a method. So how the method is derived, if you know that particular thing, then it would be good for you. It is not something that will be asked in the examination hall. If the question is asked in the examination hall, you will do like this only. That this is given, you make the matrix, multiply it, first, second, third sample, fourth sample. Here, first sample, second sample, third sample, fourth sample, fifth sample, sixth sample, seventh sample, eighth sample, ninth sample. So total 9 samples are there. So in that manner you will make it. But what if in the examination hall this kind of question is asked? Sample size is big, right? Here how many samples are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 here and 7 downward as well. So 14 samples are there. And in y of n, 13 samples would be there. So y of n will be having total 13 samples. So how many calculation will be there? If you go by the matrix method, how many calculations would be there? And you just need to find the value of y of 4. So too much calculation will be there here, right? Too much calculation would be there. Do you understand this point? So I will not go by the matrix method here. What I will do, I will simply make the graph. I will go by my basic definition, and whatever the method that I just told you here, by that method also you can go. What I will do is that, what I need to find? Y of n. So that is keeping 1 as it is, x of k as it is, and for the other one, invert and shift. But what I need to find? Y of 4 I need to find. K goes from minus infinity to infinity. X of k, h of minus k plus 4. So what is my x of k? X of k is already there. This is your 1, 2, minus 1, 0, 4, 3 and minus 1. Can I make the graph of h of minus k plus 4? H of minus k plus 4. How will you make it? You can start from here. First you make the graph of k plus h of k plus 4. What I need to find? H of minus k plus 4. So how will I start? So first I will draw the graph of h of k plus 4. k plus 4. That means the graph will be shifted towards the negative hand side, or I can say that arrow will be shifted by 4 times ahead. So arrow will come here. So what will be the answer? H of k plus 4, that would be minus 1, 0, 2, or what I can do is that I can simply copy it. This was your h of k, but I need what I need, h of k plus 4. So what did I tell you? You can shift the sequence towards this side, or what you can do, you can shift the arrow towards this side. So arrow will be shifted by 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So what is the next sample? Next sample is 0 only. So here the next sample is 0. So here our arrow will be reaching. So our arrow will be reaching here. This is our h of k plus 4. Next step, what I need, h of minus k plus 4. Minus k plus 4. Minus k plus 4 means I need to take the mirror image. So this 0 remains there as it is, and then the mirror image 3, 1, minus 1, 1, 2, 0, and minus 1. Mirror image 0 remains as it is, then 3, 1, minus 1, 1, 2, 0, minus 1. This is h of minus k plus 4, and this was your x of k. This was your x of k. So this is your n equals to 0, and here this is your n equals to 0. But you know that when you are multiplying, sample to sample will be multiplied. Basically, this is your 0, 3, 1, minus 1, 2, 0, minus 1. And here this is 4, 3, minus 1. After that, everything is 0, 0, 0, 0. And here before this, everything is 0, 0, 0, 0. But here, this is your n equals to 0, and this is also your n equals to 0. N equals to 0, n equals to 0. So n equals to 0 will be multiplied with n equals to 0, n equals to 1 will be multiplied with n equals to 1, n equals to 2 will be multiplied with n equals to 2. So this 4 remains here. This would be 0, this would be minus 1, this would be 2, this would be 1, 0. Before this, everything is 0, 0, 0. After this, everything is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So 1 multiplied with 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. What I need to do now? Multiply and then take the summation. So now 4 is multiplied with 0, this is also 0, 3 into 3 plus 1 into minus 1. Then minus 1 multiplied with 0, 2 multiplied with 0, 0, 0, 0, everything is 0 only. So what is the answer we are getting? 9 minus 1. What is the answer? 8. That's it. That's the answer. Okay. Rather than going into the matrix method here, I need to find a particular value, and the samples are pretty big. If the samples are small, let's just say small sample are there, and they asked me what is y of 1, then I would have made this matrix and I would have got the answer. But here large sample is there, no? How many matrix I will write down, how many calculation I will do? I just need to find the value of y of 4. So one as it is, other one inverted and shifted. So x of k I already know, h of minus k plus 4 I can write down. How I will make it? First I will make h of k plus 4, then I will make h of minus k plus 4. So that will be made somewhat like this, and then I need to multiply with x of k. But I know that sample to sample will be multiplied. So 0th sample will be multiplied with 0 sample. First sample will be multiplied with first sample. So 3 is multiplied with 3, then minus 1 is multiplied with minus 1. So 9 minus 1, answer is 8. Rest all things are multiplied with 0 only. So answer is coming out to be 8. You can solve by matrix method as well, but it will take some time. That's why to save the time, this is how we are going to solve in the examination. Let's go to the next one. This is the last one. Okay, this is the second last question. After that, we will see the last question. So what you need to find? Y of n. Summation n goes from minus infinity to infinity. Y of n you need to find. Y of n is equals to x of n convolution with h of n. So what do you think? What will be the answer? Will you find y of n first? Will you do all this calculation? No. What you remember, what is given? Y of n is equals to x of n convolution with h of n. So from there what you remember? Summation property, right? Area property you can say, or summation property you can say, that all these summations n goes from minus infinity to infinity h of n, right? So summation of all this multiply with summation of all this. So what will be the summation of all this? 1 plus 2 minus 1, that would be 2 plus 4 6 plus 3 9 minus 1 8. And what will be the summation of all this? 2 plus 3 5. Okay, again let's see it. 3 3 6 10 10 minus 2 8, 2 plus 3 3 3 6 7 7 minus 2 5. So 8 into 5, answer is 40. That's it, this is the answer. Okay, so property I have applied here. By the property I have got the answer. What about this one? Try doing this question on your own. You would be able to do it. Have the patience, you would be able to do it. Okay, so y of 2 you need to find. X of n is given as alpha to the power n un. H of n is given as 1 by 2 minus 1 0. Y of n is the convolution of x of n h of n. Y of 1 is given as 2 y of 0. You need to find y of 2. So have the patience, you will be able to solve it. What I can do, I can apply the matrix method again, or you can say tabular method again. Basically, what will be your x of n? X of n will be starting from n equals to 0 only, because alpha of n un is written. So it will be starting from n equals to 0. So if you put n equals to 0, this will be 1 alpha, alpha square, alpha cube, and it will keep on going. This is your n equals to 0. Because we need to see y of 1, y of 0 only, no? So these I can go by the tabular method or matrix method, right? And what is your h of n? H of n is 1, 1 by 2, minus 1, 0, and rest all will be 0 only. So what I can do, I can apply the matrix method. So 1 alpha, alpha square, alpha cube, alpha to the power 4. And here what I will write? 1 1 by 2 minus 1, 1 1 by 2 minus 1, then 0, and everything will be multiplied with 0 only. So this 0 is needless. This 0 is of no use actually, because after that as well everything is 0. So this 0 is of no use. So 1, this line will be multiplied with 1 only. So 1 plus alpha square plus alpha cube plus alpha to the power 4. Then next line will be multiplied with 1 by 2 alpha, 1 by 2 alpha. Okay, sorry, this would be 1 by 2 only. Sorry, 1 by 2 alpha square, 1 by 2 alpha cube, 1 by 2 alpha to the power 4. The next line will be multiplied with minus 1, minus alpha square. Okay, so what will be the first element? This is your n equals to 0. This is your n equals to 0. This is also your n equals to 0. Right? So what will be your y of n? Y of n will be starting from n equals to 0 only, because lower limit added with lower limit. So this will be y of n equals to 0. It will be starting from n equals to 0 only, and it will be going ahead. So it will start from n equals to 0 only. So starting from here. Okay. So what will be your y of n? Y of n will be 1 1 by 2 plus alpha, minus 1 plus 1 by 2 alpha plus alpha square. In that manner more values will come. So what is given? Y of 1 is equals to 2 y of 0. Y of 1 is equals to 2 y of 0. This is your y of 0, right? Because this is n equals to 0 only. So this is your y of 0. So y of 0 is equals to 1. And what is y of 1? Y of 1 is 1 plus 1 by 2 plus alpha. So what is the value of alpha? Value of alpha is 3 by 2. Value of alpha is coming out to be 3 by 2. This is the value of alpha. What you need to find? You need to find y of 2. Y of 2 you need to find. So what is y of 2? 0 1 2. That is minus 1 plus alpha by 2 plus alpha square. So minus 1 plus 3 by 4 plus 9 by 4. So what you are getting? 9 plus 3 is 12, 12 by 3. So y of 2 is equals to 2. So y of 2 is coming out to be 2. That's it. That's the answer. Okay, minus 1 plus half alpha plus alpha square. Value of alpha is 3 by 2. So 9 by 4 plus 3 by 4 minus 1. So 9 plus 3 is 12 by 4, 3, 3 minus 1, answer is 2. So y of 2 is coming out to be 2. So with patience, if you solve these kind of problems, there is no chance that you will be skipping these kind of problems in the examination hall. Certainly you will be able to solve. So everything is very easy in these kind of problems. Just whatever the information is given, you need to write it down. Here you got to know that, okay, this sequence is smaller only. So this sequence is somewhat like this only. So I can apply the tabular method now. 1 alpha alpha square. So I can apply the tabular method because they are asking something around y of 0, y of 1, y of 2 only. So I applied the tabular method like this. And then I got the value 1 plus 1 by 2 alpha, 1 plus 2 alpha, then minus 1 plus 1 by 2 alpha plus alpha square. So only till y of 2 I need to find, rest all values I don't need to find. Then equation was given, from there alpha value came out to be 3 by 2, and from there I solved it. So minus 1 plus 3 by 4 plus 9 by 4, right? So 3 minus 1, answer is 2. So that's it about the complete convolution. We have studied the convolution completely now. Okay, so that was a very typical topic. Convolution is considered one of the typical topic because we always study it in between the systems. Like somewhere systems will be going on, suddenly convolution will come into action. But before starting systems only, we have studied the convolution. Now your systems will be very easy for you, and in the systems there will be no confusion. Okay, so now we will start our chapter, that is systems. So these 6 hours we spent just for understanding the convolution, and a very important topic, and kind of it is considered typical, but we have seen the basic definition, everything from the scratch we have seen. So I hope you find it very easy now. Okay, so let's start our chapter now, that is systems. Thank you.